becomes the biggest.
And I would argue, not even the hero itself, but just his damn bear. It forces you to play a different version of Dota. Notoriously, people do not like that in Dota. People do not like that. That is the worst possible. That is the worst possible thing you can make someone else do. All the techies hatred, warranted as it was, different Dota. You were playing different Dota when you were playing. It wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. Like some people might hate 60 minute games. Might hate 60 minute games. It's a different. You're playing different. It's a different. You're playing different Dota at that point. And the same thing. People hate it. I totally get it. I totally get it.
I mean, he's just like one of those heroes. He's just like one of those heroes that are lurking in the backlines until that big surprise happens. Like we don't see Alchemist nowadays, but he was super contested back in 741.
It's a different
down just because he's in the back, but just because he's in the back and handing out scepters and handing them out for people that we're looking the net completely 180. He's just like one of those heroes. But yeah, it's gonna last long. But yeah, it's gonna last long. And given the fact that big surprise happened, given the fact that it's still vague. I mean, it's still vague on who's gonna go where because who's gonna go where because we've seen centaurs going in them even going out. I mean, seen them even going out. I mean, this is going to be an awful back. Presumably, this is going to be an awful sectors, and whether or not this necro is going in face first. We're looking at face first. Carry is the big question. Carry, we have Viper and Slaughter. We have Viper and Slaughter taking out, and Wind Ranger is going to be the last for no hitting. So I mean, it's still big. So would you put where? Who's going to go where? Because we've seen centaurs going in.
I think you're putting this in
I mean,
I think you almost have to.
Presumably, this is going to be an
awful. You need to hear it hit building. You need to hear it hit building. Not good at hitting buildings. And Wind isn't even that good at hitting buildings either. It's fine. It's not the biggest. It's not the biggest.
We have Viper.
Only hero that's hitting buildings is like Wind, and maybe the best bet is just hit Centaur and let him do it instead. Can't really do that against Switchstalker and like really a choice for you. Need to hear really a choice for you. So he's not really limited options. He's not really limited. If you're in a winning position on no, if you're in a winning position on no hoodwink and you're trying to end the game, Zero Tenacity having only hero that's hitting buildings shot even from the back. Leading the charge. It's probably not looking much better. It's probably not looking much better here. There's not much that a hood will stop do. Centaur's a bad time. Centaur's a bad time. He's not partaking in anything. He's not lone druid options. The lone druid, if you're in a winning, he's gonna pull the wave. He's gonna pull the wave. Super little helm creed. Super little helm creed. Jungle. Make it jungle. Make it do the little loop. He's gonna pull 5 waves. He's gonna pull 5 waves. It's not gonna stop them from taking your. It's not gonna stop them from taking. It's not gonna stop them from taking your rack. Hopefully, no bad time. Hopefully, no not partaking. So to get the ball. If they don't, they've got 3 heroes. If they don't, they've got 3 heroes. What's this techie's gonna do? What's this techie's gonna do? Line up his side of the map, I guess. Around and one of these 3 cores has to do really well for that to happen.
I mean, Necrophos. I mean, let's just say a given because super stable guy, super stable guy who's just gonna scale rapidly. The second he gets radiant sometimes, he's gonna be a lot. He's gonna pump those items a lot. Pixel will also need time. So the more time you're giving yourself, at the same time it's gonna be one of these. It's gonna be Mangekyou. By the way, Mangekyou did not. I don't. By the way, played before we jumped into their break, but Zero Tenacity that they did play yesterday, and it was quite. Actually, no, the day before yesterday versus. Wait, where he was on another draft because I know that I saw him for the first time ago. So I think he's
he might be standing in.
Yeah. So he jumped in quite recently, and it's already been making quite a difference for the teams. I'm not sure that now if it's Zero Tenacity or somebody else, or if it was no.
I think so. Graphics are switched. I was looking at Z10, Zero Tenacity, and I was like, wait, that's just everyone from Z10. So take what you've seen and flip it mentally.
Actually, there is a HUD issue. Yeah, Zero Tenacity is playing on the other side, so hopefully Prod are gonna pick it up. So Zero Tenacity is on the Dire side, and No Hoodwing is on the Radiant side. Yeah, so okay, thank you for confirming that because I was like, is it just me? Is it still early in the morning? I know you've woken up a little bit earlier, so I'm the one who's supposed to be fresh. But regardless,
I've had those coffee sips. I'm locked in.
Yeah, okay, so MangaQ was playing on no Hoodwink. That's why I saw him. Definitely not on the side of Zero Tenacity, but he's definitely been a breath of fresh air for this team. They're definitely synchronizing their ongoing aggression in these creative plays, and I do like the Witch Doctor and the Lord Druid combination, so it could be a good play for them. And yeah, this is an important matchup because one of these two teams is going to proceed further into the playoffs, so there's only one slot. Level Up are moving through, so let's see, Zero Tenacity already have the lead, so no Hoodwink. If they want to contend to that second slot, they gotta walk away with a 2-0 victory.
It's gonna be a tough battle, at least starting things out. This is, I mean, arguably, oh yeah, I just did the same thing. I gotta flip them around. Arguably the worst lane you could walk into, but maybe if they get first blood, things are different. Rubicon, no.
Rubicon is dead and gone.
That is, I mean, exactly what you have to do in this lane, though. You have to get any sort of advantage you can out of that, because this lane is, for no Hoodwink, one of the probably best lanes you could ask for on paper, at least, right? Like, Witch Doctor, one of the best supports in the game right now, because people have realized that heals are good. And Lone Druid is one of the best cores in the game right now, because cheating is cool, I guess.
I mean, you're forcing out a 6v5, so why not?
Yeah. Yeah, why would you say no to that, right? Like, are you stupid? You know?
Yeah. Ember Spirit on the mid is also one of my favorite picks out there. And plus, you can always respect the Grandmaster Ember Spirit because it's gonna be fun, it's gonna be aggressive, it's gonna be pushy, it's gonna, you know, throw in a lot of pressure. Meanwhile, Enclave, he's going to be taken down by Nesphere, so already a double win across 2 lanes for Zero Tenacity. And the fact that there's a Necro mid is also quite the problem. Rabel is facing off the consequences just through having a Tango and Fairy Fire remaining. The bottle should be on its way, but you're fighting off versus a Necro who's never going to need a bottle, always has healing. It's just, he's just standing there and right-clicking things down. But I want to see the Ember prosper, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, I do and I don't. You know, I've seen a lot of Embers prosper in my day and age. I'm good. But Ember, I feel like, at least recently in Dota for me, I feel like Ember's been one of those heroes that constantly is getting countered. Like, probably one of the most countered mid laners I've been seeing consistently. I guess it's because there's so many like competent mid laners that deal with Ember really well. Like for a while it was Dragon Knight, or like Slardar. We're still seeing like Necros now. And you can run a Lone Druid mid and really deal with them too.
I kind of miss out on the DK. You know, he used to be the super hyper aggressive hero that you can, you know, either place in mid, either place as a carry, or, you know, even as an offlaner. And the second he gets the Elder Dragon form, there's a tower dying somewhere.
Yeah.
But not a lot of losses nowadays. Dawnbreaker being present, MangaQ Enclave so far having a very chill time. I mean, it's never going to be chill when you always have power shots landing on top of you.
Yeah.
But, you know, you can just shimmy left or right, stay up, focus on your own farming. But as we are approaching minute 4, it's already Zero Tenacity having the upper hand, so it's not until Rubicon is gonna, you know, get that Baron dependent that he's gonna have his life a lot easier for him. Radiance is also at a slow timer, but the difference is gaining a lot of benefits from this mid lane, currently standing at 21 and 9 CS.
The Ember is doing pretty much as poorly as expected. It's not, I mean, insurmountable. But as these runes got taken away from him, you know, this 4, the 6, the 8, he starts losing these runes, then any sort of lead that he doesn't gain here is even going to get squandered because he can't do anything with it. Needs runes to do something if he's been dogged on this Hardened lane.
Yeah, you can't do much. And, you know, it's been an opportunity, like, after an opportunity to just pop that Death Pulse for a difference, so Rabel, unfortunately, he's gonna need to take the Walk of Shame back into the Phantom and recover. As for down bottom, Rubicon is alive and well, so it's a good early sign for no Hoodwink. Witch Doctor at level 3 still already with the Maledict level 2. They just need to make that good connection, you know, bounce it off maybe off of Desire so they can get the kill. And I've been really happy about the Witch Doctor coming back, and it's one of my most favorite heroes in Dota, just because you can either double down on aggression or you can double down on healing, and both of them are insanely good for you.
Send the bottom 6 heroes down here total. 5-minute mark, Jesus. Are we tri-laning again?
I think this is quad laning because you have the bear.
Look at the bear, yeah.
Don't forget the bear.
IO in quick.
Oh god. Imagine, like, is IO Lone Druid ever gonna be a viable thing in this current patch? Because
that would be very funny.
What's not funny though, it's what's happening to Mangekyou top side. He's gonna get caught up, shackled into the trees, and a good takedown for Zero Tenacity, giving us the first kill after 3 minutes of, you know, just farming AFK chillin'.
That was a sick move from Zero Tenacity. They going through the gates where they least expected to, and once again now a missing rune.
Yeah, Rabel is gonna miss it, but he's got backup as the guard. They will connect the Maledict down to difference, but this is kind of tough because Rabel is still at level 5, gets the first sight, so this is absolutely disgusting. A wondrous rotation from Zero Tenacity. And, you know, they're punishing an Ember, so this is, it might feel like 10 seconds of him, you know, having some downtime, but this is gonna lead into a tower push for Zero Tenacity. Enclave, not much she can do there, other than maybe soak some experience to get to the Moonlight Shadow faster.
The worst part about it is I'm looking at Ember's net worth and I'm looking at Treant's net worth, and they're too close. This is too scary.
Yeah, kind of yikes.
This is like a lane that only did, they did okay, right? But Treant's been moving around. He's been getting kills. Ember hasn't been getting last hits. Ember hasn't been getting kills. Ember hasn't been getting anything going his way.
It's like what Axe would say, good day, sir, you get nothing.
Right.
Yeah, and just to double down on the pressure, you know, you have this ultra toxic mid laner who's just gonna heal up straight out at every single moment. He's denied all of your freaking runes, and he's got, you know, the living armor coming in from across the map. And just in case he drops below 50% HP, right?
Yeah.
There's already so much global healing.
It's insane. And you've also got the nice disarm from the techies as well to always just throw in Necro or throw in Centaur, Wind as well. All these heroes just all of a sudden, okay, well, you can't hit me anymore, goodbye. Nothing really to purge or like, I mean, Flame Guard is a pretty good purge. But other than that, it's like whatever. Everything else is does Shard still heal? No, Shard is the upgrade Mad.
Yeah, which I'm not really fond of it, but you know,
it's really weird.
I know. I was like, you just want to drop your innate ability, which is, you know, a little bit of an homage to the remote mines from previous. But going back to what you said earlier, I do miss out on how techies had the chance to play his own game at one point. You know, you already had the proximity mines way too early on. You're just, you know, going down the path here because you know they're gonna rotate here, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that. But right now there's way too many objectives in the map, so you can't anticipate that move, those moves very early on. Yeah, it might not be the
worst thing.
Yeah. It does make techies a little bit of a fighter, but I hate it. Like, I love the toxicity that this hero invoked and the trauma at the same time.
No, I totally agree. Play and I have come up with a theory. And every patch, you know, as these new heroes develop, it holds more and more true. Dota is revolved around the heroes that can cheat. And, you know, cheating can mean a plenty of different things. But I think Lone Druid is a good example. Right. You kill Bear. Bear has 20,000 net worth, and you do not get gold. In compensation for said amount of net worth. that you've just killed, and then he resummons it, and then you have what do you mean? That's a buyback. You just bought back.
But you're gonna get it like a lot sooner than a buyback.
Yeah. You're all the heroes that are good are heroes that can cheat.
I think there was a lot more cheating when we had the facets available. Meanwhile, one Wisdom Shrine is going to be secured as the bear went in for the one on the dire side, but unfortunately it's going to die. So Zero Tenacity, they've been reigning dominant for the first 7 minutes. We're already building up to 2k, but to roll back to the previous argument, like you had Dawnbreaker, you know, map hacking every 5 minutes. You had the Night Stalker flipping the day and night cycle. Now you have Oracle cheating which rune is where. You have Bounty Hunter explode.
Roshan.
Come again?
When TA could see Roshan, that there had a peak of relevance in the most recent meta, right? Like. Yeah,
that was also a thing. Also, what do you have nowadays? Bounty sniping the top 3 network heroes on the enemy side.
That's pretty funny. I think that is absolutely dog water, but it's still very funny.
It feels rewarding because if you keep harassing the enemy carry, especially if it's some like flash farmers, and you're always like, okay, if the offlaner is #1 in the top 3, we're doing something good, boys.
It is a list to tell you who to go sit behind in the jungle. Yeah. So I guess it does have that benefit, right? Like, oh man, this Luna's really getting ahead. All right, Luna, I guess you're due for a friend in the jungle.
George in the jungle, friend in jungle. Let's go. I do miss out on those ultra sneaky plays with bounties and Rickies and whatnot. Like they're, I don't know.
I will die on the hill of Sleeping Dart Ricky. Bring back Sleeping Dart Ricky. I will die on this hill. I had to have like tripled my Ricky games when Sleeping Dart Ricky existed. It was a drug. It was so bad. Because it was punishable when I was like 2K or like whatever MMR I was at that time. You know, you just sit behind a Drow Ranger and Sleeping Dart Meteor Hammer her, and it was like crack. Nothing was better.
Yeah. Once you give, like, let's see what happens. Nesphere takes down Mangekyou for yet another time. It was a deep dive under the tower in the exchange for the Stampede as well.
I guess maybe to fear away the wind. That could have been cool.
Yeah, but no, Nesphere is feeling hyper aggressive, and you know, I love this control over the Dawnbreaker. Yep, she does have level 6, but she's not able to do much because we're still missing out on the Lone Druid damage. We're still missing out on the Ember, who's been on the suffering end all game long. He did at least make the Urn of Shadows, so that, you know, could be a sign of something, but yet, you know, now you need to get the stacks, you need to get the kills, you need to punish somebody with this item.
Have they done it? They got the rune, finally.
It's a shield rune. I mean, which is not the best, but you know, it's something.
It's okay, yeah. It's fine, I guess. I don't know how much it's going to enable you to do anything.
Thank you. Oh, okay, he's gonna be fine. Nesphere does not have the focus fire for another 30 seconds, but yeah, there's obviously a very big difference when you give this, you know, carry a hero that doesn't have a single stun, and you just give them that opportunity, and it turns into a Swiss knife of opportunities. Meanwhile, MRLS topside, they will pop the cask, but thankfully for Nesphere, he was not close by. Meanwhile, MRLS dies by the neutral creep.
Oh my god. Oh,
unfortunately.
I saw it happening, and it was like in slow motion, that centaur coming to whack him. Oh man.
You could hear the frames per second, like, you know, in the cartoons, like shik 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 shik. Not sure how I can imitate the sound without, you know, sounding ultra cringe.
I mean, that's the sound. You nailed it.
Just gonna get a soundboard, you know, to mess up with production.
Start making random sounds, but also like, it's also your voice, but at a slightly different volume. They're constantly adjusting the things that you're saying.
Yeah, we caught a glimpse of the production panel a couple of days ago because Discord likes to share. Meanwhile, Rubicon under siege as the blast of disarm. Nixa joining in. That was incredibly easy, and yeah, reason why we have been yapping is we're just waiting for, you know, a response from No Hoodwink. Because at 12
There's not
minutes,
gonna be one for a while.
yeah, that was an insanely evil laugh. You got nothing.
This is exactly how the game needs to be going for Zero Tenacity for them to win. If this was flipped, they'd be in an awful position.
True, but what we are seeing, and for you, this is gonna be a first. It's a Centaur winning, right?
I'm so pleased. Finally, I've been seeing what people have been talking about.
See, this is the new stuff. This is, as one would say, the new shit. Centaur rushing into the heart, already has the Helm of the Dominator. Let's see if he's gonna get yet another one. Now he's been scouted out. Smoke coming in. Rabel, will they make the connection? Yes, they will, but Solar Guardian is gonna be popped up. A little bit of an overextension, but they want him dead and gone. They will double connect Maledict with a Desire as well. Mixa, he's gone. A full-blown team effort. Finally, it is gonna be kill. Maybe another one. Can Rabel get it? Yes, indeed. Okay, welcome back to the game, No Hoodwink. Glad to see ya. But with 2 cores chilling at 4K, which is still closer to the Treant rather than the Necro, can you pull through a game after 25 minutes?
I would say yes, just because of the nature of your heroes. But I guess more so the nature of Zero Tenacity's heroes. Lundred's gonna split map. Dawn's gonna split map. Which is really bad for team fights, but really good for your map state. And you're not taking team fights anyways at this point. So, get to splitting the map, get to upping the net worth, and get to fighting in 35 minutes, maybe?
If you get to 35.
The constant problem is, it's like around this 15-minute mark, like 14 minutes, you just took these tier 1 towers. You've been ahead. At around this 4 or 5k ahead for this entire game, and there was 0 tower pressure until it sort of happened all at once, and it took a 5-man move from No Hoodwink to do something about the game state of Zero Tenacity. That is a move that I see and I'm like, oh, that's kind of despair, because someone on that team, I guarantee you, says we need to make a 5-man play, and if we cannot kill them, then just call GG.
Yeah, for sure.
That is a full desperation. They brought Lone Druid. You do not bring 5 heroes to a play like that unless you are so incredibly desperate.
I mean, you gotta pull up that cheat sheet from your pocket, right? It's like, you know what? I have the 6th player, and I'm gonna use them, whether you guys like it or not. I mean, you could say that, they're definitely happy that they got two kills for free. They did prevent Zero Tenacity for pushing in a little bit more, because now they realize we are going to be limited with map space, so we got to keep things warded up. We have a Treant to work against, who's always going to be sneaky, walking around stealthed up with the, oversized trench coat and spying on heroes on when they are. Then pinpoint for Zero Tenacity, just jump at him, pop the Stampede, and everybody's going to, do something about it. No Hoodwink, second time that they're looking to get ahead of the curve here. Smoke up between Rabel and the 2 supports. But shall they find somebody lurking in the dire jungle? There's absolutely nobody there, even though Nesfer is close by. Mid lane, difference. They do see him, but he also has backup, so I don't think you really want to initiate on the biggest hero on the map currently without... I mean, you do have the Death Wars, so it's gonna help you, but, one Ghost Shroud and things are gonna backfire.
If you don't kill him and he gets a triple kill, I actually think that's like game over sort of scenario where you just all of a sudden cannot kill this Necrophos ever. That would be full-on despair. Necro, Lash, Undying, these are the type of heroes that I feel like if you don't bring heroes too early, you can't bring heroes too later. Or it gets really scary if you bring heroes early and lose. These heroes just, they can accelerate so quickly, and you cannot, under any circumstances, let them accelerate. Oh my god, please. Stop feeding the Necro. Stop bringing heroes to the Necro lane. Please. Let him farm. He farms creeps slower than heroes. They're still pretty fast, but slower than heroes.
But he is definitely willing to fight, like they have this beautiful single target focus, they have the Centaur, he's got a 4-staff with the Radiance, and they will commit for the jump onto Rabel. Beautiful Scythe for the second Scythe charge. So yeah.
The good thing about these mines is they increase magic damage done as well. So the scythe like damage is increased as well. So you're not just dealing with the 3 mines. It's not like the threshold increases, but the damage increase certainly helps when it's coming down to a clutch kill on a hero like with a flame guard like Ember Spirit.
Yeah, the poor guy cannot do anything. I mean, you cannot really do much with the Ember until you get that 1 damage item. But the checklist is becoming longer, the shopping list is extending. You need BKB, you need this, you need that. Rubicon, the bear is under attack. Solar Guardian used up, but it doesn't connect down to anybody. Puts the Dawnbreaker into a tough position, but they have a hold on to Rebel once again. Desire, well, he's gonna be the first casualty, so, you know, a decent opener, because there's not gonna be a disarm to focus on, but they have their cores in a very tough spot, so it's not gonna be a good trade, isn't it?
No, this fight looks cooked already. They got techies, and by they I mean the subs. You know, but that's the only winners coming out of this fight are your supports. This is really bad immediately.
They use the
cannot Solar Guardian on Dawn until they commit. Look how beautiful this Solar Guardian could have been right at this moment.
Yeah, you were saying about, you know, the Dawn and the Lone Druid dividing the team fight. It seems like Zero Tenacity, they have the upper hand. Like, they showed the techies, it provoked the supports to go there. 1 cask would have been enough, but, you know, it's still at level 1, so it's only gonna bounce 3 times. Nevertheless, like, maybe, I don't know, like, one stun, or 1 AoE stun was needed, you know, to make things happen, but again, you're always gonna be scared because of the Treant on the other side, who already used up the overgrowth, so we're just waiting for the pause to finish so we can... I don't want to say this, but these guys are dying.
Watch the end of this team fight. There's no, they don't have any juice to turn it around. Ember, I mean, maybe gets out, but there's no scythe waiting for him, which is maybe the only thing that's keeping him safe. But he did just get hit with a hoof stomp. He is like 99.9% dead. Yeah, I don't even know if he gets it off the magic wand. Maybe 2 seconds. 200, 600 health, 200. They can definitely do that. He's cooked.
And the best thing for Zero Tenacity right now is they are gonna pour everything into this game number 1, and that is gonna be enough for them to be pushed into the playoffs, because between them and No Hoodwink, the difference in points is 2. So, you know, based on the math, if you get at least 1 game, that's 1 point secured. With 11, they're already fine, so they can completely do whatever they want the remainder of the series. And with that, that's going to be the last match from Group B. So for the remainder of the days and 4th day, it's going to be Group A action only.
So keep in mind that Zero Tenacity are also fresh off a LAN. Not a LAN win by any means, but they did make it to playoffs against some pretty good teams. They were able to take a series off of Yakult Brothers, which was pretty exciting considering that team finished like second. So if things were different, right? If the bracket looked a little different for Zero Tenacity, they could have gone the distance. But I went from like not really knowing anyone on the team, like, you know, hearing of them, right, and looking at them because they're here at the EPL Masters. But like watching them, I'm like, man, I'm like a fan of these guys. Like, these guys are playing great. And they're, you know, continuing that here, right? And it's nice to see that, you know, LAN experience hopefully, you know, paying off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they were dominating before they went to LAN, and now, you know, after LAN, they're looking a lot better. You know, this performance is outstanding. 17 minutes in, they're leading by 7k. They have 4 kills and advantage, and definitely gonna add +2 to the count. But their track record has been absolutely impressive. They are one of the, if not the leading EPL winner across the past 2 years. So they have, I think, a championship, 2 or 3 seasons, and, you know, we're looking at what they're doing right now. So even with a bunch of changes, like they changed mid laners, they used to have Stoikov back in the day, who was also a mind of its own. Unfortunately, they did change things, and they did opt in for Difference, who is definitely not too shabby. But, there's always going to be that pain in my heart based on a national basis that, they let go of my boy, who is insane when it comes down to these ultra creative, ultra aggressive mid lane plays.
Maybe you can't teach an old dog new tricks, Maybe they just wanted some fresh meat.
Yeah. I mean, these guys I'm not sure if they have a coach or they're just agreeing amongst themselves of, what to do and what they're going to be bringing into the play. But I do remember this interview coming in from 9 Class, who has been he did kick things off at EPL here. And he's been ultra creative. Like, he would play a Morphling Rubik style as a support and just harass everybody across the map. But ever since they got Puppy as a coach, he's kept him a little bit on a leash. And with that, he's sticking to more proper heroes and he's delivering a lot more because that's where the talent difference is showing. So yeah, maybe they just need a better coach.
Maybe.
But so far, they don't need anybody. They're great.
Yeah. I love that they asked for a reason. No Hoodwink says delivery. Are they making one? Are they receiving one? What is happening? It's been like, what, 10 minutes? Delivery? Brother, do you live in a mansion? Do you have to go pick it up from the place? What is happening? I'm so confused as the timeline of things. Like, you could have said anything else. Delivery? It's like, oh, pizza at door. The pizza's cold at this point. Bring it in. Let's go.
You already ate half of it in the elevator. So yeah, with that being out of the way, Rebel, we'll see his takedown. Rubicon not even gonna get under the tier 2 tower. But, my theory is he lives on a high floor, right? He went downstairs by foot because there's a gate and he forgot his wallet to pay. So he had to go all the way back up and,
by stairs again.
Maybe. Yeah,
but also
that's
the
even the worst
floor.
Case scenario. Like, maybe if he doesn't have an elevator and walking up to the 5th floor is already a hassle.
That's true.
But it's good physical exercise.
That's also true. Sometimes I wish that we didn't have an elevator. Then I realized that I live on the 1st floor, so it doesn't matter.
You don't care.
Yeah, no impact. No impact on me whatsoever.
It's always that, apartment building shenanigans. It's like, oh, we don't need to fix the elevator because we live on the 1st floor. And for Uncleave, he definitely needs an elevator because he's not going to be able to climb the stairs at all.
He needs a stair lift after that.
I mean, I'm not sure if Sagan can, walk the stairs. Maybe he's going to need some additional training.
Not with 4 broken legs.
Nesphere 50101. We've barely spoken about this Wind Ranger, and obviously for a good reason. Mjolnir already completed. BKB, well, with just having the mithril, you can call it halfway done.
And not to say Nesphere has played poorly. This isn't like a Nesphere's played bad sort of dig. He could literally be playing any hero, I feel like, and they would still be doing fine. Nesphere has not really had to participate too much here. Played well in lane, don't get me wrong. But wasn't anything necessarily overly windy.
He's gonna be the target for the takedown, as Mangekyou will join in to take away the mega kill streak. Difference, keeping up the pressure as the core. Is he gonna TP out? No, not my hero.
Good try.
But it's a good trade.
But it's enough space for everyone else to get out. And like you said, yeah, it's a beautiful trade. Now this is a little sad, but okay, no, the Great Escape. Okay, a Witch Doctor's life for a Wind's life and everyone else to make the escape. That's, I'm not too good at maths, but that feels pretty good in my books.
And Rubicon is just chilling on the side and working his way up towards the scepter. So space created, big threat eliminated. We just lost the 5. Okay, I mean, we already lost the tier 1, so there's nothing more we can lose because, the push between tier 1 and tier 2, it's not as big as between tier 2 and tier 3, but, you gotta respect the advantage that you have, because what you've obtained in the first 20 minutes, you can easily lose it. And we just saw what happens. And you have how many more streaks remaining? At least one onto difference. But currently the Necro cannot die.
Yeah. I will say that is my bad Nesphere. We haven't talked about him the entire game. The second we start saying stuff about him, it's like, oh, there he goes. Our bad. We'll let you be. Who should we curse next?
Wow. It almost sounds like, you know, you're enjoying the great power.
No.
Oh. No. You know, maybe you can say something about...
to Betsy, no.
I mean, there's already a lot of toxicity on the end of Zero Tenacity. Like, they have the Necro, they have the all-unmowing Centaur. Like... Oh, and we have Enclave.
Oh my god, they are doing it.
You're feeding heroes into the Necro. This is not good news. And they're going in for more. As a 3-man smoke, well, they are gonna go across the gate. It is Rubicon that they're looking for. Who still does not have the scepter. Okay.
The eggs.
He finally got the staff. That's good. But still, he has no idea what's happening.
So no, he's still... I mean, he should still be insanely dead. But Bear has eggs now, so that's good. Unless they kill Bear, then that's bad.
But he can respawn Bear, and he's gonna pop the Fear, Nesphere. They're gonna back off. They've lingered a little bit too deep, so, you know, that could be a problem. Even though they do have the vision for it. You don't want to provoke anything, you know, way too much, but you have the Aegis, so...
You know?
You make this a 6v6 for the time being, for the next 5 minutes.
Never thought I'd see 5v5 Overwatch and 6v6 Dota. Where have the times gone?
They actually downgraded the team pool in Overwatch?
Oh yeah, they did that ages ago. Oh yeah.
Oh damn.
Yeah, they one tank.
Man, they should have went 10 to 10, like, but you cannot make a good esports program out of it. Rubicon, Bear under siege once again. It's a big bounty for Zero Tenacity, so if, you know, they are in a way farming heroes because of the money. It's not going to result into sides.
325 is not enough. It's been 325 for the past 20 minutes. It'll be 325 for the next 60 minutes. Why is it 325? Make it scale more.
I mean...
Stupid hero.
Sure, I mean, later on, you know, we are seeing the only item being built on Lone Druids, which is the Refresher, so you can throw 3 bears in. I don't want to do it, not because, you know, it's gonna be great for pro matches and a lot more value, but people are gonna be throwing, you know, imagine you're playing a pub and you're reaching that 50, 55, 60-minute game, and the Lone Druid has been breaking his back, and then he's gonna just, you know, mentally crack because you did something wrong, and he's gonna throw 3 bears down the mid lane. For what?
God, I hope. I hope I get to see the day I watch the light fade away from a triple bear Lone Druid's eyes. I hope I get to watch his toxicity flow. Oh my goodness, if only I could be so lucky. You triple bear Lone Druid, I hate you immediately.
But easy money. Imagine taking that down the bear as Lone Druid is like level 25. And the bear costs like what, 500, 450?
Something like that, but that's still not much for a 60-minute game. Like the pause 1, you're getting 400 gold, okay.
I mean, ×3 in a short period of time, that could be a buyback.
Right, it should be a buyback. It should be.
An eye for an eye.
I actually think the biggest thing you could do to Lone Druid is just make it so that, like, maybe the timer doesn't exceed 15 or 30 seconds while the bear is alive. Like, the cooldown on bear doesn't go down below 30 seconds as long as bear is alive. Something like that. Just so, like, it's just so tiring being on high, like, trying to take high ground and killing a bear just for the bear to resummon. And then the time it takes you to kill the other bear's already back.
Top side, make a Q. Overgrowth is going to be used up with the focus fire, so...
They do have a nullifier on Dawn, I believe, so that is...
Yeah.
A little bit of a victory against the wind, against the necro, as the treant. It does feel pretty good.
But it's been the third time she's solo picked off like this, you know?
Yeah.
And that's a bunch of downtime.
Find the hero that does anything with it.
Yeah. I mean, she wants to use it on a big team fight. She wants to go in for that insane setup, but, you know, take out one hero from No Hoodwink and there's absolutely nothing that they can do. And we did speak that all tier 1 towers were taken at minute 12. By minute 26, we don't have any tier 2s left remaining on the side of No Hoodwink, so this is going to be insanely tough. They still are lacking in the damage department. Rabel, definitely a tough game for him. Lundred, yeah, he did finally get, you know, the bear turned 18, he's able to go to college, he's able to cross the street on its own, so he can start doing all of those solo shenanigans. But now you're going to be much needed in base, because Zero Tenacity, they're taking every opportunity, they're taking every objective, they're going in for the bear yet another time. Thankfully, the bear is going to live, but it's downtime for the bear, and it's downtime for the 6th player.
What are we looking at with Roge? Another 2 minutes? Oh, Jesus. I mean, they are probably just going to wait realistically on Zero Tenacity. They have an opportunity to like look for things like they could combat this here, but I mean, it's just a techies. I don't think they're going to care if Desire dies.
No, they don't. I mean, Mangekyo is fine with this because, you know, it's going to be gold that he's lost, but it's also awareness for Zero Tenacity as they will use this information as an opportunity. Scans are going to be popped. They do realize that they're moving closer to the gate. Mixel leading the charge. He does have the Blink Dagger, but do you want to take the fight over there? They do have vision, so they will. Instantly, Mangekyo gets caught up. They're throwing everything they can to protect the Dawnbreaker. Beautiful Death Ward setup, but they're a little bit outnumbered and they're a little bit surrounded. Both Mangekyo and Asakura will die.
Hey, but Marana gets out.
Sure. Okay.
You know, the glass half full, or it's
right. It's 3
like
heroes being alive
at this point. Yeah, it's like a glass 1/3 full. It was fully full, but Zero Tenacity drank 2/3 of it. But it's still there's still water in the cup.
I mean, for them is, you know, the magic potion, the potion magique from Asterix and Obelix, because they're gaining so many effects after they take a sip from the sippy cup, and they're getting free kills. They're gonna get the bear that they've been hunting for quite some time, but 325 gold, anyone? No problem.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be 20k for difference. Wow. He did?
And yeah, he want a whole Shadow Blade. And he's worth the same amount of money. That's not how net worth works, Dota. Please. One day.
Oh boy, one day.
Now this makes me a little sad.
Oh.
But also maybe a little happy.
In what sense? I mean, I know it's tough for me because the witch doctor just died, but
that's sad to see.
Yeah. I mean, I had so many hopes, so many dreams for this hero, but there's been insane scatter play from No Hoodwink, but, you know, Zero Tenacity, they committed from minute 0. They know they needed that point. And, you know, it's tough to see. I mean, also there's been these awkward pauses, so it feels like we've been here for about 45 minutes, when in reality it's been barely 30. But
been here
I don't know if I should be asking you, is there a chance of redemption? But it's almost 30 minutes. You're the one with the bear, and you haven't pushed out a single tier 1 tower. And
yeah,
Roche number 3 is about to spawn. No Roche number 2.
That's pretty accurate. I mean, you can. It's always going to exist, the Lone Druid effect. they've done a really good job on Z10 of dealing with it at the moment, though. So maybe there isn't.
And yet another kill in the back. 5 Reaper Scythe stacks for Necro. Boots of Travel, 4 Staff, Shivas. This guy, I mean, you don't even have to bother making the BKB. First off, it's gonna be the Hex. It's just, you know, you can see that he's having a good game because aside from having these items at 30 minutes, yet having a Hex before a BKB, it's absolutely insane.
Feels a bit better on the hero, too. Right, because if you BKB and then Ghost Shroud, your Ghost Shroud doesn't go off, so.
Sure. But what I'm trying to get to is, like, you're not in a desperate position, you know?
Yeah.
You're just going premium every single time. You have a, I don't know, a golden American Express, and you're just cashing out every single time.
Yeah. There's no threat. They haven't presented anything on No Hoodwink that makes me go, oh man, oh gosh, am I threatened? Oh geez.
Well, I guess not. Meanwhile, looking at the items coming in from No Hoodwink, I mean, it's still a little bit of something, but it's not enough. Next up, they will be meeting a Zero Tenacity with the second Aegis of the game, and with Nesper being an absolute menace to society, with a Daedalus completed, and he's gonna get a Blink Dagger in the next team fight. What can you do? It's gonna be the Bear, trying to push out down bottom, but are you serious at this point? Like, you're just giving away the enemy team free gold, and for what? Damage that is gonna be fixed up with 1 pop of the living armor.
Yikes.
That's a big yikes.
That is, I think, exactly what you need to do when you're playing against Lone Druid if you want to take high ground. Not like this. Oh, what a slight dodge.
Oh. But not good enough. Desire.
Kinda.
I mean,
kinda worth.
Sure, because he's not gonna occupy your entire terrain. But
well, I mean, like you've used. No, I mean like worth for Z10. That's BKB on Ember used.
Oh damn! I didn't see that. Yep, definitely not worth it. They will lose the Mirana, who does not have a buyback. And Nesphere, I mean, even the map is playing in his favor. He got the Amplified Damage rune. He's not gonna be using it with the Focus Fire, but for the tier 3 takedown, but he's in a chill spot. Mixa is frontlining for him, regardless if they're having a creep wave or not. And with that, Zero Tenacity are gonna breach high ground at almost 33 minutes in the game. Nesphere still standing strong. But yeah, they're just gonna wait out for the creep wave, taking it easy. They have the Roche banner. And look how scared they are. Like, they're not willing to move in. Okay, eventually they will move in. Finding Nesphere, they will connect with the arrow. Now that's life number 1. But the damage has been done to the mid racks. Can they go for more? Nesphere, he still has the BKB if he wants to use it. Difference jumping in the back. They will find Asakura, take him down. Side. Oof, not a takedown. Magnitude jumping into the back with will connect, but they don't have anything to add up to the cost here. They don't have the damage. They only have a way to bring some distance away from Zero Tenacity and the Rags, but they only got 1 kill.
They barely only got 1 Rax though, too. Like, that's the other problem is Z10 just cannot hit buildings for the life. I genuinely want to see a Meteor Hammer on this tree, and this is painfully slow. And they are kind of barely doing it, and they're only 20, like they're still 20k up. They're kind of struggling.
Lotus Rune, he's gonna be sieged up, but there's the BKB being popped up. He's turning around, beautiful blast up. Nesphere, he will die. So that's definitely a good effort, taking him down for a second time, because definitely he's the only single target hero that is gonna push towers. Difference taken down by Asakura. This is a big kill for the Witch Doctor, and they're looking for more. Mangekyou is not going to survive because you can't really throw that additional damage onto Mixa. Rebel, keeping up with the pressure. Do you want to go for a deep dive as you're running low on mana? Mixa jumping into the back. Stampede used up. They will find Rubicon, who is going to pop a TP out. Mission not a success. Rebel.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy. You did say it's gonna be a slow fight, but zero tenacity. The fact that you're
not what I thought.
they're just so tanky. They're slow, but they're like turtles, man. You know, they're just gonna jump in, and once done, somebody's dying. Beautiful play from the Centaur.
That's just disgusting. This sort of feeds into why I think this is the figured out Centaur build. You actually do damage now. I cannot think in the entirety of Centaur's recent lifespan, when has this hero ever been big damage dealer? That's always been his problem. You can't be tanky and be damage dealer, but now he can be bold, and he is bold. And look how much damage he does, man.
And he's got a double the heart of Tarasco, so he doesn't care. He's not gonna budge. The Maledict won't connect upon him. They have him rooted up with the Solar Guardian, but look at how many things they're throwing and nobody is dying. Nesphere jumping in. They do have Mega Q, they do have Asakura, and they have the GG cold up. Zero tenacity. They will, I mean, beautifully sweep out game number 1. We were here for a long time because of the pauses and whatnot, but 30k, 27 over 8 in 36 minutes. It's gonna be enough to seal the deal. So now they're just playing for the honor of things. Crash, how are you feeling about this complete obliteration?
I mean, it was a good game. I think Zero Tenacity hopefully learned a little bit from their draft, though, as well. It was incredibly painful watching them try to take high ground. But at the end of the day, they did win, so that's all that really matters. But like 9-27, 20k up, and you're like tickling the range attacks. Brother, please. Someone hit something. And the only reason they win that game is because Centaur is unkillable. I mean, not the only reason they win that game, but...
learn from game number 1. No Centaur, no Necro, definitely a good start. But that Lone Druid is gonna sneak past the first ban phase, and once again, it's gonna be given to Rubicon. So, is it gonna be? We're gonna make it work this time, guys, and get to game number 3, where hopefully we're gonna force it out for a third time, or they just already buried themselves deep underground.
Hopefully not. Hopefully this is the start to the path of redemption, and immediately I maybe don't fall off the path of redemption, but it is a little bit of a scarier path now that you've picked up Earthshaker. It is one of those heroes that, like we talked about, does deal with Ember Spirit, or that is a classic Ember Spirit counter in lane. Just, the hero's numbers have been nerfed consistently for the past 4 patches, right? The numbers were getting tweaked, and I guess we finally stopped tweaking numbers now at this point because the hero's considered balanced, which I would argue is but he's a little bit more susceptible to like death and falling behind, and he doesn't have like 2 abilities that clear a creep wave now. Like, you need a little bit more juice to do that, so doesn't feel as good as it used to, I guess, would be the best way to say it. So hopefully there's a plan with this.
I would even argue like he was even at a better shape before they kicked off with the facets. Like with the facets, they made him a little bit stronger. Now you're just as strong as the Aghanim Scepter that you're gonna get, because the Enchant Totem is always great. Like it avoids so many things. It's more reliable than a Blink Dagger, and at the same time you can jump in, jump out, deal damage at the same time. Something that Storm Spirit thrives on per se. He just makes that long range jump and then just blasts off target off the map. Now, this is an interesting pick, which might, challenge things from No Hoodwink, and that is the Lycan being picked up. Now, late game, Lycan and Lone Druid are insanely difficult to prioritize against, because if you want to focus on Lone Druid or the Bear, then there's going to be the Wolfies hunting down supports, hunting down heroes, and pushing the bottom or the side lanes. Vice versa, it's still a problem.
Yeah.
But given what we've seen in game number 1, I don't think it's going to be possible. Zero Tenacity, they opt in for the Ember Spirit, Grimstroke, Tusk, they scream aggression, Dawnbreaker as well, so we have yet to see what that ultra flavorful last pick carry is going to be.
I think
there's still Drought, there's still SF.
Yeah, there's the same thing, like Zero Tenacity need a building hitter, I think, once again. They do need someone that can sort of stand there and hit buildings. I think that they're lacking the most. The problem is that they're probably going to look for like a melee hero to pair up with Grim. The Tusk probably wants to lane with a Dawn. They could still do like that Drow, like SF sort of archetype of hero, and then lane with Tusk. Like, it doesn't matter what they do. It's going to feel really good. I am just worried.
Just don't want to see the Tiny.
Yeah,
just no Tiny.
That's true. Yeah, it's still probably a good start. I just want to hear that they can play behind, and I guess Tiny does sort of fit that bill. Okay, it hits buildings. I can understand the idea behind it. It hits buildings. It's a hero that just gets 2 items, and then you play with the team. Dawn's gonna continue to split the map. No Hoodwink, they're in the exact same position draft-wise that they are last game, though. They need to play behind someone. Bane, Rubik cannot do this themselves. So whether you want your Lycan to join you and partake, or you want Earthshaker to join you and partake, I do not care who it is. But probably both, actually, because you're playing against a Dawn. Dawn's always going to be a +1. So any +3, you probably got to do a +4.
Yeah, we saw how impactful Mixa was during the previous game. I mean, again, it's the center that we're talking about, but, once he was on the rise, he didn't stop there. He was into everybody's face. He was just insta-stunning everybody. And this lady, he does love, to do pretty much the same thing. You do have 2 heroes that you can pair up with a double Echo Saber, and that right-click damage is just going to come out of nowhere, and somebody is dying on the spot. Asakura is not going to have a good time here. I am scared for Enclave, because when you have a Rubik, especially a last-pick Rubik, you feel very grandiose about it. You are really happy that you got the best spellcaster in the game after Invoker, but you're always going to have a target on your back, because you don't want to they don't want to get the allow you to get the shard or the scepter on time, because that's definitely going to be a game changer. And if you're being taken down, there's no redemption arc for a support.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I absolutely. And there's not even like too many really good spells for Rubik to steal. Like, it's not like they need to overcommit to a fight to kill the Rubik that starts with like an avalanche. They're not going to start fights with Solar Guardian. What do you like? Maybe you start fights with Soulbind and maybe Rubik steals Soulbind. I don't know. Like, the ability to kill Rubik is so easy this game with their heroes. And there's not much like bodyguard for Rubik. There's no one to really stand in front and say, hey, don't hit my Rubik. So I do have that bit of fear, right? And when I look at the Lycan graph, I always want to see a hero that presents itself as a bigger threat than Lycan. I am looking and I do not see that hero. What is going to stop Zero Tenacity from all-inning on your Lycan? The threat of an Earthshaker, I guess. Okay, just space out better. It's not like Zero Tenacity have 5 heroes that want to sit on top of each other. Dawn's not showing until someone commits, and that commitment's either going to be a Bean's Grip or an Echo Slam. 1,000% of the time. It feels so bad Solar Guarding on Dawn when your team is screaming for help and the enemy hasn't committed yet. Rather wait for them to cast a spell and then scream. Like,
and there's no additional creep play. There's no, like, none of these heroes from Zero Tenacity will force out a Manta early on, so, you know, you don't print out more units for the Earthshaker to thrive off and, you know, deliver those epic Echo Slams and destroy everybody across the map. So it is going to be futile for him if he wants to jump in on one hero. He wants to commit to something more, but if there's already way too many heroes at one spot, it's just a matter of time when the Dawnbreaker has arrived. Now, you were talking about the Soulbind, and it could be a good thing for the Rubik to steal, but there's always that highly likely chance that he's gonna be one of the targets caught up into the Soulbind and instantly silenced up right after. So, you know, and you need to stop. You need to hit the Phantom. You need to, you know, waste a lot of time. And then what? Ember is gonna jump on top of you. Tusk is gonna do the same. Tiny is gonna do the same. You have at least 3 Blink wielders on the side of Zero Tenacity who just cannot wait to find a good opportunity.
Yeah, it's not a free Rubik game. It's a hard Rubik game. It's a hard Earthshaker game too. There's a lot of gunk that's just going to be put on the floor. A lot of those, like you said, Blink daggers, right? A lot of stuff that's just going to be like really annoying for you to deal with as the Shaker. I think another problem with the Shaker is he's been the way you play Earthshaker is very figured out at this point. He was meta for so long. What are you going to do? You're going to go stack triangle. Oh, wow. Okay. And then you're going to what? And you're going to Echo Slam at level 6? Okay, cool. Well, what if I just put pressure on you and you're on your stacks at level 6 so that you can't do it, and we'll just go take it when you're level 5? And they have a decent team to do it. Bring the Dawn, bring the Tusk, bring the Tide, bring everyone and their mother. I don't care. The second you kill these stacks against the Earthshaker, the second the hero just does nothing if he does not win his lane hard.
Yeah, I mean, that happened just yesterday, so I'm not sure if you were following Ilbris vs Power Ranger game number 2. They picked up an Earthshaker, which was once again placed in the mid lane, and just one deep ward after the minute 5 mark is, you know, it was just a question of when he was going to go for the Ancients. They were waiting for the Echo Slam to go through, and then they just killed him on the spot with 2 supports as you know, as extras. And from that point on, the game just skyrocketed out of control for Power Rangers, because with those tags taken out, that was half of the Blink Dagger. And you are gonna, I mean, that you are a good counter onto the Ember Spirit, but the Ember Spirit is still on the rise. He's still downright annoying, and he loves punishing melee heroes and you know, stealing away the farm at the earliest convenience. So I'm not really sure if this is going to be a good Earthshaker game, but, you know, the one thing you can rejoice on is that nobody has died yet, but we're already seeing a bunch of heroes dropping lower on the end of no Hoodwink rather than Zero Tenacity.
I am sort of surprised that the Tiny last hit's being just, I mean, a little bit further down, but everyone's pretty even. It's just this constant harass from Rubik and the little wolves as well. They're kind of unmatched by Grimstroke. There's just not the same amount of pressure he can apply than Rubik. Grimstroke does not have the best attack range, which is, I think, his biggest issue consistently.
I mean, maybe he can just throw in some projectiles, but he's definitely a hero that thrives on pickoffs, that thrives on fights. Meanwhile, topside, Zero Tenacity, they are in a tough spot, but they're pushing in. They want Rubicon dead and gone, but One Fear is going to push Mixa away. And he's not looking too alive, but it's looking like Desire might fall first. Fairy Fire for the safe. Phew. Zero Tenacity. As the core, he's still committed, because what you want to do with the Bane, as early on, you want to get those Ichor of Noctash's tags, and especially on a Tusk. No, thanks for the creeps. They kept him in vision for the brain sap.
But the 2 range creeps, that's a lot of XP too, so that's the trade, you know, 1 brain sap for 2 range creeps.
I'll take it. If it's needing more money for Mixa, who just survived, it's good enough for me. And
everyone
Desire
wins.
Did not
That's
die.
what we love. Yeah.
It's a happy ending. You know, the best thing it's gonna be like if both teams get a point from this game. Because everything is sharing is caring.
Oh my goodness. Body blocks on body blocks down here in the bottom lane. The Wolves body blocking
MLS turns around with the Avalanche. They will throw in the Blood Grenade, and with the tree, he's still ticking out, and it's gonna be enough for the takedown. Nesphere barely making it out there alive, but Mangekyou doesn't want to get caught up in the Inkswell. So, technically first blood, but nobody is gonna get the kill. I think it was a creep that got him.
It was the ranged creep, the hero creep.
The flag bearer, or?
Oh, I guess I can't say hero creep anymore because that's a thing in Dota. That's a shame, isn't it?
I mean, it's a super creep. Meanwhile, topside, as the core, oh, they will loot this Desire. This was a close one.
It was I think if Mixa hit that level 4 before, would have been a pretty easy kill on the Bane. Just unfortunate timings.
Yeah, but I've never heard hero creeps being used as a word. It's usually just super.
Well, hero creeps are like the druid bear and the big centaur creeps. They're called hero creeps now.
Right. Yeah. Because they're about the hero. Yeah, that logic.
When the creep gets the kill, or when that one creep hits the tower, or when that one creep, you know, like kills the ancient, that's a hero creep.
And that's what I use. Speaking of heroes, Rabel, with the beautiful rotation coming in from Desire here, he's just gonna, you know, do the thing that Tusk does always, gets the shark play with the snowball. Easy kill for difference. And it's an interesting perspective right now, because in game number 1, we did have Rabel playing the Ember Spirit. Now it's difference on the same hero. And again, he's leading by a full level. That's insane. This guy is...
And Earthshaker has 13 denies. Like, these things aren't adding up. How did you do this?
When did you do this? Meanwhile, down bottom, yet another siege. This time it's gonna be a mission success, as Mangekyou is gonna fall, but MLS still being haunted by the Wolfies and Enclave.
Oh.
Now, if they could get the Rubik, it could be fine, but still it's a favorable trade-off for Zero Tenacity. And difference coming in from behind. Steering chains popped up, Rubik still within range of the burning flames, and definitely a worthwhile trade for Zero Tenacity. Can they get Rubik now that they have difference moving across the map? Or they're just gonna wait out for 20 seconds until the Wizard trends, but I guess Mixa and Desire, they want to do that on their own, as that is the core is not present. The snowball is charging up, they keep on rolling. Nightmare, this is a bad direction, as Mixa is gonna be pushed in closer to Rubicon, but they're not willing to overextend. Meanwhile, down bottom, Mangekyou once again under attack. But they're not gonna dive in deep.
Remnant down there.
Oh,
you can come back to this.
They are gonna come back to it. There's the chains, there's the swell, there's everything being used up. And Mangekyou is gone for yet another time, so I guess they were listening to you when you said, you know, the only thing that you need to worry about is Lycan, so guess what, we're just gonna hard double down on this Lycan and make his life a living hell. Mixa, meanwhile, he is gonna suffer topside as Rabel rotates in to deliver the first Echo kill.
Okay, so that means no stacks. That tells me there are no stacks in this triangle, which, like, is fine. If you're gonna play that way, play that way. but it's gonna slow down this play.
Enclave is about to start stacking at minute 7 towards minute 8.
Okay. Sure.
But then you're gonna have one more stack chance. So
yeah.
Oh, and he messed up the ancients.
Oh, don't look! Don't look! Look away! Avert your eyes.
Oh god. See, there's some guardian yelling in chat. I can do this a lot better than he can.
Right. Right. There's always that one person, you know, way out of his depth, but is so adamant that he's correct.
Yeah. But at the same time, I gotta agree with the outpost placement. Like, you gotta go a certain distance, so then they're not gonna be stopped between those two, and you can just actually deliver. Meanwhile, Mixa down mid. There's the Solar Guardian as he gets a return kill upon Rabel Desire. He will stay in the snowball for a little bit to try to survive, but he's gonna fall, but he will die, as Enclave has gotten the extra benefits from the Amplified Damage rune. And it's again, Zero Tenacity having the kill lead. So the net worth difference is not as disgusting as it were in game number 1. But this is the time when these heroes are gonna start rocketing out of control. You already have the Urn of Shadows available. You are closing in on the Echo Saber for Nesphere. Mixa, I mean, he's kind of on the suffering end, but his full purpose right now is land the good Solar Guardian. And so far they've been really good.
Yeah, 1 for 1. That's the sort of commitment, though, you want to, like, wait for as a Dawnbreaker. Either you have stunned them so much that they cannot move, or they have stunned you so much that you cannot move. There's nothing feels worse than people running out of your circle. I don't care if it's the allies or the enemies. Because that's when Dawn has always been the strongest, is when you had a little bit more control over your ultimate, the Aghanim Scepters.
Nesphere, a little bit of an awkward exchange there as his avalanche got stolen, but he's fine. He just backs off. Meanwhile, topside, Mixa and Desire, they're still committed to keeping up the pressure on Nasdaqor and Rubicon, but they're not getting anything in return. There's not a lot of mana on Mixa, but now they have backup. MRLS is here to join in with the Soulbind. So is it gonna be, you know, the Bear and Nasdaqor, or Rubicon and Nasdaqor, or it's gonna be absolutely nothing?
I'm gonna go with that one.
Yeah.
Is there a single thing that you can pair with Soulbind? Punch, I guess. Can you even pair Punch with Soulbind?
I think so.
I think so, but probably.
You can pair the Toss, I think, as well if they're in close proximity. But just having the Phantom's Embrace is good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Soulbind itself for movement against, like, it's a leash for the dog, you know, like, it's really good. And the Bear.
And you have both. I mean, you have the Wolf and the Bear in this scenario, but, you know, we agree.
Ooh, the Wolf and the Bear, and you could turn the Bear into a wolf, and then you'd have 2 wolves on a leash.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we actually saw this. I mean, there was not a Grimstroke on the other side, but, you know, turning the Bear into a wolf, and I just kept on calling it Man-Bear Pig.
And then you can Dark Artistry both of them as well.
Oh, Nesphere Avalanche upon him once again, but the difference is gonna come in from the backlines. Nice Nightmare, but Solar Guardian could land on this like, and it's a little bit short-handed, but there's the leash on the dog with the wolf, and they take down Mangekyo once again.
Ooh.
Yep, Aru all the way.
Shout out to all the wolves out there. Oh, I mean,
that was a dad joke on so many levels. Just because you said shout out. Oh god.
Man. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining this beautiful stream. Crash has some emergencies. We'll be right back. Some technical issues. He's breaking off. He's in a tunnel.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, Mangekyo gets thrown back once again. Nesphere, this guy's on steroids, but the Howl is gonna be popped. Can they take him down? Rabel jumping in. Nesphere, he might be reconsidering that aggression, but Nesphere, he's gonna jump into the back lines to get the job done. It's not a worthy cause, but Difference is just enjoying this. Telekinesis to take him back. He's gonna get stunned, fissured, and completely... Okay, he's not happy about this. He's gonna be taken down by his arch nemesis, and in a very awkward fashion.
Hey, we got 2 heroes from No Hoodwink on the top of the network. That's lovely.
I mean, one is expected.
Yeah. And the other one's Earthshaker. So that's pretty good. That feels great. As long as he doesn't like chain die here on Rubicon, things should be really good for them going forward.
I mean, I guess they have the bounty hack and they're like, yeah, this guy's top 3 net worth. Like, let's just, you know, bring him down to 2 or 3. Or if not, we can take away his bear. But the damage department is still not working unless you get Difference in the mix. Now, Difference, he will arrive fashionably late. But will Rubicon still be in the vicinity? Because MRLS is also queuing up with the Soulbind, but they know about him.
Desire slowly leading the enemy team up towards his team. They know. The no hoodwings are their knowers.
Yeah, but meanwhile, there's, you know, we're looking at the first tower taken down. It's 14 minutes in, like last time they were a lot faster. But, you know, it's something. It's against Zero Tenacity being just a little bit more focused. Even if it's looking like they're wasting time, they are gaining a lot more in return. Difference. Winvis Rune is going to be taken away by Asakura, but he's within the sentry reach. Still, the Nightmare allows Difference to just back off.
Yeah, I don't think Difference is using his last remnant for that.
No.
Not worth the risk.
Or maybe. I mean, they're most likely looking for the bear. They've been residing in this upper portion of the map for quite some time. And it's been great benefits for Mixa, who is gonna get the Echo Saber in a decent amount of time. I mean, he died once, but he did bait out all of these awkward reactions from No Hoodwink. Down bottom, Nesphere, Nightmare Catch, Mangaku.
They're all rabbit on him too.
I mean, they're just gonna pop the grip, which is gonna be instantly responded with the Solar Guardian because 2 targets were already on the spot. As the core dies down for a snowball, they will connect onto Mangaku, but the rest of the team, they didn't think he was gonna make it. Rebel jumping in, they will just kick out Desire, but he's in a tough spot now. Instantly Solar Bind, shut the hell up and die.
Yeah, I mean that honestly that sums up how to play Grimstroke. And Silencer, too. Less so Silencer, though. The die part, I feel like you don't have much impact on the Silencer. But the Grimstroke, I can definitely agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, I would rather have the, you know, the soul bind rather than the global silence, because the global silence, you can still walk out of it, you can hide behind a tree, you can break out line of sight. This is forcing you to stay. And the fact that they made the connection between Rebel, who just freshly jumped in, you know, he was just waiting for that good echo, but he was out in the fray. And next to him was the Rubik, so it was the most beautiful 1+1 deal ever in the world. And Enclave, he's gonna be under siege once again. Urn, Punch, Snowball, and yet another tier 1 tower open for the taken for Zero Tenacity.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Is it the Ember Shard that gives like that immolation burn on the remnants? Full Ags. Okay, I would like to see a shard being purchased here. The difference, because it's more gunk. You know, like Rubik's probably gonna want to buy a blink. Bane might buy a blink. Earthshaker obviously is gonna be, you know, as a blink.
Yeah,
more gunk, right? Like more stuff on the ground. Make these blink daggers less like consistent.
Yeah.
Or just get it for Tormentor for free. That's the other choice, you know.
I don't think so. I mean, you're way high up on net worth. Usually the Tormi prioritizes the fourth,
well,
you know,
tell your subs to, you know, chop. Get your
buy your own
subs.
shards. Yeah.
Yep. Tusk, Blink, you don't need it. Buy a shard. Come now. And then Tiny Dawn, you too. Let's go. Chop.
Nah, they don't need it. Like, you know, the game is not gonna choose them. Meanwhile, Smoke coming in, it's gonna be Rebel caught up, instant Solar Guardian, and big effort, but Nesphere, well, he is finally gonna die, but you committed way too many things for his takedown. Enclave, he is gonna be taken out from the game. Rebel still scouring about. Desire will catch a glimpse upon him, blinks away. The snowball is not gonna connect Mixa. Meanwhile, they are harassing Mangaku once again, as times after times again, Solar bound into the creep, silenced up, the urn is taking, and he is any second now gonna melt.
How did Soulbind like break twice? Did you see that? I have to watch that again on the VOD.
The replay, yeah.
Yeah, because that was really weird. The ancient separates from it when they're on either side of the fissure, and then it might have expired before it broke, but it definitely broke twice. The first time was definitely very confusing. I'm not sure why that happened, but I mean,
yeah, I'm looking at it as well. So even on the death recap, you can see it twice.
Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know why. You can sort of cope your way out of that if you're no hoodwink to say that that's not too bad, because it's not, right? And Lone Druid is still farming. As long as Tiny is sad, it feels good. You got Solar Guardian out too, so.
But this is not a sad Tiny. He just got a easy Asakura kill.
This is sort of the problem, right? You can't kill Tiny and then give him kills. It negates everything you just did, because now you've put money into the pockets of everyone else on Zero Tenacity, and then you're also giving Tiny the money back that you just took from him.
They didn't kill the creep, right?
No, it was just there on the other side of the fissure.
Right, because the only thing that could explain it, because if you destroy one of the targets, Soulbind, if it's still available, it's gonna just attach to the next next closest person.
Yeah, it was the same
either
golem.
Something died, but I don't know. Like, I did see the golem still running around.
Yeah, weird.
Definitely, it's replay worthy. I mean,
Summer cleaning, chop.
Yeah. Tormy is gonna show up soon, so chop, we're gonna need those shards soon enough.
Yeah. Good shards for everyone in this game, actually. I mean, the touch shards are okay. They're considerably better now that they're not big shards. I really like the drinking buddies. And Zero Tenacity, I'm gonna commit for something here. Cheeky little smoke up. They have all the green diamonds available, so might as well look for something.
For sure. And plus, these are not like these big overcommitments. They're these quick, just relocate, rinse and repeat, destroy everybody across the map, and then just keep on going for more and take down a tower, take down a Tormy. Well, they're gonna go in for the Tormy first, so let's see. No shards on the supports, so definitely it is gonna be the Grimstroke getting the Inkswell upgrade.
Shame.
Kind of shame, yeah, but.
Shame.
And the fact that it's taking them so long.
Recover from this.
Hello, damage. Where's the damage? Hello.
Hello. There it is.
It's actually gonna be Desire. Okay, they just. Wait. I thought it was always the fourth one, or is choosing between 4 and 5.
It's 50-50 between the two lowest net worth.
Right. Maybe I just got unlucky in my games. But yeah, Drinking Buddies is gonna be a great addition. More movement speed, more attack speed, and I do love the fact that, well, not the fact that Desire just died protecting his own shrine, as it's gonna be a double take for no hoodwink, because the bear is reigning free. But I do love the fact that after they removed the facets, they kept this, because it was so good. Like, you remember how annoying Gyro with Drinking Buddy was?
Yeah.
You're not getting it level 1, you are getting it like past 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Rabel, first BKB pop for his defense.
As fresh as a BKB could possibly be. Right off the courier. Still warm in his hands. This is a great play from Z10 too. You know that the only BKB in the game, I mean, to your knowledge, which it is also, just got popped. Let's go. Like,
yeah,
that's their team fight, right? Yeah.
Just give them hell. And they are, looking for stuff. They already have the bear that they, it's doing its own bidding. But yeah, Rubicon is just gonna throw it back. We're gonna keep us safe. I don't want to undergo the same scenario as last game. Currently, I'm fine. I'm safe. I haven't died. I'm 1-1. I have the scepter completed before minute 20. So it is gonna be at least one lane actively pressured up in my team's favor. But what about the rest? Rabel is having a tough time. He is actively harassed. We're still not seeing the Aghanim Scepter queued up, which could be a problem. For Mangekyu, Helm of the Overlord is present, and he's directly going in for the Scepter. So we're gonna see that wolf bite a little bit sooner than later.
All right. I mean, fair enough. I'm here for it, but you gotta make sure you are all inning on this Lone Druid bear. I guess wolf biting Earthshaker isn't the worst. Like an enchant totem wolf bite doesn't feel the worst.
No, as the core, he thought it's a good idea that I have Mixa gripped up, but everybody is just gonna kill me afterwards. So that back and forth is currently removed from the game. They find Rabel. They don't even need to commit the Solar Guardian. There's the BKB used up once again, and it's down to 7 seconds already without having anything to throw back in return. This was so awkward.
Certainly not ideal.
Far from it. Now they're gonna go for Roche.
Worst place to die, too. Like, the single-handedly worst place on the map you could have died is directly outside of the pit with your one hero that can do something about it.
Well,
maybe it can't be worse. I guess all of you could have died.
I guess it's not like a dumb way to die. It's a dumb place to die.
Yeah.
But also the commitment with the group was so awkward. Like, you know, we've seen that back and forth between, okay, we have a target in the grip, but there's gonna be a Solar Guardian coming right after. But if I already use this on the Solar Guardian, you know, deliverer, it's gonna be a lot easier for the upcoming team fight. But I don't have the remainder of my team next to me. Oh really? Dark Portrait.
Quadruple wolf. It can happen.
Oh god. Look at it. It's already happening down bottom. They are chasing him with the Inkswell, but look at these hypercharged bears running down the stream.
Go Giga Bear.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Get
attack.
him. Sick him.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's not that impressive. It's like
it
fine,
is.
But it could be cooler.
But this is your position 5 doing this.
Yeah, it could be like a Luna though, you know, like a TB illusion. Like there are scarier Dark Portraits out there. Or like a hero that builds, you know, is building Agi instead of stats.
Like a Slarky boy.
Or yeah, or like yeah. Not non-important, like attack speed instead of yeah. A dead bear is a dead bear though. That's good for them. They'll take that one.
Yeah, I was about to ask like who died, but you know, it's if there's no heroes, it's obviously the bear.
R.I.P.
How much? 325 gold. Yippee!
What if you just make it scale? What if like you start bear at like super low, and every time you kill it, its bounty increases?
Like the bear gets its own gris.
Yeah.
Just trades off with the enemy team.
Right. So like first bear is only worth like maybe 150, and every time you kill it, it goes up by 50 gold, which will make people not want to just suicide their bear, and also encourage the enemy team to start killing it as early as possible.
But that could be an easy bait, you know? Like, you could be like, hey, you think you're gonna get this easy gold, which is gonna amplify? This is gonna be your piggy bank? Well, no, we're just gonna kill you. Especially if you're a low damage team in the laning stage.
Yeah, there's definitely ways to abuse it.
I don't know, like, currently we're in the fine state of Dota, where you can't like throw economy into the enemy just like that, you know, and you can self-sabotage and do all of these shenanigans, even though there's been this ongoing issue with win trading and lane trading, you know, especially in higher immortal ranks, which is usually happening when you're bringing in creeps and then just, you know, silently throwing them at the enemy counterpart. But it's micro decisions, you know. There used to be a lot worse things.
That's true. It could always be worse. It has always been worse.
27.5 minutes in. Zero Tenacity, they are leading by double the kills, 18/9, but the net worth difference is not that insane. It's 3k. It's falling down to the fact that Rubicon is fairly farmed up. But so far, we're not seeing an insane team delivery, an insane team fight happening. What they've brought into the mix, it has been at least double or triple punished back by Zero Tenacity, as they are still venturing about the map with a full minute of an Aegis timer remaining, and they are going in for tier 2s. Meanwhile, Rabel is going in for a Wisdom Shrine Snatch, which is not gonna happen. Mixa will secure it, Rabel will use up the Blink Dagger defensively once again, and this time he's gonna survive. But still, he got nothing in return. And now he's working his way up towards the Aghanim Scepter.
He used a single BKB, not defensive, like not to TP out immediately. Or just die. That's so despair.
It's like Nightfall, you know? The only reason why I have a BKB is to get the hell out of things.
It's not even that bad of like a kill, like of net worth lead. Only 2k. But the game feels worse. Like, the state of the game feels a lot worse for No Hoodwink than it actually is.
True. I mean, they're definitely happy that, you know, they have these passive farmers which are converting all of their, you know, hard work into gold. Mangekyou has a BKB, he's got a scepter, he's got the Helm of the Overlord. But we still haven't seen that effort altogether. Like, now they have things that can very well synergize with each other. But how can you make it happen? How can you make a move without the Dawnbreaker instantly jumping out of the sky and destroying everybody with that pretty little hammer of hers? Well, it's not little, it's absolutely disgusting. Even if they made it like a little squishy ball for the Clownful event. Meanwhile, Rubicon, they will just soulbind the creeps. But that's the BKB on the bear.
They're on bear.
Well, there's the Solar Guardian, Mangekyou, Rabel, they get caught up. And as it's looking, they're gonna die in the package deal. Lycan is trying to get the hell out of there. The difference is right on top of him. Rubicon, Enclave, nice catch. He's trying to whirl around the hammer, but he's just gonna join the pack of 4 heroes being dead on his end. The bear is still alive. He is trying to get those lotuses or whatnot. It's just gonna turn into a little bit of a wild goose chase. But regardless, Zero Tenacity can still keep on pushing.
Desire did them so dirty that fight. Oh my goodness. The Solar Guardian comes out at the worst place for No Hoodwink. But also, while Zero Tenacity are both in a snowball that dodged an Echo Slam and all the other damage that No Hoodwink threw at them in that moment, gone, eaten, eviscerated, thrown into nothingness. Solar Guardian lands, the fight's over. It's gone. You have Tiny Ember, Dawn Tusk on top of each other on a small hill with tag team going, and you have nothing to do about it. Because your Echo's dead. That was I mean, we talk about worst possible scenarios. I think the worst way that fight could have even shaken up. Maybe if you hit that Echo, maybe something goes better. But even then, it would be tight.
Second bear was almost well under attack. Nesphere, meanwhile, goes in for the deep dive. He is gonna provoke the grip, but it's been the same rinse and repeat scenario time after time again. The second they stop, the Solar Guardian lands. As the core will die, but they have exposed Rubicon. Now Nesphere looking a little bit tough here. Drinking Buddies will pull him back. They're dancing around Mangekyou. They're looking to expire the wolf bites and whatnot, and well, we have Rabel turning into a bear, into wolf temporarily. But can he stay alive long enough? His difference will catch up on him. For the price of 2, it looks like it.
This is a fight that started as, I mean, literally nothing. This fight started with really nothing. Tiny getting caught off, pretty much solo. They were hunting Lone Druid. It's so crazy to me how this fight turns into something huge for Zero Tenacity. Just off the back of, like, Ember Dawn being able to exist anywhere on the map, really.
And they got into a fight without the Echo. They knew that they were going to take down the bear for a second time. So Rubicon is about to spawn the bear after, you know, just being solo farming for the past 40 seconds and dying a little bit earlier. Well, no, actually, he didn't die, but he still hasn't died, surprisingly. But, you know, it might as well happen because Zero Tenacity are looking to siege high ground. I don't know. I mean,
they definitely can't without Tiny. They need to. Oh, it's such a long Roshan spawn though, too, for Zero Tenacity. They're 2 minutes. A little scary, a little sketchy.
And I'm just looking at top side, like MRLS throwing the Dark Fortress everywhere. And going back to the previous team fight where the Echo Slam was used, like usually I don't see the effects of spells that easily. I usually pick up what's going on the HP, and I didn't realize that the Echo Slam was used just because nobody's HP dropped severely low.
Oh yeah, it got biffed horribly. It was going to be a good Echo. That would have been like a 3-person Echo Slam. But yeah, oh man. What can you do? Maybe now you have Wolfbite, Aghanim Scepter on the,
and you have difference,
and you've got BKBs, and maybe now finally is the time.
It feels like they lost their momentum for a second. The creep or the bear got spotted out, so they knew something was happening. Difference jumped out with the Inkswell. But he's fine. He doesn't care. He got both Aghanim upgrades. So you're talking about the shard earlier. It just got better because we have the scepter in play. So entering the game, Ember the speed demon.
Yeah, it's officially not impossible, right? By any means necessary. Rabel's been doing a very good job in these fights. Once again, other than that one biffed Echo, but that's more, Desire playing phenomenally. It's the right place to Echo, right? But sometimes the enemy just outplays you. Hopefully now, though, with that Wolf Bite, even a 7-second BKB might be enough. The problem is Zero Tenacity are some tanky boys, plus Grimstroke. Even Ember's got that like relatively tankiness to him just because he's got that Flame Guard and a BKB.
And Roche did them a favor by spawning too late because Zero Tenacity, they will scout out Grout and they will meet up with no Hoodwink as they were trying to pop a smoke of their own. Asakura will be the first one to die again. Solar Guardian, this time it's not going to connect on to anybody, but they have the bear locked down. Now, that's one out of the picture. Desire is going to be taken out, so without the Tusk it's going to be a little bit more manageable, but Soulbind, it is going to connect on to Asakura for a second time as you are a full minute without a second support. Manga Q, can he get more or less? He is dancing around the lane just to allow the BKB to expire. Lands in the hammer, Mixa is gonna take him down. Rayball, finally, there's the Echo. But it's just for a support to die.
Yep. And, okay, so you get you get 2 from on No Hoodwink. You get 2 from Zero Tenacity. They're just the suppies.
And they got 5 in return because they killed Bane twice.
Yeah. All that work to kill a bear, 2 Banes, and everyone else. This is your Wombo combo, No Hoodwink, and it looked really good when Earthshaker one-shot Desire. That was really cool. You need something more than really cool at this point, though. You need something game-winning. And I just don't see that right now in No Hoodwink's draft.
Yeah, it's not happening. Nesphere, he got completely out of control on this Tiny because we're seeing what's happening. The second they breached high ground, that's 2 sets of Rex completely gone before Rayball is gonna come back, before Mangekyu is gonna be back. And now they can just, go to Roche, take him down. Rubicon, he's gonna find MRLS, but it's just, the bear finding an easy squishy support to take down. But this is not the guy with the buyback. Desire is still fine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, by far a better performance on Lone Druid, but in reality,
yeah,
it's not feeling like it.
I think Zero Tenacity have done a very good job at figuring out
Lone Druid,
as I think most teams have to. If they want to prevail in this meta, there are so many good heroes that you could ban first. Lone Druid, right? Lina, Necro, Shadow Fiend, Treant. You could argue like Hoodwink and Largo against some teams. you don't want to have to ban Lone Druid. You know, a team doesn't play Largo, you're not going to ban Largo. And if you think you can beat Lone Druid against, you know, this team or another team or whatever team, you're not going to ban it. And that's so valuable for your draft.
Double smoke up as both teams are just, you know, playing jaws around the Roche pit, and eventually they will make contact in the backlines as it's a grip, and it is gonna throw away the BKB, but as the core, he's gonna just die by Nesphere. MRLS taken down by Rebel. Difference still out loose all by himself. BKBs are popped on from the remainder of the heroes, and they're slowly just scraping off a hero after hero away from No Hoodwink. Enclave just gonna get bursted down as well. And the rest of the course, they're not here. The only thing that they can do is try to save the bear, but it's just gonna be more gold. It's gonna be back, but now you have a free Roche as Zero Tenacity.
You know, I can't tell if this is like one of those you're bad at your job, or like I genuinely could not tell you what happened to that fight. And I don't know if that's just a me thing. That fight was so disjointed from No Hoodwink. There's no special sauce that happened that fight for either team. Zero Tenacity looked at a hero, they said kill this one, they killed them, and they just kept moving on for the next to the next to the next to the next. It was not difficult. There was no thought. It was as simple as a first blood. You know those those rune fights at minute 0. Yeah. You know, the 5v5 where the only calm that's really happening is click on go lion, go tiny, right? That's literally the only thing that Zero Tenacity had to communicate in that fight, is what hero they're trying to kill. It's the simplest form of team fight management in Dota 2 that you could possibly ask for. And I'm looking at these health bars for No Hood, like from No Hoodwink, from their side. I'm like, okay, like they're gonna do damage to someone at some point. Grimstroke once again immediately disappears. Feels pretty cool to one-shot someone as an Wolf-Bitten Earthshaker, I guess. But what's next? What else? What's that special sauce? Where's that gusto? Where's the zhuzh? What are you doing that actually means anything on No Hoodwink?
I don't know. But also Difference was at the right spot at the right time. And, you know, the second the Ember is able to isolate a couple of heroes, is just handpicking whoever you want to take down.
Yeah.
And you already depleted the BKBs way too soon, and you know that No Hoodwink are going to be impulsive. If they're willing to strike, they're already going to pop the BKB prematurely. By the time it expires, they're already going to be in a tough spot. Now, we saw Mangekyou going in for the chase on MRLS, and that's how he died. But, you know, he was out into the fray with nobody else there, with all of his friends pretty much dead and gone. And the only thing he can hope for is, you know, the bear. Meanwhile, Roche is dead and gone. And with that, Zero Tenacity, they will keep up the pressure on the final set of racks remaining, and those are topside. They're not doing that in any They're not even gonna do it in a respectful manner. Nesphere just jumps in. They will take away the tier 3 tower. Soulbind in the back as the core is going to be connected to the bear, but there's the grip being used up. Still, as the core is gone, Solar Guardian in the back, beautiful Echo Slam. I mean, it was great, but this should have happened 20 minutes ago. This puts him in a tough spot. Solar Guardian is going to be used up for a second time. Difference, it's a little bit under siege as Mangekyou and Rubicon's Bear will focus to take him down, but they lost Rebel. They're about to lose the remainder of the crew. Nesphere, he still has life number 1. Mangekyou already using up the BKB Desire. Oh, in a tough spot, but he's rolling, and he's fine. He's gonna pressure Mangekyou away from the gate. Mixa jumping in. Shiva's for the slow. Rubicon's Bear is still trying to fight off against Nesphere, but the Lycan is gone. Nesphere finds Enclave in the back. Telekinesis temporarily putting him in air jail, but slowly, one by one, they're being taken down. And with the final buybacks being popped in, it's still not enough heroes to keep this defense. Zero Tenacity, they're looking for Megas.
The bear, the wolf, and the literal physical incarnation of a nightmare. And that pretty much, I feel like, sums up the no hoodwink game. It's just an absolute nightmare.
And with that, they're gonna sum it up. There's the GG.
Hard series for them. This, I feel like I just spent an hour in this series watching no hoodwink have a 0 chance for pretty much the entire thing. It did not look good from them at all. And I don't know if that's, you know, no, and I know it's not, to be fair, no hoodwink just looking abysmal. I know a lot of their players, they're not this bad, but it does just seem like Zero Tenacity are that sort of like step ahead, right? Like 404 on the Lone Druid. On the everyone else has like 10 deaths on your team. And you look at this and you're like, guys, I look at my stat line, it's great. It's not.
Nope.
Count the bear deaths. Look at actually the impact that you had.
Ladies and gentlemen, heralds and immortals and everyone in between. Oh, you became Toltrus now.
I became Toltrus.
Well, yeah. So we have plate here. My name is Dota. Welcome to EPL Masters. Their group stages. This is going to be the semi-last day, I believe, of the groups. And of course, we had a lovely series to kick off the day. A clean 2-0 from Zero Tenacity, but not actually nothing that I wouldn't have expected from the boys. Obviously, no hoodwink. They just had a little bit of a rough time. We saw them have it yesterday as well. I think that clutch moment of losing against Level Up, right, got to their heads, along with the RURI series where they were just like that, right? You know, I don't know how other else to explain it. It's a little bit lukewarm of a performance at the end of the day, but you know, not getting the like, you know, at the very end, just you need to get that 2-0, you know, can just get to your head. And then thankfully the low druid is banned, so we're not going to have to face off against the bear. But you had a pet peeve with this draft, right? With Ponlo and him picking Nature's Prophet first pick on this one.
Yeah, the hero, as you said, I think before the draft was like 2-7.
Yeah, 2 wins out of 7 picks. That's
yeah. You do not want to start your draft with something that is that flawed. So either Ilbers have thought of something between yesterday and today that they really like about this hero, or this is just some comfort pick and they think that they have a better pulse on the draft than what the stats are telling us. So we'll see exactly what they want to go for. I doubt that this is a Nature's Prophet, anything besides a Nature's Prophet carry. Like we have seen 4-2-3 play this in the past. But I do like the response from Syntax already. You pick up the Hoodwink, doesn't care about being trapped by the Nature's Prophet. You have Scurry, so you can get out of the tree line. And Lena can buy Aghanim Scepter and also fly outside of the trees.
Or just break them with Light Strike Array. Well. You know, you can just self cast the Light Strike Array and just fly out of it. So far, the NP, well, a little bit of a story there for on my end, right? Nature's Prophet was basically the main run hero when the national team was playing together this May. And then we got into Dismay, right? So
yeah.
Right on point. As actually we were covering on 4 positions at the end of the day. But out comes the Frog, and of course we do talk about the Frog every time. If a team plays the Largo, then generally addressing it is kind of a must.
I think this is going to be. They're showing 2 cores on Syntax. They're showing the 3 Largo, and I think they're showing the 4 Hoodwink. So they're probably going to pick their 5 here. In terms of what that is, I'm a little bit concerned. I think you do need a little bit more of a solid answer to the natures than you have right now. Earth Spirit is a flex. It can go mid. It can go offlane. We've seen this play 4. There's also the Wind, who could also be a 4 or a 5 even, or carry. Like there's quite a bit of flex here. But if I assume it's going to be Earth Spirit and Wind Ranger supports with the carry Nature's Prophet. You're looking for maybe an offlaner and a mid. My biggest, I think, really Enigma right now for Ilbers could be really, really powerful. I do like the Clockwork as a possible counter to that.
Immediately as a preparation, nice.
Yeah, I think the reason why I like Enigma is because you can just black hole the backline and you kill all the trees, so the Hoodwink can't really play in any tree line. There's not a lot of ways of stopping it, but
yeah, this is more along the
Centaur instead.
Yeah, this is more along the lines of really Norma, though. Yeah, Norma does prefer these going in type of heroes to the Pango. Of course, it's a respec ban against Norma's pick rate and win rate on the heroes so far. As a Centaur coming out, it's been a little bit shaky for Norma as the season is actually fallen down to less than 50% overall. Out of 277 games played, he's only won 130 of them in professional dotes. So there's that little bit of a caveat there. And also with Ilbers having lost yesterday's match as well, they are facing elimination here at EPL Masters. But Also, you know, a little bit of a caveat is Team Syntax are second place right now on the board of Group A here at EPL Masters. Ilpers are 1 point behind, it has to be said. But the last two matches, these two teams have played each other, which I believe one of them was in the Asgard Championships things that is being tested out. You know, it's always good to see new tournament organizers try and get into the scene. Of course, that's how EPL became as big as it was. And yeah, the previous time before that was EPL season 39, where Syntax also got the upper hand on Ilbers, which I believe was also a 2-0. So overall, the two teams in general have met each other. They know each other's quirks and quops. At the very same time, as we're looking at this tempo, Team Syntax definitely have the faster draft overall, even as you have the big TPs from the Nature's Prophet, right? The setup doesn't feel super right, as it's looking like Ilbers is, according to Syntax, looking for a position 5 hero.
Sorry, my dog is asleep on my bed, and he is having a dream.
You have a cat right here, and you're paying attention to the dog. Okay, I'm so out. I'm so done. Attention. I'm so done, man.
He was running in his sleep, just straight up, like full on running sideways in his sleep. Hello, puppy.
Screw it, we'll do it live. Banning out the Enchantress instead of the Tusk, but Paulo has all the choices in the world for pick 23 here. Of course, the last pick of the draft will always be pick 24, which goes to Syntax this time around. Yeah, with a Centaur, Warrior, plus possibly the winner of Nature's Prophet.
So
I think either or carry works.
I think what's gonna happen is it's gonna be carry wind mid Prophet possibly.
And then I know I said spread 4, I'm guessing.
Yeah, or 5.
That versatility logic, I think all of them work out, don't they? So far, so good.
Yeah. The reason why I say that is because Syntax are banning out 5s right now, so they believe that it's going to be some sort of like position 5 last pick here. And my best guess is that we're going to be seeing a Wyvern.
Okay, I see it.
Called it.
Absolute cinema.
Called it.
Absolute cinema.
Yeah, I think you just needed some sort of save. You needed some sort of save.
How
like if a clockwork goes on a target or a Lena, like you got to be able to pop some amount of disable, and you can also like ulti the Largo wants to be next to somebody strumming, and if you ult the Largo.
How much did you PayPal Ponlo to pick Wyvern?
Well,
admit it on stream. Admit it on stream. How much did you PayPal him? Right here, right now. We're gonna discuss this live. We're gonna discuss this now. You met this man. You are friends with this man. I'm sure you can talk with him. Oh, god damn it. It's the tiny again. Ugh. Obviously, you know, as a semi-tiny hater myself, Lenny going for it. And as a member, or I don't know, part of the team that has been beaten by so many Turkish tinies in the past.
Yeah.
I think this is just PTSD inducing for me personally. But at the very same time, we did talk about speed, right? For the Syntax lineup. They need to go ham post the mid-game matchups. And I think during the second nighttime, they really need to take over the game. While Ilbers, on the other hand, of course, do have the team fight. They do have the setup. Stampede will always help you out in the better positioning. But do we believe, Plate?
I think the biggest problem here for Team Syntax is you have this really like balling up, really heavy, aggressively, you know, balling up lineup. You have really big single target takeoff, and you know, you talk about the late game, right? So like you work backwards. So the ultra late game, I think Ilbers have a much better draft. You can turn wind into a core, like into basically a second carry. You have it is also an Earth Spirit mid, so you have like save with Aghanim Scepter on the hero, to help like people from Laguna Blade, Wyvern is one of the better scaling class 5s, just with the fact that the Q does max HP damage, and you get an extra skill point in a spell, and you know, like just the late game just feels a lot more convincing for me for Burst. But you get to the point of the mid game, and I think it's a lot closer, but it does come down to Tiny, right? Like if Tiny can really get to that point where you just like can full combo a hero with Avalanche Toss, and then you start full combo Nature Prophets or Wind Rangers or something, they're gonna have a much better time. But with the double melee core, with the double front line, it's gonna be difficult to get. Well, the Lena's not going to be able to help you. The Clockwork is going to have to hook shot and over mid, and Largo's going to have to run in really deep. Like, it just causes some really big issues. So I'm curious to see how everything pans out.
Yeah, let's get into this game number 1 between Team Syntax and Burst Esports. Because I think the biggest issue is definitely going to be this mid lane, where Lena is notoriously known as the biggest stomper of mid lanes, or actually any lane she touches. But overall, she can feel extremely flat once ganked once or twice, and notoriously as well, the Hoodwink. And maybe partially the Wyvern is really, really good at this, as Emptiness. One ring around the rosy, they risked everything for that 3-rune gambit, but Emptiness has fallen low, will not become first blood. He could just kill himself to the tower, and that in and of itself will not guarantee them as much gold.
It also doesn't get first blood gold, I don't believe. So
I don't know if in this case first blood gold is just denied for both sides. I'm always confused at this mechanic.
First blood only applies, I believe, if a hero gets a last hit, but if a creep. I think a creep. Towers are weird when it comes to first blood. They cheat. So I don't know.
Well, so do the creeps, as Stoke immediately loses out on a courier. Down bottom. A little bit of a back and forth as we do check out on to the mid lane that we talked about. Lena. Mikey is already cooking 6-1.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is kind of what I was expecting from this mid matchup. And it's not even it's not a skill thing even per se, though that is a big part of it. Mikey is really good at Dota. So it's just the fact that you have a really favorable matchup. I don't know why Niche asked for this specifically, but you know.
Yeah, I think you had legit suggestions. I would have loved to see like a Wind Ranger versus Lena situation, which we don't really see. But Universal versus Int should usually favor the Universal hero at the end of the day. Both of them being ranged, you always have to shackle. So just deny her a few last hits, if anything. But yeah, this is basically the expected outcome of the Earthspur versus Lena matchup. As good smash, we do pull away the camera. But even as the damage is being done by the tower for Niche, he's still in the pickle situation, right? At the end of the day, up top.
Yeah.
Good on the approach. Emptiness is just empty inside.
Unfortunately, this is also not a great lane for Largo.
Is there a good lane for Largo in general?
Yeah, anything where you can purge. Like if there's stuff worth purging that you can get rid of, so it gives you a bunch of HP from the lick, is probably like some of the better ones. But that's not this lane. The only thing you're licking is maybe one Arctic Burn, but that's not going to do really much of anything. Like there's nothing that the Nature's Prophet's going to do that you can really purge, so there's no HP regen that you get out of the lane. You're just kind of stuck licking and you know, trying to set up pushbacks, but
yeah, it's 4-2-3. Half HP up on the top lane, so is Lenny on the bottom. But this ain't of mice and men, so I don't think Lenny's gonna be put down that easily.
What?
Read a book, will you?
I don't know how to read.
That's
why I'm a
true.
Dota 2
That's why
caster.
we're Dota 2 casters, right? Because we just
Yeah,
don't
that is
read.
That's why, yeah.
We just
We
need
know how
to
to read it.
leer. We
Yeah.
need to leer.
That's why I don't. That's why nobody can say anything back to me in chat. I just don't know how to read it.
So true. So super true. Yeah,
That's
Stoic.
Self-defense mechanism is ignorance.
Absolute bliss. Yeah, Stoic. I kind of forced out, but we'll keep his namesake. Just casually walking back home. Great start for Ilbers with the 2-0, but even though a big flashy number next to the timer, kills just don't really super matter in the early game. Less and less so as time is going by. Sure, we do see like these 11-minute stomps from Falcons from time to time, but it's rather on the rare side of things.
And that's really like it's just a bigger issue of space creation, but also just when you get so far ahead and it's impossible to kill you. Oh my gosh!
Back to that mid lane. Let's see if Fernandes' gank will be paying off here. As yes, the redhead is dead. I mean, one of them is. But taking out the Lina will definitely help out the Earth Spirit's little deficit here.
I don't know if 423 had his TP canceled or if he just made a call that he didn't need to finish it, but they were ready to bring a lot of people mid, and that is the vulnerability of Lina. I think if you want to kill, if you want to counter Lina, you don't do it with a hero per se. You do it with just straight up numbers. Yeah, you just bring people and get on top of her, and she can't really do anything.
Overwhelm her.
Yeah.
But then
that is going to mean that Mikey's got to make his way to a jungle camp or something. He tried to TP out, but couldn't get it done. So.
But then you should just bring in Legion Commander, right? Because then it's overwhelming odds, right? On the other hand,
you're right.
No, I can hear you crying, Plate. Why are you crying?
Yep, you're right. Correct.
But yeah, no. Just
actually, Mikey
should be a numbers game as Mikey is just absolutely dodging the lane from the mid as well. You can see him trying to recover a bit the side cams, but Fernandes just takes the opportunity immediately. Look at these blocks.
This is really a heads up play to stop these camps from, you know, you want to keep Mikey mid as long as possible because you have level 6 on Nisha now. You're gonna bring 423 in as well.
Nisha. That's just niche. That's just niche.
Niche. Dude, and I've been calling Mikey Mickey.
No way. No,
dude,
no.
Yeah,
cannot,
I have.
Cannot. No. Don't get the audience confused. Despite the fact that Paulo was at TI in 2024. Let's see if Niche will throw down the Magnetize. We'll get Stoic. The Cold Embrace will not help this time because the Cog blocks will take you off the cliff. But Mikey, once again, surrounded by 3. And as Emptiness should be next. No Amphibian Rhapsody just yet. As he's complaining if this is the real life or is this just fantasy. Bard Frog might just survive by walking into the fountain. Niche does have another rolling boulder to get the hell out of here, but easy with the block. Stoic walking it through as he's looking to contest the Shrine of Wisdom against Emptiness and the rest of them. He will not have the rest of his toolkit. No rolling boulder for 2 seconds. It looks like Niche will overextend after 2 Mikey kills.
And Mikey knew that the moment that he showed up in the mid lane, he was gonna die, and he didn't have a choice not to. He had people behind him. He felt strong. He felt like, you know, everybody was there, but everybody was there just on the other team as well. And this does create a lot of space in the bottom lane. And how many times have we seen a Centaur Warrunner like in this tournament? I feel like we're seeing one of the premier offlaners of the patch really develop in this tournament specifically. I'm curious to see how it's gonna transpire once the TI group stage happens, but you know, Centaur Warrunner just seems to be a hero that gets farm, got so much base damage, you have so much armor, you're so tanky, you keep getting tankier as the game goes on. This Hemo the Dominator build I thought was dead when they nerfed it, but apparently on this hero it's just you use it to pull creep. Yeah, you don't even use it for anything else besides pulling creeps closer to you.
Yeah, pull the wave
It's
to
insane.
you. You farm a camp. This is basically what Axe does as well, right? I think it's the Centaur and the Axe that specifically do this. Other than that, I'm not gonna lie.
But the
it just doesn't feel good on anyone else.
If Axe buys a Helm of the Dominator, you're slowing your other timings. But like Centaur is having just randomly +6 armor. Like +6 armor on Centaur is so good. Lenny's also super dead.
Well, did overextend a little bit right there. Or they actually just go for the deep dive as the teleportation comes in as well. 4-2-3. And a bit of Dior entourage as the Cobalt just runs through the lane. On the bottom, but on the mid. Can we get a catch? Well, the sharpshooter hits, but they're not going to do anything with niche. I don't know. Syntax. Are we just crumbling like yesterday? Because apparently on another tournament, they just didn't have the best performance.
They need to help Mikey a little bit more than what they have been. I think you've got to give Mikey a better just start to the game. He's really not done as well as you'd want him to, and that it just comes down to the macro play of the Dire is so much better this game. They bring numbers to the Lina, they get on top of the Lina.
Full commitment mid, Stoic. Just double cogsing people. But despite the cog block, here comes a 10-minute rune contest. The rune's actually down bottom, but let's see how the fight breaks out. Laguna Blade does nothing to Niche, as he's just going to easily, casually survive the whole ordeal. Normal pick up the regen, Winter's Curse to keep it rolling. Yeezy. Oh, that's not even cheesy. It's a stomp from Ilbers. Yesterday they did get that one game off of Power Rangers, so this is nothing new to them. But giving the tempo game back to a lineup that should just start snowballing in about 5 minutes is definitely a class of their own.
4 points in the Nature's Call here on the Nature's Prophet. You're going to be able to, you know, with this Maelstrom, push out waves a lot faster. You're still missing level 6 on the supports, but I feel like that's just very much in favor of the team that's ahead, because you have space that you can afford to give to your supports to get the level 6s. If you're Syntax, you got to start creating space. You got to start opening up the map a little bit more for yourself. They're going to try to push this top tower. But you can see already Norma's got the map on lock. He's like, yeah, listen,
I've got all this.
Top.
Yeah, this is all ours. Work here,
yeah.
Farm here. Just avoid them. Let them have that tier 1 tower. Although 4-2-3 trying to threaten them to back off as much as possible. Maybe, possibly, it could be working out in favor for them. They will get the tower and then just immediately back off. Other than that, 4-2-3 looking to cut off any hanging or chilling heroes. Unlucky with the find.
The other thing too is that Norma's getting so close to that heart already. 12 minutes in, we're about to see the Reaver be completed. So, you know, keeps bringing the creeps over to himself, farms them with the Helm Dom creeps, and just making so much golden experience on the Centaur. He's gonna have a heart before his second point in ulti, just kind of ridiculous. And at that point, I don't know how you kill him.
Balanced hero. What can you do?
I don't know how you kill him.
He's just a balanced hero. Oh, definitely one of the signatures of Norma, but he's definitely not playing it at the win rate that you'd expect him to play it at. Maybe he just wants to sweeten the score. He wants Centaur to be a 50% win rate hero for him. They're on down the line. Yeah. With the confidence of even deep smoking in towards Lenny Fernance. All he's doing is just buying the sentries and blocking as many camps as possible, but as they have the reveal on Dark Troll Summoner, Stoic will get cursed. In comes the Stampede. He's just coming over with an amplified damage rune. And as Stoic dies, Emptiness looking to arrive as the cavalry. And Tiny might just get away from this. but the tier 2 will still be pressured.
It's going to be taken. I don't think they're going to defend. I don't think they can defend this tower.
14-minute tier 2 tower take as Emptiness just shows himself for a second, but gets immediately. This is Zerg Rush gameplay. I'm watching StarCraft 2.
I mean, StarCraft 2 still got a really good pro scene, but yeah, this is, as you're saying, this is a Zerg Rush. GC in the mid lane.
He's just trying to shake off, or just going to try and get on top of him, but even with the committed Magnetize, the Hoodwink will survive.
This is a problem. This is not going the way
Syntax
threw it up at all.
As the Mjolnir is about to be finished on the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Definitely
the biggest
crap
problem,
ton of profit on this guy as well.
The biggest problem, in my opinion, losing a tier 2 this early isn't even necessarily the map, because you weren't going to have the map anyway, even being this far behind. It's the gold that you get. You're giving up so much gold to the enemy, and they can just use the space that they were going to have anyway. So you're down space, you're down an objective. Smoke play on the Centaur is probably the worst person,
Norma,
but if you can
though,
get the skills to worth it.
Let's see if they can do it. Out comes the hook shot. Good with the Ganunda blade, and the Cogs break will actually secure them the kill here, along with a sharpshooter. But 3 ultis were used on the self laner. That is a massive 1-minute window that can be used to punish on the Ober's side of things. And mind you,
I don't think they're going to.
I mean,
I think they're just gonna wait.
Norma is up in 20 seconds. Let's see if there is a Stampede play in the books at all. Although I don't see a smoke in any kind of preparation. So I guess I'm going to dub this now the Sumail gameplay. Whenever we get to see this massive, massive window of farming, right? Because in the All Chat podcast with Sumail, Quinn, and Insania, they talked about the fact that currently the map is just about the farm, right? So if you can farm heroes, if you can farm the enemy, all you're gonna be doing is just farming the enemy, as Mikey will be farmed by the Ober's side as well. They just cannot get this chill space so that Mikey and Lenny can get online. Invisibility. 60-minute power rune kind of taken over. As I did say, night number 2 should be where Syntax will start to shine. But
I think this Heart's finished now on Norma, so 3,000 HP at 16 minutes. Good luck getting through that, even with the item set there on the Lena. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I really don't know. I think this is just looking like a situation where you have an offlaner that is just does not have the same farming speed or just straight up impact. I think like Centaur has a stun, Largo does not have a stun, and I think that is the dynamic of what you can expect here.
Emptiness. Easiest grab as the position 4 sets it up. The position 2 will knock it down, but 4-2-3 will just steal the kill. Mine, yoink, mine. It's Nature's Prophet. As there's still the approach there. Back onto Niche. This is the kill they should be getting time and time again. Because the Earth Spirit will only die for the 2nd time this game, actually. No follow-up. Or territory will be gained after this kill, sadly.
Big kill. I mean, Mike is going to be able to, with that item set, is going to be able to really push himself forward. I think, obviously, Niche didn't respect any counter initiation play, but you really don't need much more in terms of damage output from the Lena until you get the Aghanim Scepter on the Kaya. I feel like that's basically all you need.
Well, let's see if the Bear Aghanim Scepter is going to be enough for something big as the Centaur. Trying to go in for the cog block as well, but Stoic is just constant chain stun with the Hoof Stomp, with the Centaur Conqueror. But the Clockwork could still get the hell out of there. Trying to split the power shot. Fernandez decides poorly shot towards the Largoba. Yeah,
I don't even think they needed to use the Stampede there. Like, Norma was completely fine. Half HP, they didn't have Laguna. Even if they used Laguna Blade, I don't think it would have gotten the kill there, so who cares?
Not looking to commit at all, Stoic. Looking, the enemy's still at the gate. What a reapproach on Lenny, who has an 0-1-0 stat so far on the Tiny. Definitely not convincing, but let's see if it'll be turned one way or the other. As up top, Niche. Just boulder smashing away. Chilling and thriving on his lane. We'll get bushwhacked from behind. Good with Light Strike Ray, but out comes the BKB. The chain stun setup. Not working out for them.
Yeah, BKB is... obviously, you don't want to use your 9-second BKB there. That is an opening, right? Like, that's a cooldown that you can use. You know Mikey's going to tell the team, hey, let's put some of this pressure together. And we're talking about a timing team, right? Like, we need to Aghanim Scepter on Largo. Dude, why is Emptiness not going for Aghanim Scepter? Am I crazy?
I think this is the game for it. I absolutely agree, but they do need recovery items, and he is aiming for the Lotus Orb. The decision you and I definitely don't agree with. I think the catchy lick should be sufficient enough in general, but the bushwhack catch straight onto the Winter Wyvern. Possible? I think it's possible. Nope, it's not. Spawnal will survive this.
It's just going for more like supportive items.
Utilities. Let's call them utilities, because like support items would just genuinely be, in my opinion, Glimmer and the Force.
Yeah. No, that's right. It is a lot more utility. I don't know if you necessarily.
No, Lenny.
Utility, though.
Lenny, not like this. Lenny goes in for the avalanche, tries to get the TP out, but will not be fast enough. He just rolls in for the extra mental damage. Nothing else.
The only thing Tiny has contributed to this game so far is dying.
Hey, he did that twice.
Has 0 kills, 0 assists.
He did that twice, 2 times already.
Yeah, it's not good. Really bad, actually. Casual Chasm Stone on Hoodwink, very funny. Love to see that.
And that AoE will definitely be having an impact here as Fernandes. We'll try and scurry away. The Essence Distiller will show his position, but that is kind of all she wrote, as Nisha's not here to just roll in.
Essence Distiller, I think, is one of the better, if not the best, just random support items. I think it's so necessary. You need to have one on every team, in my opinion. Like, that's how good it is.
Definitely agreeing with you on that point. The reveal, especially against heroes that have good escape mechanisms, such as the clock, such as the hoodwink.
This is really nice.
Mikey, having used the cloak, but the hook misses. They needed that hook shot so bad to hit. Would have been a massive kill once again onto Niche, as the bushwhack will also be whiffing. Niche is just breaking ankles here.
I would love to see Ilbris play mid-top, take over enemy triangle. You didn't give this Tiny as much space as you want. I don't know if the Tiny's going to have... I don't know how much impact the Tiny's going to have. You'd hope that maybe like once he gets the BKB, that he can start... He feels more confident playing with the team. But again, you do have to worry about, say, for example, just standing next to Largo and the Lina. Neither of them have BKB, so then you get hit with the Winner's Curse, and then you're just dead even through it.
But I don't even want to BM at this point, right? Like, if Lenny even decides to join, Ilbris will know that Observer Ward in front of the Tier 3 tower has been there for the past 7 minutes. It hasn't been read, it hasn't been contested. But yeah, now that he will be joining with the Shadow Blade, Let's see if they will even get a kill out of all of this. But 4-2-3. Casually not even joining this fight, actually, because it was just Niche and Norma doing their own thing. As Yeezy and Emptiness will reveal up onto the top lane. Yeezy with a sharpshooter, rather on the escape side than actually hitting things. Niche, a 4-2-3 will just casually take care of the Squirrel Rat.
We've already seen Tormentor being taken, so I don't know exactly why they're going through a portal. I guess is to kill off Mikey, but you also could easily have just taken Roche from this point, to be honest.
Searching for Lenny feels ideal, in my eyes, from Fernance and Niche.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't just go Roche on and then decide, hey, let's, you know, take all these tier 2s, but...
Mikey. Gotta be targeted. The Lina will be magnetized and held on to. Out comes the Cloak of Flame. Let's see if it will help. It's the first assist of Lenny in the whole game. He is gonna go for the TP away, but gets the Winter's Curse. Back and forth between Ponlo and himself. Ponlo setting up perfectly onto the Tiny, but with an Avalanche, a bit of a turnaround. 4-2-3 finally dies. For the first time this game. At the very same time, if this fight is turnable, then picking up the running away heroes would be massive. Stoic with the Cog Block. And with the Bushwhack follow-up, they will get the Winter Wyvern. But Niche with the BKB, he held on to it for all this time on the Earth Spirit. Yeah, having killed off the Pause 1-2, but sacrificing 3 people on your side for it. Was it 3? Might have been 2. No, it was 3.
I don't know.
I was correct.
I don't know why they didn't just go Roche. I feel like you didn't have to do any of that. You could have just taken the top tower, gone Roche, smiled, lived your life, not risked anything. You don't have to keep going for more and more and more. But 4-2-3 also TP'd incredibly aggressively. Obviously, you know, a bit out positioned, probably felt like he was unkillable, but didn't have the BKB ready for that team fight as he stood in the middle of 3 heroes and didn't even try to make his way up onto the high ground either, which would have also probably kept him alive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, not even Stampede was used. As soon as they saw that the situation was getting bad while they were trying to take out the Tiny, Stampede wasn't even used to actually mitigate any of the effects of this play.
I don't think they were expecting everybody else from Syntax to come bottom. I think it might have just been like they thought that the Tiny was going to be alone.
That was their original approach for sure, with Fernance and Niche coming over.
Yeah.
But it's a dynamically changing situation. They just chose to ignore for some ungabenly reason.
Well, now they're going for Roche.
But yeah, night number 3, Roshan will finally be approached. As Pondo trying to be the blocker of all of this. We're trying to Arctic burn down onto the bottom, into the river, as Stoic will be forced to overextend with his cogs and his hook shot. Out comes the Winter's Curse, but it's only on solo on Lenny, so it's not that big of a deal. Mikey will be thrown out into relative safety, but 4-2-3 is just going to keep on right-clicking things as we predicted. The Nature's Prophet is fat as F. And it will just deliver on the damage.
And again, I don't know why they didn't just do this the last time. Like, I feel like I know I'm a bit of a broken record here, but like this is really just as simple as you can't fight into you. You can't fight into Winter's Curse. You can't fight into Stampede Magnetize.
I think they just forgot to press buttons in that one fight. You know, this is a constant. If you ever, I mean, you are truly closer to the higher tiers of Dota compared to me. But like, if you ever hear like HK, shout out to humble Korean former EPL staff member, is Stoic going down. So yeah, the ever so loved proverb of press your effing buttons.
I think. Well, they did. They just the reason why it didn't look like they did is because they used every button they had to keep Mikey alive, and he still died. And then if it looked like it didn't, like when the goal of the button pressing isn't achieved, you haven't pressed your buttons. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And that's
I get
kind
it.
of
I don't know if the
issue.
audience will get it. I think they'll definitely. well, if you don't press the button will not be pressed. What kind of Shifu wisdom is this?
It's like, you know, if you press a button to get money, and then you press your buttons and you don't get money, you may as well not have pressed your buttons at all, and this is just kind of what happened there.
Yeah, I'm actually talking about Ilbers in the previous fight, right? Where they did lose out on 4-2-3 for the first time that fight. Juman had a grip with the boulder smash niche, looking for the contact. We'll throw out the magnetize as well, and throw out the sprout just for the damage. But cannot reach the hoodwink. Finally, one more boulder will be enough so that the magnetize will go through. Lenny, focused and fired upon. Good reveal with a little bit of dust of appearance, but Lenny not having the BKB, or actually not willing to use the BKB, will just be cut down to size.
What is you gonna do? BKB TP at 200 HP when you're getting focus fired?
I don't know. Nightfall manages to make it work somehow.
Yeah, well, Nightfall's a little bit better than these guys. A little bit.
I mean, he is going to TI. 6 days till TI played.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
I'm sorry.
I love.
Not gonna lie. I'm a little bit giddy about it as well as Mikey.
Yeah.
Gonna get caught. The Lena being the glass cannon, she says, it's looking like Mikey is doing the performance at CCC from TI7 on this Lena right now.
Sounded like you were about to call Mikey a glass clownin.
Glass clownin? I mean, we are playing Clownfall currently as the event of Dota.
We are playing Clownfall.
Clownfall. I like where the community comes up with these dumb names for the events, for sure.
They should have called it Clownfall, actually. That was a bit of a mistake by them.
Crownfall and then Clownfall? I don't know. Valve shouldn't make the funny names. We as the community should come up with the funny names.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, now that we have the funny name, let's
actually call it the funny name.
Yeah, let's actually call it the funny name. Yeah, let's get the name change.
We can have the 4th act be the name change. What do you think?
Is there a 4th act?
Well, there should be. I don't know. You haven't finished the story, have you?
I have.
Well,
but I don't want to spoil it.
I don't. We shouldn't spoil it. Go play Dota. Stop watching Dota. Go play Dota after this series for sure.
Go get your tickets on the train.
And don't stop asking me for tickets. I'm not going to give you any more. Stoic. At the very same time, Boulder smash back and forth. Once again with the geomagnetic grip. But in comes the Stampede. Norma finally arrives. But will get stunned himself. At the very end of the day, though, with the numbers disadvantages, Norma is just sucking up all the damage. We'll just BKB the hell out of here. He is super tanky. He's not just tanky. He's got Consecrated Ramps and Heart of Tarrasque, effectively giving him about 5,000 HP.
Yeah, and then he gets one Cold Embrace and it brings him back up to... So,
balanced much? His last tier 2 tower falls on the top lane. That's not looking good for the Syntax side of things.
I've always held the opinion that Cold Embrace has been a little bit too overtuned. That kind of just solidifies it for me. This is a literally 20% like heal bonus, and then you also get extra attack damage.
Yeah, after the shard. I legit think like Cold Embrace should only last 3 seconds. Everything should stay the same, but it should only last 3 seconds, not 4.
Yeah, that would probably help.
As 4-2-3. Looking for the grab. Fernance will be going on to Mikey instead. Good with the Laguna Blade. Fernance will just overstep a little bit. Let's see what Lenny can do here. But as the Aegis gets reclaimed, it doesn't really mean much. Winter's Curse just to keep Lenny in place. In this scenario, the Nightfall just does not work out because the Winter's Curse will just keep you there.
I just breath on the Nature's Prophet at this point.
Niche. Once again, baiting out another Light Circuit. Is just going to roll on through. But yeah, no, it does feel like Syntax just cannot do anything. Like, they've been fighting this deficit for the past 20 minutes or so. And just could not make it even a dent at a possible turnaround.
I haven't brought up Mikey's itemization, but he is going Dag on 5.
Avada
He's got Dag
Kedavra.
on 4 now. I don't know what the point of this is.
Bursting down people. I think it's partially what killed Fernance in the previous fight. But yeah, I agree with Norma. That is absolutely necessary here.
Yeah, this smoke
could be a catch onto Ponlo. It's not much, but it's something. An honest day's work. One more of those could
catch.
I mean, one more of these could get you to double digits. That's something.
Double digit kills? Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like it's
But it's all about the big numbers, Plate. It's all about the big numbers. As Tormentor number 2 will be taken once again by Ilbers.
Ilbers need to kind of just focus up a little bit and start doing things that win the game instead of doing things that put them in a position to be ahead.
Dire are scanning.
You have to be careful because once the Lena gets
ratting out a wave would be nice.
Once you get E-Blade on Lena, Blink, supports are gonna be food, and you legitimately could probably one-shot the Earth Spirit if he doesn't have BKB. Especially with the Light Strike array from Fog. So you have to start worrying a little bit about that
Stoic
at this point.
Actually, you're gonna survive, damn. Stampede committed up onto the top lane. Norma with the grab. Catchulick attempt 1, Catchulick attempt 2. It's not gonna be enough for anything. Yes, Pawn though will still be the exchange kill. Lenny will at least grab something. And of course, with no BKB piercing, stuns, Tiny will make it out of there.
Yeah.
You know what the sad part of all of this is?
What?
Pauno's current death is the first kill of Lenny. He's 1-6-2 right now on this Tiny at 36 minutes in. And as Norma is just looking to fight him head on, he doesn't have a BKB and his Shadow Blade's on cooldown for 6 seconds. Stoic trying to come in and help. We'll throw the Glimmer on top of him as Niche still on the hunt along with 4-2-3. Stoic surrounded by friends, and they give him a lovely hug that will send him to a little bit of a break for 45 seconds.
Versus back up again. I don't know if anybody's going to check it, but this is probably the go high ground and win the game Roshan for the Dire. And at this point, 4-2-3 is... He's got enough money to I don't know, open a Costco or something.
I actually want to go to Costco and just buy the 10 pizza pack at least one day. That would make me happy. Or is there a 10 pizza pack? There should be a 10 pizza pack. Or an even dozen.
I don't even know what you're talking about, brother. Is that, what do you mean?
Isn't there like a frozen section?
Yeah.
Like frozen pizzas?
Yeah.
Like the biggest pack of frozen pizzas we have here and oh, hold on, Mikey. He will be frozen a little bit by the stuns, but as he turns around, BKB on BKB action will be the response. Yes, Fernance looking to run away, will be stunned himself, but beyond this will help out a little bit. 4-2-3 coming around to play, as with the Gale Force. They just set themselves up for success. As Emptiness gonna be cursed, and eventually it will be the sprout back and forth is just not gonna work out for you.
Yeah, no, and
Radiant's bottom tower is
I mean, yeah, you get a 1-for-1 trade, but again, it's really just a matter of 4-2-3 is getting so much farther ahead still.
We'll just keep on rolling with it, won't we?
Yeah.
And looking like much will be stopping them as good old Roche number 2 is up for grabs.
I don't think people get how good this Nature's Prophet hero model is.
Stoic? What do you mean the model is?
Like the attack speed?
Mikey?
Oh my gosh.
Will take out Roshan himself, but he has nothing else to offer. As he does not have a BKB, he cannot hold on to it. Stoic could not go for the steal as they just block off everything.
Yeah, so, like, it really does. At some point, you do have to start getting quick outs and start getting objectives.
Easy. Ouch. But do you want to take objectives? This is so much more fun. Keep murdering the enemy. See big number, keep going up. I mean, to some people, this is the dopamine rush that you're looking for, the constant death. As you have 32 kills and you're leading with 22,000 net worth. Conspiracy theorists are rolling in their hats, but as Pondo dies, double buybacks need to be rolled out on the Radiant. But 4-2-3 doing the work, or at least attempting to, will lose out the Aegis. As he puts back one more Claymore, he has Satanica's already done. Eventually, we'll just Geomantic pull him out of there. Butterfly finished onto the play. 4-2-3 is ready to just end this. Teleportation out of there. Nature's Prophet does not want to join the fun, as Niche is just tanking up all the attention right now. Coming from the Radiant side. Stampede, Lenny looking for a toss. Now comes the Winter's Curse, but even with a tauntage, Pono will pause the game as he disconnects at the most awkward time in the history of Dota.
Yeah, I think Mikey's about to die back, and I think that's basically going to be the end of the game. Double heart on the Centaur is so hard to get through with so much HP and tankiness, so I would be shocked, but I think the only thing you can do, like, Mikey doesn't have a BKB, the only thing he's got is a Ghost Scepter, but do they have any way of getting rid of it? I don't think so. Weird. Okay, maybe he does live, but it's not going to do anything in return, so...
I mean, Emptiness could go Corellus Crozier activation here. And then just...
yeah.
Do a little bit of amphibian dancing here that he really, really needs to do, unless he just going to let Lenny die over here. Revealed, a little bit of toss back, but out comes the lick, and the Magnetize will do the job. As Niche, he's just going to let the Bard Frog jive as they take their first tier 3 tower on this high ground. No buybacks remain on the board on either side, but evidently this push is just way more worth it. On the side of the Dire, as Ilbers are looking to clean up heroes, are looking to clean up objectives. Gale Force out onto Yeezy. That's a dieback on the Hoodwink. And
it's going to be...
this should
Megas?
be at least double racks, or at least double racks, if not Megas. Emptiness is gone. Double kill for 4-2-3 as we pull our attention back onto the mid lane.
Yeah, middle tower is obviously going down. Centaur is pushing top. You don't have buybacks on anybody on your team. Like, this game, like, they never were so far behind too. There's so much going wrong for this game, for Syntax, and I think this is probably going to be game one for Ilbers, who we've had some issues about in terms of consistency, but this game they showed up.
Mikey. Laguna Blade straight onto Pondo. It does nothing. It does nothing. He Laguna Bladed Pondo, but it did nothing. And he will die for nothing. Mega creeps will be achieved for technically even free as Lenny. He's just not even willing to fight for this anymore. 5 more seconds until Yeezy's back on play, but with the 2 supports and the Tiny, and you're just out of options.
Yeah, I don't think
a 1K net worth lead per minute lead for Ilbers Esports as they shut down Syntax for good. GG, well played for game number 1. Ilbers will once again take game 1 in a dominant fashion against the team. They shouldn't have had as much of a chance, but played my friend, I think you laid it out perfectly after the draft, right? The problem with Syntax is that they have good pick-off potential, but not much in terms of the crowd control or the AoE effects, right? Well, Ilber's Esports do have the Stampede, they have the Gale Force, they have Winter's Curse, they have Magnetize. They just have all the tools at their disposal.
They also have a Centaur that died a single time and a Neutral Prophet that died a single time. Like, there's just not... Mikey got shut down, and he was the one that Syntax wanted to play through. You didn't have that option anymore, and you could tell that Syntax just, like, they literally didn't have anybody else on their team that was worth rallying around. And unfortunately, the Tiny was just... He didn't do it. You know, he just didn't. It
didn't deliver. I mean, there was a reason why we were like Oive as soon as the hero was picked up on the Syntax side. But Lenny, we're not blaming Lenny for this at all, right? As soon as Mikey started dying, the chain feed just basically never started stopping on their side. And the lineup that should be doing the pick off was just starting to get picked off.
The Tiny last pick is a little weird to me. I honestly would have preferred a Sven. And I know there's not a lot of difference there's not a lot of perceived difference between Sven and Tiny, but the difference is, in my opinion, Sven can just really farm, and Tiny can do that too, but Sven has a lot more burst to damage, even outside of just not having combo. And I think if Lenny was playing more of a, I can get on top of the Winter Wyvern, or I can get on top of the Nature's Prophet hero, then things would have gotten a lot better. But he just kind of walked in and died over and over again on this Tiny hero, and he never really found the angle to really go in and burst the target that he wanted to. There wasn't ever a moment where I felt like he was following up on a Clockwork hookshot, for example. It was just, I think Syntax were a little bit out of their depth here, and Ilburst came in with this idea, hey, we're going to pick Nature's Prophet, we're going to kill mid over and over again, and Mikey didn't have a game, so we'll see if Syntax can counter-draft that.
Yeah, let's see if they can deliver on that next round of play, or are they going to crumble just like they did for yesterday as well? Find out after the break. Elbers Esports versus Team Syntax. Game number 2. If you go for a pickoff draft and you just don't get pickoffs with your draft, are you actually playing a pickoff draft? Is the question here, isn't it, Plate?
You are playing a draft. You're just not playing it well.
Just didn't execute the plan at all, but just Lena in the previous game just did nothing. Well, let's see if Elbers keeping up with Niche on that Earth Spirit. Maybe it could be Fernances. At the end of the day, we don't know yet. Although Fernandes picking up the Hoodwink kind of confirms that this should be going to the position 4. Or, you know, it could still be Ponlo picking it up, right? Because Hoodwink 5 is a thing this patch.
So you need a little bit more. You need just instant disable for this puck. Silence, maybe. I don't know if. Well, they already banned Night Stalker, so that's not going to be available. But that is probably the biggest puck counter I could think of. Looking at Marana next.
Yes, it's what's super interesting about this whole thing is that Syntax have been kind of the up and coming force right here at EPL or even in other tournaments as well. It's just the dissonance between the lineup right now. It could be just a temporary thing. It could be, you know, like signs of what's to come. At the end of the day, you and I don't know. Maybe I'm more than likely most of the audience doesn't know what's going on. Overall, Ilbers, they have the opportunity. It's time to seize it. If they get this 2-0 here, they're definitely going to catapult themselves into first place on the board. And that in and of itself, 9 points already, with only one more series to go, that being against good old Team JENZ. You know, even if you lose out against Parker, even if you give him the 3 points to Parker, you're still going to be 9 points on top of the board right now. And in Group A, that might just be enough at the end of the day, isn't it?
I think I'm looking at Shaman for Elbers. You need some power push if you don't have, or if you have Earth Spirit as your mid again. And I think it would go a long way to help. Like obviously instant disable against puck is going to be really nice.
From the position 5, I do believe Ponlo would favor the Pugna instead for the tower push. But then, of course, as you mentioned, that would not solve the puck issue.
Yeah, you don't have any. Yeah, I don't think they would do that. You don't have a single stun if you do that. You have roll, pushback, but those aren't reliable enough for a puck. You need something a little bit more.
What about going like Norma Beast in this situation? Or once again, the Centaur?
I think you definitely like a Centaur again.
Then I definitely agree with your take of going towards the Shaman.
I do really think it's Shaman plus Centaur here, and then you pass the baton on to the next Syntax, but
that's the classic counter to Bane, you know? Can't argue with that one. You get your silence, you get your global, but you don't get your tower push. So how comes the Lifestealer to mitigate that?
Honestly, I don't mind Lifestealer into Lifestealer because you can stop Infest and Rage. You're gonna force them to buy Manta style instead of Sanjin Yasha. BKB maybe even possible.
If I'm infested during the execution of Global Silence, can I not come out of the infest?
You can.
You can, right? So like
you can.
Genuinely towards the approaches, infesting the puck is still a massively good idea. Ponlo banning out the Beastmaster themselves as they get the Kesban, a classic counter to the Lifestealer pick. They are trying to mitigate as much of the fighting capabilities of 4-2-3 as much as they can. The Nature's Prophet banned. I think Luna is still on the board, which would be an interesting one for a big set of magic bursts, not against Lifestealer, but everyone else.
I think something you could go for if you're Dire is you ban Doom and then you pick Necro. And Necro's really good in Necro's really good in a puck because puck wants to use as much HP as possible, even if you are like you can dodge all the spells. the biggest thing is that you have Reaper Scythe available to you if you're playing Necro, so obviously that's pretty decent as well. Axe ban, Beastmaster ban, kind of telling me that they want to go for something a little bit different, like a PL could be available. There's really not a lot to, like, Bane Lifestealer can't do anything to PL here. Neither can Marana, so I mean, at some point you would get Dream Coiled, but honestly, like, I've played enough PL into puck matchups. You just walk out a Dream Coil, you literally take this, you eat the stun and the damage so that you can topple again, but
I kind of have a dumber take. What about the Spectre?
Too slow.
Too slow.
And
I would agree. Slowness is definitely not on your side.
Also isn't really good into Lifestealer 1-to-1 because you are really tanky.
Okay, Dawn counters on the lane. SF is gone. No Kez, no TB. I'm still looking at Luna for some reason. I don't know why though. Still, Solar Guardian kind of messes you up, so I do tend to look away from my favorite.
Did they just pick Dawn into Silencer?
I don't know, dude. Pick 2 heroes that are massively countered into the Silencer. Although, like, you know, Silencer is just already a counter to the Bane.
Why would you
Dawn? The Dawn just it doesn't make sense to me. Emptiness doesn't make sense to me, and the Luna doesn't make sense to me. But I mean, I guess I know 423 all too well. At the end of the day, they are countering themselves on each side to some extent. Take your conclusions of that as you will. You know, at the end of the day, it's just for the fun of the game, right? But overall, thinking it through, I still like the Olbers Esports draft a bit more. If they can execute similarly as to the previous game, then I don't think there's going to be any kind of problems here. But Team Syntax, they got to get it together, and those Infest bombs have to land on either the Luna or the Earth Spirit. And I don't know if they have enough magic immunity or resistance or escape capabilities to actually make the Silencer not be that big of a problem.
I am a really big believer in Mikey Puck. I think Mikey Puck is one of the best hero player combos in the tournament, and if you have to, he's gonna have to prove that he's better than Ilburst here, especially with the fact that you're running into Silencer and you're running into Earth Spirit. Both have silences that Puck doesn't want to play with. Force Staff isn't going to help you because of Stampede. You're going to need to buy a Yule Scepter or something. There's no real natural nullifier builder on the Radiant, so maybe, or the Dire, so maybe you can get away with, you know, going that like second item, or, you know, Witchblade Mules Link could be like the direction you go, but ultimately, I don't think it's necessarily it's not screaming, I'm gonna win the game on this hero itemization, you know, and that's kind of what I want to see from Mikey.
Yeah, we need to get Mikey to get the let out here in game number 2, as Ilbers Esports and Syntax are already on their way here on. It was ever made, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Bonus points if you know what TV show it's from. But yeah, I guess we'll have to question you later on that one. Yeah, Lenny and Stoic hanging loose on the safe lane while the rest of the team on Syntax are about to fall into this 3v5 situation. Definitely not what I want to start off with. Room takeover.
30 seconds to battle.
As double breaks happen. Doesn't look like Syntax of any way trying to guarantee themselves that rune number 3. Not in the previous game, by the way. Yeah, this time around, one of the highest players I know personally has actually said in the 1v1 conversation that he just does not believe in the Dawn dispatch. Now, that was in 741D, and we are now writing in 741E. So things might have changed down the line. It's pawn low. Put up a ward position I don't always like myself, but, you know.
Dawn is bad. I really don't like Dawn.
Dawn is bad?
I really don't like Dawn.
You don't like the Dawn?
I think Dawn is a legacy hero.
Fernance, hold on. A little bit of tri-lane action down on bottom will finally result in a first blood. Going in the way of Stoic to start things off here. But yeah, explain to me what the hate for Dawn stems from, or where it stems from.
Dawn used to deal too much damage and was also like the tankiest hero on the game. And I think what has happened is the numbers have been like the numbers are a little bit lower than what they have been, and the Aghanim Scepter change on the hero really nerfed a lot of like a really popular avenue of automation. The fact that you can't use your ulti early really sucks, and so it basically means that like you can dodge stun a lot easier, and also you can't dodge the global silence in addition. Really curious why they picked the Dawn into Silencer. I feel like this is probably very strange.
This is possibly one of the worst matchups in the game, for sure.
I mean, Silencer is literally one of the most...
Norma. Hold on, a little bit of open wounds action on top of him. Sticky situation, but will end at 150 HP. As Fernance's Hoodwink will just not shut up at all. Taunting him within the game, in-game. It's he's not using in-game voice lines. It's just, you know, the hero's nature to speak this much. His emptiness. Falling kind of low. There's Lucent Beam available for the Luna. Just be dropped.
Yeah, it's only level 1 Lucent, though.
Oh, good. At the end of the day, it is Pawn Low that is delivering most of the damage with the Glaives. Arcane Curse. Can he land it before the time? He will land it on both of them, actually. Oh, yeah, 4-2-3. Not willing to waste more mana on this.
4-2-3 actually got Ponlo killed there, and I know you might be thinking, well, Ponlo was the one that was overextended, but Ponlo was under the impression that there was going to be a Lucent Beam to stop the Starbreaker. Starbreaker didn't get canceled and landed up with the arrow.
There we go, good kill. Straight onto the Bane, but the exchange onto Norma. Kind of brings it into question if this exchange is worth it for them on the bottom.
I mean,
yeah,
obviously
finish the thought. Finish the thought.
Oh,
on the top lane.
Yeah, no, I think 4-2-3 let Pomelo down a little bit, unfortunately.
See, and this is why supports die. Carries just keep sending us to our deaths.
That's true. That's true. But it's your job to die for me. So
no, this is all you're all the only one to blame.
Sure. Agree. Yeah, both offliners struggling.
4-2-3.
This game.
Easy pick off onto the Luna.
Silencer is just not a really strong support that can help you not die. This is the big issue, is that, like, you know, if this was Tusk Dawn, obviously that would be a lot more scary, but a lot of really strong lanes here. I think Syntax really needed to fix their laning problems from the first game. They have
like
Bane Lifestealer.
Yeah, and the laning stages are looking better, but Emptiness once again pretty low on the HP. And 4-2-3, he can be coddled into this greed.
Yeah.
As one lane we haven't really talked about, right? Since most of the action was on the sides, was Nisha's and Mikey's lane this time around. Once again, dominated by Niche.
And Nisha's been playing, well, I don't know if I would say dominated, but he's doing well, you know? He
did manage to force the puck to go back into, once again, side camp farm.
I don't think he farmed. I think he stacked. Oh, he did farm it. No, he stacked. So, Yeah, I mean it's a little awkward, I guess. Like I don't know.
Okay, Emptiness gonna go down up to on top lane as they get back a little bit of that tri-lane medicine that they got in minute 1. As a second arrow. Hold on, Yeezy. Could be in trouble here for Nance. Looking for the bushwhack. Will whiff it. Because Yeezy will just have to leap in time.
I'm just struggling to see how the silencer is going to get level 6. Once that happens, you obviously have a lot of cancels. You have a lot of.
Speaking of 6s, Power Rune spawning in a second. They will be bottom. It's just an Invis rune as Yeezy. Thrown into the neutral creeps. Will deny himself on the top side of the river. Yeah, 6 kills in 6 minutes. So far we are in the game of averages.
I'm a little. Oh my gosh, Mikey.
Should be okay. Should be okay. I said should be. But he doesn't press the invis on time. He is just gone. Oh, of course, there was also a sentry ward there that I'm just blind to.
Yeah.
Maybe he was too as well.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, 4 and 3. Nice evening of the early lead from Fernance and the boys. And with the Mikey kill, of course, we were looking for that silence, right? A more solid thing. But maybe even in this early game, this little bit of help coming through from the Geomagnetic Grip is going to be enough.
Yeah, I think Grip is definitely going to be enough for that. So, but when I'm worried about how much work the silencer is going to have to do this game.
Yeah, I can see the cogs in your brain turning. Like, do we call out Emptiness being hit a few times or not?
Well, it's like, you have Dawn ulti, you have Bane ult, and then you also have Puck. Like, if Puck ever orbs and you can global silence him to stop the orb jaunt, he's probably dead. He's not even going boots on Puck this game. Like, he knows how fickle he is and how high the skill execution is going to be this game.
That's the only thing that will save him.
In the background.
I can't hear the dog bark in the background. Okay. Maybe the audience can hear the dog in the background.
Maybe.
I know that with the roll, good deny from Fernance on the bottom. Rather have that than actually anyone on the enemy side picking up the regen. Although, not to their knowledge, Mikey is absolutely ignoring the lane at this point. How is an Earth Spirit going to destroy my tower, right? Nah, it's fine. It's okay.
And this is why I would have liked to have seen a little bit more like tower pressure hero, but we don't see it. And as the pause 5, I mean, on low, oh my gosh.
Stoic. Easy joining in on the fun as well. Sacred Arrow will be blocked. Out comes the Solar Guardian immediately. 4-2-3, eating a bit of Starstormer, but they turn around with the Eclipse. Night turns to day, turns to night, as 3 people die from the side of Syntax. I think the sun and the moon are kind of confused over the Dire and the Radiant at this point, but 4-2-3 guaranteeing it with the he just leveled up the Eclipse, was it?
He had it leveled, but what ended up happening was they didn't get the kill on the Luna, and 4-2-3 limit tested the hero. Like, he basically max range Eclipse that whole fight to get a triple kill. And because you're a Luna, you're just able to farm whatever camps you want at this point with 2 points in glaive. So he's got the stats for this too. So this is just the problem with the Dawnbreaker. Like, who's gonna keep people locked into Luna, like, or locked into your ulti? Luna was able to stampede away. Emptiness didn't get anything going there.
Yeah, they're going to try with the tower pressure once more, but the global silence, good catch onto the puck. Mikey's truly the one in trouble on the mid lane, and he'll be the one taken care of first. Meanwhile, a little bit of a grab and fold onto the top, as the Luna will be chain stunned, and the 2 support An oldie but a goldie. The support pair will catch the position 1.
Yeah,
I don't think the move is
obviously
going to be
board.
super punished, but it is what it is. They lose the tower, they lose the position 1, but you know what? They took a mid laner, and Norma is still on that free farming position.
What a nightmare save.
Out comes the Stampede once more. As this time it will guarantee niche. Kill onto Yeezy, if nothing else.
Dire structures are fortified.
Just really, really like
Radiant
Earth Spirit.
structures
And I always
are
have.
fortified.
Earth Spirit's the kind of hero that just kind of does everything.
For the first 10 minutes of the game.
What, like he
I
does
always have that
damage.
caveat.
He's got control. He's got a stun. He's got escape ability. He's got a silence. Like what? He's tanky. Like the only weak problem about this guy is his lane normally, but the way Niche has been playing lane is crazy. I wonder if there's something to think about here in terms of like playing it in off lane and doing the same thing that Niche has been doing, because holy smokes, has it been really working.
No, don't give the audience ideas, right? We just got, or don't give the players any ideas. We just had Caudle offlane yesterday. That was crazy enough for me for a lifetime. And it's easy
Yeah,
once again
Caudle
denying
offlane
another one.
before.
No.
Dire's
There's,
top tower is under attack.
I don't think the working looks like what Mangaku did yesterday with the Keeper of the Light. But I still gave him this. The first 10 minutes were looking pretty okay, right? And then the rest of it was what it was, as Lenny silenced up. Out comes the global silence immediately into the Solar Guardian. Lenny's all alone. And Lenny
Radiant's
will
bottom
be
tower
shot in the back of the head, just like in the books. Or actually just one
What?
book, right? There's a book called Of Mice and Men, and the main character, one of the main characters has to shoot the other main character, and the character getting shot is called Lenny. So I'm going to be making this Mice and Men reference a lot.
bottom tower is under attack.
As Sacred Arrow massively hit onto Niche, and the Dream Coil will also be dropped to start off a chain kill reaction here on the mid lane. For Nance on the run, Moonlight Shadow will be activated. Stoic looking for the grab. It was just not fast enough at the end of the day.
Finally, you get some turnaround kill on the Source Spirit and force like some of that speed that he's been playing with to slow down.
Dire's middle tower
Gonna go
is
for the
under
BKB next. Same itemization that we saw in game 1 so far, but we'll see if he wants to really change things up. I think a Lotus Orb would be really good this game.
Pawn low. Go to the Nightmare grab. Here comes that Sacred Arrow again. But in comes 4-2-3 for the counter kill. Niche joining in on the fun as well, as the Eclipse will hit once on Stoic. A few more right clicks are going to be needed along with the Lusa Beam. Finally, Niche will be the one taking the kill. Geomantic Grip, once again proving to be useful.
You know, Eclipse only costs 30 more mana than one Lucent Beam, so...
Lenny almost done with the good old Radiance, so that's when his farming will truly start. The Luna only leading by 1 level. Things are not catastrophic yet, like in last game.
Would it be a crazy change for Eclipse? So that, say there's like a maximum number of beams that you can cast, but
Sure.
instead of it costing a flat 150 mana, it costs like 25 mana per
300.
beam. And instead of-
3,000.
oh
Teleport
my gosh.
will be stopped by the Lucent Beam.
You know what I mean? And instead of like casting all the beam, like instead of like if you have mana for a beam, then you use a beam. But if you don't have the mana for the beam, then the Eclipse stops.
You cannot use it, right? I got you.
Yeah.
It would be better, but
is under attack.
it's an interesting approach one way or the other. You need to have visual contact with the given hero, right? From the Eclipses. Lenny, global silence surrounded. They are committing a lot for this Lifestealer kill, but they will lose a tier 1 tower on the mid lane for it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to the stream in any shape or form, remember, Luna cannot touch the base. No matter how much you're behind, no matter how much you're ahead, Luna cannot touch the base. The Stoic. Let's see if Ilbers can actually play that game. Getting 4-2-3 to that base. As their 4v5 ball up. Could fall off pretty quickly, right? If Stoic and Yeezy continue their antics. We'll just pick off after pick off.
Norma's gonna have his heart soon. Not the same kind of heart timing that we saw from game 1, but
was it 14-ish minutes, right?
It was about 13 minutes last
13
game.
minutes last game. God dang. Actually, we can check, right? Because we're smart people. Although reading is hard. Hold on.
I don't know how
Heart
to read.
1 is 16 minutes and Heart 2 was 38 minutes in.
16? I see, okay.
Yeah, he inserted a Soul Ring, a Blink Dagger, of Wraps, and a BKB in between Heart 1 and 2.
It might have been 13 minutes for the Reaver then, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, something like that.
He's gonna have Reaver now. I mean, it's not gonna be that much slower of a timing this game, which is crazy to say because he's died once, but that's not enough to slow him down. He's also not farming the same parts of the map, but maybe being stuck in the triangle is actually better for his last hits.
Just say it outright, play. He fed the shit out of that one death.
I don't think
it was intentional. All of it is intentional. The script is right here in front of me. I'm looking at it right now.
Me too.
Read.
And it says to not mention the script.
Read, person. Read, Fernance. Going in for the bushwhack grab as the sharpshooter comes through. But with a good old Moonlight Shadow. I still don't know how you do not know this song. How is this not a thing in Canada?
Didn't even look at it.
The Moonlight Shadow song. You guys don't have discos there in Canada?
No, not really.
Is that just like a massive tundra with Tim Hortons everywhere?
Yes.
Sounds like a dream, honestly.
Yeah, it is. It is that. Except Tim Hortons are now owned by an American company, so that's regrettable.
Ew, disgusting. But what is also disgusting is Lenny's about to die. Out comes the global silence again with the Stampede combo. Global domination as out comes the global reaction coming in from Emptiness, but it's just like his namesake, a massively empty Solar Guardian. As sure, you get the hoodwink, you get the rat, but this isn't Tom and Jerry. The rodent is not the only thing you have to kill. Niche. Target up onto the Earth Spirit, but Norma puts his foot down with the Hoop Stomp. Emptiness trying to spin through it, but the Arcane Curse and everything as well. There's just too much damage. This Dawn is definitely not what she used to be. Paulo making it out of there. That Sacred Arrow was a whiff. Sadly, the camera doesn't catch it. But what
Holy
a TP it was.
Yeah, and the camera also doesn't catch the Lotus that Norma gave to the Silencer to keep him alive during that TP.
Power of friendship and healing. The power of friendship is healing. Damn.
Did the Earth Spirit die?
The Earth Spirit did not die.
So you lose one Hoodwink and you get 2 cores plus a Bane and... like,
exactly. You take that deal any day, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Silencer has really like broken the game open because you can't do anything. Like, you just have to act like you can walk away from it. But Lifestealer's not that strong. He's going for Armlet instead. Dude, you need style, my man. Like, you need a way to cancel this global silence.
Yeah, Stoic and Yeezy splitting up their dynamic duo. Baymorana has not gotten a kill in the last 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And this is the combination they need to keep running. It's not nothing new, like they didn't invent the wheel at this point with the combination, of course, but at the same time, if this combo is just, you know, we actually timed like how frequently our scrim partners actually lost people to this combination. But yeah, once as they rejoin, the main target obviously being 4-2-3. They will try and go for the setup with the help of Mikey as well. Dream Coil is available, but they get immediately Eclipse reaction. Stoic on the run, half HP onto the Bane. As not putting anyone into a nightmare sleep will put them in a global silent sleep instead. Easy will be grabbed as with the Mirana gone, the puck is on the run by Ponlo. He sets him up to fail, and the Fairy Dragon's dead as well. Shutdown after shutdown. I'm having a deja vu from the previous game at this point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, I'm actually sensing a communication issue here.
Radiant structures are
Played.
fortified.
Like that when the team is disagreeing on things, right? This is how teams play when they're mad at each other. I'm guessing the calls are going out, plays are being called out, but as the Sacred Arrow comes in, can they get the silencer? Yes, they can. Paulo's gone. And will they grab Norma here? With the Fiend's Grip, they try to hold on to him, but with the open wounds, there's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. I just had to call them out for it. Sacred Arrow? What? Okay, I think he heard the sound and he wanted to dodge on the other side, but Fernaz just walks into the arrow instead. Will get crushed by the first successful Solar Guardian. Okay. I guess we just had to call out Syntax for their previous shenanigans, and then he'd go and turn around it with 3 kills.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sacred Arrow not making contact.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize I was muted. That's so funny.
Yeah, you were muted.
I was, yeah.
I missed you.
I missed me too. How long was I gone for?
2 minutes, I think.
What? Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. I didn't mean to. That's so
I think the
funny.
last time I heard
was
from
literally
you
here.
was the mid interaction, before the mid interaction.
I was literally talking this whole time. I'm like, why is my co-caster ignoring me? But it's literally just a me issue. And you know what? I apologize.
It's always a you issue.
That's true. It is, yeah.
Such as the trumpet oil on your stands. Which then got blamed on me in chat, I reread during the break.
My cocoa butter trumpet oil.
Lubricant that trumpet.
Lubricant.
I didn't know that kids called it trumpets these days, but I guess, any kind of metaphor works out.
Dude. Oh my goodness. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Every single team fight, we see like silencers dedicated to hunting down this puck. Oh my gosh. Are they gonna get the puck again?
They could, Mikey. In vision sight, but they will go on to Stoic first. Fiend's Grip was kind of annoying in the previous fight, but as Lenny still stuck in the Moonlight Shadow, 4-2-3 will finally commit onto the second tier 1 tower of the game.
I love Ponlo's itemization. Just straight up force staff so that he can be a little useful.
A refresher to elongate the fight usefulness.
Well, it just means that like he can twice in a fight cancel something that's being channeled, right? Like you can save the ultimate for the Bane, and then you can use the other ultimate for the Dawn. And
4-3. The thing only has 40 HP. Hit it. As Roshan is the other side. They are going for the Gambit play right now on Syntax. But I'm pretty scared that Elbers are just going to let them have the Aegis. They literally do not care. They're showing a little bit of care here.
I'm not going to lie. I don't think Lenny having Aegis changes anything.
Lenny picking it up, but Norma is ready to be on the move. Blink Dagger and Heart of Tarask is already done. As some of you may have seen. But the reveal could definitely be there. Glimmer Cape, just for a better hidey hole. As Emptiness will be seen, trying to go for the Lotus Pool. Out comes the Stampede. Norma with the cutoff. Celestial Hammer grab. The hammer just returns to the stun Dawnbreaker, as it does nothing to help him out from this situation.
Radiant's top tower is under
No
attack.
Dawnbreaker, you can push in some tier 2s.
Possibly tier 2s could be on the docket here. Night number 2 on the game. Actually 3 in the game at this point.
Isn't it technically 4 because the game starts at nighttime?
Now that was the interesting question. We argued about this with Base Defender, but like sub-0-0 part of the game, right, is not a day or night cycle, so technically it's like you know, like when races start, for example, they always start off like if a race starts at midnight, right? Like, you know, the pre-race
a game
event
of Dota starts
at -1 minute and 30 seconds while Stoic is dead. Semantic details, you know, at the end of the day. I don't count the first night as the first night. I don't count the 0th minute night as the first night. As Mikey dies. Mikey dies. Mikey in the face shift. Nice, Mikey actually lives. Mikey going out with the blink. Moonlight Shadow will help.
He got BKB delivered to him
save.
on
massive
that,
save on the
like,
puck, bro. Oh, he was in the face shift, right?
Huh?
Holy moly. He was in the face shift while it was being delivered, wasn't he?
I think so. I don't know if he was hiding the courier from, like, if he had the BKB on the courier, he's hiding the fact that he had the BKB finished. But if that's the case, which I wouldn't put it past him, crazy.
Everything can work. Johan Sunstein, hardly known player. One of the nicest people ever, by the way. Like, I cannot emphasize this enough. No-Tail is by far the nicest person I've interacted with in the Dota scene from the tier 1 players. It only happened 5 times in my life. I want it to happen more. Niche. At the same time, a little bit of runaway Fiend's Grip onto your Spirit. No global silence available for 50. But yeah, you can always ping your silencer as to why no global silence when
that's true.
I'm in trouble. Definitely report pawn though. But all of this is just whatchamacallit. This is just a side dish. No. The true meat is that Forder 3 is about to finish Satanic. And that's gonna be the main course. Brought to you by Ilber's Esports.
I wonder if 423 is going to get Hydra's Breath. I think Hydra's Breath on Luna. I think Hydra's Breath on Luna is the only. He's definitely one of the only heroes that can get away with doing it.
I mean, there are other alternatives. Sniper's pretty fun. Naz on the mid lane, good catch onto Fernandes. The genuine were hurt, but if Stoic dies, it's just a support exchange at the end of the day. Niche rolling deep, Emptiness looking on the back, good catch onto Pablo. He'll take the kill. This one's massive from Emptiness. As they can try and continue the train, Yeezy will get caught out. Starstormer coming through, Celestial Hammer, Celestial Barbells, but the turnaround with the Eclipse. Emptiness eating up a lot of the damage. Open wounds out onto the Luna as Niche is looking in awe. Does have the BKB and possible help. Buyback, global silence coming through as it looks like the Luna is just turning around into the Aegis. Lifestealer will still fall for 75, and with the Infest they might just be able to save Emptiness. A massive turnaround from Syntax, but can they keep it up right now? All they lost is the Luna so far on the Ilber's side of things, but they had to buy back on the Silencer as well. This is definitely not just an equalizer. This could be the turn that Syntax were looking for. Communication first.
Earth Spirit got his Luna killed. With the he pulled the Luna out of the Dream Coil and it got him stunned when he was Satanic. If he had just let Luna sit there and man fight, it wouldn't have panned out that way. And yeah, we are going to be seeing Daedalus built up on the Luna, followed by the Hydra's Breath. I think you probably go Swift Blink after, or BKB. There's stuff BKB on the Luna, which is a little bit greedy. By a little, I mean really greedy.
Yeah. Extremely, I think is the expression we're looking for.
Definitely very greedy.
super greedy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Michael Douglas has said in his infamous speech, greed is good. Go watch a movie and go read a book.
I don't know what the heck you're talking about.
It's a great movie. It's called Wall Street. Not the Wolf of Wall Street, but it's the other Wall Street. Oh, Lord. Niche in a very non-niche situation will give away Gem of True Sight to the enemy. But to be fair to him, right, Syntax should be playing on the top side of the map instead of the bottom. That's the only excuse I can think of as to why the Earth Spirit was caught.
Well, I don't think he was expecting... That's not a really... It's not a normal place to go at this stage of the game. Normally you would go top or triangle, so...
Yeah, 3K net worth lead now for Syntax, the highest they've ever gotten throughout the game. Gaben even giving them the time of day, as he's giving 66% for probably for them, which is the highest we've had throughout this game number 2. Gaben just hates Luna, is all I'm learning, again and again. The more I cast this this patch, or the more I look at win probabilities, Gaben just hates Luna.
Gaben hates Luna when there are tier 3 towers alive, but there are 3 tier 3 towers alive and 2 tier 2s. Also a 5,000 gold lead for Syntax right now. Lenny is playing really well. Mikey hasn't really been countered. He's only died 3 times.
They should be suffering a bit more. Let's see if Ilbers can make them suffer. Norma diving in, forces out the BKB from the puck, which is better than nothing.
Maybe you can take something with that and go.
We did talk about Mantas, we did talk about BKBs. At least, you know, Mikey does have a solution to being jumped on. Lenny did go for the Manta style, as you mentioned. But I would not mind him going for the BKB as well. Right? Especially with the Global Silence double coming through on pawn low sooner rather than later. Or later rather than sooner, actually. Yeah, it's going to be taking some time.
He's getting bashed on life stealer. He just wants to lock people down. It's okay, but yeah, this entire bottom lane, like this entire game is really just going to come down to the quality of the global silences. And you can see 4-2-3 falling a little bit behind. Not behind per se, but...
A little bit of a roll around for Nance. Good with the grab. They'll take out Yeezy. And they are really, really good with these pickoffs, but they have to use Stampede for this one.
This is for the Roshan, is why they do this. I mean, that's going to be the next objective that both teams are going to really, really, really fight for. Probably a really big team fight around the pit at some point, but Roshan is going to respawn very soon. Courier, oh my gosh, the Luna Syndra Courier in the pit. No, it doesn't give you vision anymore.
Yeah, sadly it doesn't.
Well,
but you can always sacrifice the courier, right?
That's true.
And that can tell you the information. Stoic. Hanging close, but not close enough.
Dude, nope. Walk into the pit, guys.
Pit?
They don't know they don't know Roche is alive. No one's walked into the pit. They've walked around it.
It was a full minute. Mr. Pitboy is just going to be sitting there as they look for a turn. They want the numbers advantage again, apparently. Emptiness. Turning around with the BKB. Niche is falling extremely low, but with the Lotus Orb, they do manage to save the Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, on the top side of the river, a little bit of a grip does come through, but Fernandez looking for the turnaround. Global Silence helping out the Squirrel Rat as Ilbers are forced to back off while Roche number 2 is up for grabs.
And that's the problem, is that Ilbers would have taken that team fight had they known the Roche was up. They don't have a scan, so they can't even tell that this is up, but obviously they do now with the roar.
Roche is going to move in 15 seconds, and of course it looks like Syntax will realize that it's a pointless endeavor to try and take it now. Good with the Infest Bomb straight onto Niche once again, but no BKB on the Earth Spirit this time. 50 long seconds of danger, but with Emptiness being separated from the rest of the team along with Norma proves that he is truly the offlaner of Ilbers, while Emptiness just crumbles under the pressure. Norma diving forward, onto the Bane they go, as Sadly, Sacred Arrow Dodge is not going to be worth it, but Norma is just cooking with this Centaur. Second game in a row.
Yeah, it's
all
a very,
eyes. Yeah,
very obvious Roche call here.
2 in the numbers advantage. Satanic will just heal back up the Luna. No problems here.
Luna's going to be a problem to deal with, I think.
It's just
I don't know.
It was such a good approach from Syntax. Sad to see that then they get separated in the execution. And I think like until the Dream Call, everything was a-okay, right? I think after that, like with the Infest bomb thrown out onto Niche and the fact that they managed to save Niche is where the problem started. Am I correct?
Niche has a heart, so you know it's really hard to kill him. He's just really tanky. He's gonna get Shiva's Guard next to really help with the.
He didn't have
damage.
BKB. Wouldn't you think that? Yeah, okay.
It's just too much HP.
It's just too much HP. So he shouldn't be the #1 target, is what you're telling me, right?
You have to kill
Luna and nothing else. Oh, you have to go Silencer then. Okay.
I think
they didn't have that execution on the mid tier, tier 2, but ever since then, Pondo has been extremely elusive.
Right, but so the reason why the mid tier 2 like fight worked for Syntax is because there wasn't global silence. They have to play so safe when global silence is up, and there is going to be a refresher here. Like, and refresher is an inevitability. Pondo is going to get it maybe 7 minutes, 8 minutes. He's farming some camps now to like close the gap on building it. Once you get refresher on silencer, these fights get twice as hard to fight. Like, it's not even about. It's really not about double ultis on like the same team fight. It's about the fact that you can win these team fights with one global silence on Ilbris, and then after everybody respawns, you can pop refresher and then take the team fight again. You know what I mean? Like, that's really what the danger is here.
And I just wanted to point out that Apollo even has the greedy on him as well, right? He's mitigating his damage, but he's getting a massive amount of gold at the same time. As they're splitting the map, courier hunting from Mikey has been pretty successful, though. I will say that. Niche's courier has died like 3 times just to the puck, but as the tier 2s are crumbling, fallen, not even knowing what to say about this. On to the high ground they will go. 4-2-3 in with the approach. We said, and I will say and reiterate it every time, Luna cannot touch the base, but that's all she's doing, diddling that tier 3 tower as it is made out of butter immediately. But this is a guy with Aegis. Out comes the global, good with the geomagnetic grip, and they pull out the Luna immediately. Niche not in true trouble. As you mentioned, the heart is doing the work as Norma dives onto the back line immediately. Solar Guardian, the big circle does nothing. Once again, emptiness with the empty grip, but the Dream Call does the work. Mikey revealing the Aghanim Scepter will take out 2, but the buyback from Fernandez. They try to go for the turnaround. Moonlight Shadow just for the run as Lenny. Can he go for the aggressive infest? He will be able to in 6 seconds, but it's too long. His emptiness is gone for 95. Easy on the runaway. Mikey tries to do the work. Comes out with the infestation. On to Niche they will go, but it is a too damn tanky target. So much time wasted on it. As Stoic gone and coming in with a buyback. The fight still keeps rolling through, but Lenny has nothing left to offer. No armlet toggle, no infest to run away. Yeezy will need to go out for the skip. Dieback on Fernandez, if I'm calculating correctly. And it will be a 4-for-3 exchange, where the tier 3 actually did not fall.
No, the tier 3 didn't die. They got the Aegis, forced a couple of buybacks from the opponents, and I think he even took the bottom tier 2 tower out of all of that. I think the creeps took the tower, so yeah, I mean, Luna's trying to do the damage and the work, but honestly, the evasion is really hurting. And the lack of BKB also really hurting the Luna right now. I think once you get the BKB on the Luna, you can really survive a lot of that damage, but nice double Dream Coil from the puck and the Aghanim Scepter to get the Hoodwink and the Silencer together. just, capitalizing on mispositioning, and that was enough to shut the team fight down. Had the supports not been that close together, one support is on the left side of the ramp on like the left jungle camps and the other one is in the triangle, then everything goes by a lot better. But they lose formation, they get picked off, and kind of forces the Luna to just like take weird team fights with Norma, but they end up paying out. And I don't know exactly how you go up high ground if that's how things are gonna go. Puck needs to be dealt with a little bit more than just what he is now and what that looks like. Maybe it sounds crazy. Maybe you go Abyssal Blade on her Spirit, and when you roll in on top of him and he goes BKB, you just Abyssal half it off.
Lock him down.
I don't know.
Approach.
But like you need to do something. Like you can't let him just have a BKB and then own your team the way he has been.
Yeah, one thing's for certain though, Paulo's 1,000 gold away from that global. Refreshed.
Yep.
And that is truly when I think Ilbers will be at peak performance or peak power spike in this game. After that, sure, like, the Lifestealer can still get 20 minutes of farming time, and then he'll have, I don't know, I'm just swinging over here, 5,400 HP-ish kind of deals. Although
I mean,
the armlet turned off, he's at 3,008.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think they're gonna go for some weird play here. Obviously, the dire scan. Oh my gosh, the dire scan is it gonna catch it out?
Moonlight shadow.
It is. There's
the infestation bomb.
But it's a bait.
Ready to be blown apart, but nope. I think they were trying to bait out the global silence to some extent, right? But
maybe
Paulo is cool, calm, and collected. He's just a cucumber.
Radiant are scanning.
Is the radiant scan gonna? Oh my gosh.
Nah, it's not gonna catch. It's definitely not gonna catch. Tormentor number 3, up for grabs. Syntax decide to go for it. And as it is acquired, the smoke is still on the approach. Each with the haste rune. Trying to go for the roll, but no heroes will hang out here anymore. As Norma does attempt to make the jump, but just empty ears.
I mean, Ilbris, we're talking about where exactly to go. I think if they made the call immediately to go to the Tormentor, they would have found out. They would have won that team fight.
Wait, hold on. No way they find Mikey here, right?
No, you don't.
Niche didn't see him at all, right?
Yeah, you have no idea that he's up there.
Oh, Dream Call.
Maybe you do.
What the hell? Mikey's doing puck things. But at least he's not pucking up.
1,000 damage with the Dream Coil is a lot of damage, but nobody was there with them.
But maybe next time they will be for Nance. As you turn around onto Stoic, maybe just the glaives in and of themselves will be enough. Yeah, eventually with Stoic being revealed, they'll find the catch. Eclipse is available. Nice cut through onto the top wave. But just holding outpost versus outpost, your bottom lane is still going to be a bit of an issue. As pushing into this tower.
They're gonna have creeps mid.
If you they need the creeps mid to make the contact. As 4-2-3 once again wanted to touch base. Needs 2 more right clicks onto that tier 3.
And you have double global silence here.
And the numbers advantage is on your side. Does not want to drop the Infest Bomb. Lenny decides against this. He wants to do the aggressive Infest, but it will be 13 more seconds until he can. Leash, head out to the players. Out comes the War Card. Can the Glaives bounce enough? Out comes the Global Silence. No Solar Guardian for you, they say, as with the Magnetize. And a little bit of War Card action. It will be a kill on 2 extra. Ilbers. The shutdown is here. The top wave will need to be pulled in. Ponlo. He is being pinged. Help us. Help us. Well, he says that
it's gonna be creeps top.
Global Silence number 2. It's still 5 more seconds until they arrive. It's too long. Mikey doing the heroic thing and trying to push out the mid wave, trying to catch out the Silencer. The Silencer, though, Going in for the jump away. 5 seconds separating Mikey from saving the game. No Dream Coil was available to him. And the Luna will not just touch the base, but absolutely deleted. One last fortification.
You have cart save here. Like there's really no threat to 4-2-3 right now. You have the cart save here.
You have the BKB, you have the Satanic, everything is just available. And the Lotus, don't even get me started on that. Mega creeps at 45. 31-20, a small net worth lead by any margin. But Gaben's win probability takes a nosedive from 66% in favor of the Radiant down to 81% in favor of the Dire. The power of the Luna, baby. I love this hero.
That might have been one of the worst 3 minutes I've ever seen from a team, and it was because Syntax didn't do anything. And they haven't done anything. Like they literally took at I don't know when they took the farm, maybe 4 minutes ago, and ever since then they literally haven't casted spells on opponents.
Norma.
They've just been
being the Vanguard. He's just holding on here. Out comes the Infest Bomb, but in goes the Eclipse. Norma might die here, but this is the price they're willing to pay. 100 seconds without him. He goes for the buyback. Stampede is available, but out comes the Global Silence right at the end of the Solar Guardian. All hope is empty, as emptiness will go down as well. The base is open. Aegis is acquired. Mikey, with one last hurrah, dives in with the Dream Coil onto the back, but as Niche gets thrown into the cart, Lenny will not get his pound of flesh. Cheese will be eaten, and the aggressive infestation could be the dieback of the Centaur, but Lenny, he is putting his life on jeopardy here. He does have buyback on the Life Stealer, but at the same time, the Mega Creeps are invading from all sides. He's going for a Boulder Smash, trying to keep up contact. Life Stealer looks to return. A 3v3 with 2 cores and 1 support on each side.
Luna's big. This Luna, literally the last item that the Luna needs to be like full gear is this Moon Shard. But that means that like once you've hit your peak, I guess the only thing you could build after this is a Divine Rapier.
Or Swift Link, and then just keep switching things around, which is weird, but you can do that too. But yeah, I guess definitely peak.
Swift Blank over BKB, and then like when you use BKB, you just Swift Blank.
Put it back, yeah, basically.
And then when you're not fighting, you put the BKB back into your inventory to get the cooldown to 0.
Musical chairs of itemizations. Oh wait, he just brought himself something.
And he brought himself Moonshard.
Oh, he bought the Moonshard. Got it.
Yep.
Eat the Moonshard, because Moonshards are good for you. Eat your kids' vegetables. Eat your vegetables, kids. Eat your kids' vegetables? What the fuck?
Eat your
I know.
Kids?
Brain fart. It's a brain fart. Stop.
What?
Let me concentrate on the late game. Illusion Ruin in the river, but no one really cares. High ground pressure out the wazoo, but I think actually I will give Syntax a bit of credit, right? I think a lot of people are like looking bad at teams like, oh, they're down 11 kills, they're mega creeped. Why don't they just call it, right? But I think any team, as especially you and I, are one of the only few have casted Megas versus Megas, right?
We have, yeah, that was crazy.
Like, I give respect to any team that will still fight on after Megas and not just flop over, as most teams do or most players do. So respect here or there. Niche will try and give back a bit of what Syntax have been giving as medicine, and Norma with the pause. Ilbris have been doing a lot of suspicious pauses, if you ask me, though.
This, I mean, what? You have double global silence. 4-2-3 is going to hit these tier 4 towers. I mean, the tier 4 towers are already dead. You might think that they're on your screen, but they're not. And I guess that it kind of just goes to show, like, what are you going to do after?
Okay, kids, here comes the magic trick. You see the tier 4s right now, or at least they're about to on your screens, and they're not going to be there in 1, 2, 3. Abracadabra. As they disappear, Emptiness goes in for the approach. Out comes the Eclipse immediately. Despite the BKB, Emptiness is eating so much. Global Science to stop the Fiend's grip. They are running out of everything. Global Science number 2 to stop the Solar Guardian. As the Glaze bounces are actually hitting the Ancient faster. As it just drops dead. Ilburst Esports wash the floor with Syntax in 2 games. And in dominant fashion at that.
Cart and Luna is a ridiculous combination. Like in that last team fight, the Centaur literally just put Luna in cart, and then Luna hit the Ancient, and there wasn't fortification to stop it, and they won the game. Like they could not interact with the Luna. They had to get through a Centaur that had Heart BKB, and then you also not only you have to kill a Centaur who has Heart BKB, you have to kill a Luna after that who has Satanic Manta BKB Aegis. Like it's not going to happen. And just the building damage, right? Like Syntax didn't have a building hitter. 3,600 building damage from Lifestealer compared to the 35,000 building damage from Luna. It just goes to show how different like Ilbris was this game, how much cleaner they were in their execution. And you can just look at the damage, diff between 423 and everyone else on Syntax, right? Like that's just the biggest differences in my opinion. Like the biggest issue was that 423 was put into positions to succeed, and Lenny was just kind of here trying his best, but
no, she just couldn't deliver 2 games in a row, and there's nothing against Lenny, right? That there truly is some kind of team disparity right now on the Syntax side of things, and we really hope that they get this fixed sooner rather than later. But you know, once on the top, you can't always be on the top. You will eventually get targets on your back, and teams will figure your strategies out. Obviously, though, Syntax, I will point out Mikey had some really, really great moments with Deep Dream Coils, but the Lifestealer infestations didn't impress me. The itemization, it was fine, but I think BKB was the extra answer here. Because, okay, yeah, 2 global silences, right? But then I have 2 answers to 2 global silences, is what my logic is here in this situation. It's just weird that Team Syntax, you know, they just let themselves be rolled over. 1 Lotus Orb in total for the whole team just doesn't seem to be enough, despite Stoic doing his best, right? I think the Guardian Grease was the good idea here. He did try and go for the aggressive Fiend's grips from time to time, and they did try and finally play like a team, not like in the previous game where it's just fully pick-off team, but just could not execute it. And even the Bane plus Miranda combo was just awesome. But sadly, Ilburst Esports, you know, after the shellacking they got from Power Rangers, will wake up with aggression on the mind. And before we let the audience to a break, anything more to add?
Yeah, Centaur Luna, good combo.
Keep picking that combo, boys. Keep picking that combo. By Ilburst Esports 2-0 versus Team Syntax. Ladies and gentlemen, heralds and immortals and everyone in between, welcome back to the third series of the day. It's going to be Power Rangers versus Team JENZ. I'm joined by the lovely Toltress over here. And, my guy. It's been ages since we cast it together, I guess. Since last season, was it? Yeah, season 39.
Yeah, it
but
has
finally we're here. We're finally here. So good. Finally. And it's actually a good series too, right? I mean, Power Rangers got their 2-1 yesterday against Stillburst. JENZ have been a little bit shaky for me, is all I'm going to say, right? All the rumors about Parker and his scandals of being difficult to work with. But he is here, he is with a team, and he is playing Europe. No matter what you think of him, he has put a lot down to the line, and I'm very much curious to see if he can deliver once again.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the question on pretty much everyone's mind. It's also interesting how he's not with a traditional South American team. Sure, you do have Yodomi on JENZ's lineup, but it's a South American and a Middle Eastern marriage as far as the roster is concerned.
And Southeast Asian as well with Jing, so it's like
exactly
all over the place at the same time.
Yeah, it's pretty all over the place, and at the same time, Parker's been doing well in the tournament so far, at least in the games where he does have given the space by his team, or rather, when teams don't prioritize him a lot, but teams have been prioritizing him. I will say that Mikey has also stepped up quite a bit for Team JENZ. He's been having a fantastic set of games, but this is probably going to be JENZ's hardest matchup. Even as they're going to be playing against Nemiga in the last series, I think this one is definitely going to be much more difficult.
Yeah, with 3 series to go, though, Team JENZ are not looking super bad. So far, did lose against Syntax, who have been now struggling for the past 2 days, on the other hand. But, despite Syntax's shortcomings, I still believe JENZ have a really, really good chance if they get themselves together today and, of course, tomorrow, the final group stage day of all things. So, to the audience who are not aware or not always looking at the board, which we do all the time, right? There's only Group A matches left, with Group B now pretty much set in stone. Zero Tenacity securing the last 2-0 previously. I don't think there's going to be a Cedar match between Level Up and Z10, but generally, yeah, Group B is basically set for Level Up and Z10 to pass on, with Ario Rise, No Hoodwink, and Puck Champ eliminated, and KW disqualified for admin reasons. It's not our place to say. If they cheated, screw them. If they didn't, oh well. At the same time, here in Group A, Amaru already set to be eliminated, right, in Group B.
Yeah, and, I can't say I have too much. I would have wished that they did, in fact, play their matches. But when you forfeit, you do lose your matches. That's generally how that works.
How it goes, yeah.
So,
here, have 3 points. You want 3 points here? Have 3 points. Because I need to go to Astana for a LAN or something.
I mean, you go to Astana for a LAN, but you're still signed up for the tournament, right? I feel like you should be making those decisions, but don't want to criticize them all that much. I will if they don't play their next match.
They're still eliminated. You can't be salty about that for sure.
They're still eliminated, but they still have one more match to play. So that will be the redemption match. Will this still play knowing that they're not going to be in the tournament, right? But taking a look at this draft right now, Noob, he doesn't have his Lina. He does have his Puck, though. And Power Rangers, they have the Disruptor, so they have quite pretty good heroes against the Puck. In fact, some pretty good heroes against the Necrophos too in that Disruptor.
Hold on. We're looking at Kiyotaka Coddle and Immersion Pangolier, or Kiyotaka is pushing for this Keeper of the Light, isn't he? So, and it's pretty decent against the Necro. I don't really understand the Necro pick in general for that, because this does set up for a Necrophos carry, and the Puck mid. There's a reaction coming out from JENZ. And of course, Noob from former Enigma Galaxy fame is definitely going to have a wild time with this Puck so far.
Yeah, I think the Bucks definitely gonna have a good time. It just, I mean, it depends if Power Rangers can use this disruptor to shut down the Puck as well as Parker's Necrophos. If they can, then they're gonna have a good time. If they can't, then they might actually struggle. The only problem that I see with the Keeper of the Light mid is that you'd have to send this Pangolier towards the off lane, and Pangolier versus the Necrophos in that kind of lane doesn't exactly strike me the right way.
Absolutely agree. With pick 18 coming up pretty quickly, Power Rangers got to solve too many problems. It feels like a sinking ship of a draft immediately.
Maybe you just go for the Morta right now. I do think that Power, or rather, Power Rangers Bashka, he does play the Morta. Great against that Necrophos, decent against the Ringmaster and the Hoodwink. That Deadshot is definitely something you can use against that Scurry, as well as the Escape. No, they actually go for the Doom. Okay, so they go for a direct counter against the Ringmaster. And unless this is going to be a position 1 Doom, this does suggest that Power Rangers are going to be playing, that mid lane Pango and that off lane Keeper of the Light, or rather that support Keeper of the Light.
Right. So with that in mind, Kiyotaka, let's think about this. If there's the possibility of the Doom carry and the Pangolier off lane, can Kiyotaka still go for the Void Spirit? Is that a legit route that they can take? Obviously, they're gonna have tower pushing problems, but they can shove down the lanes, down the enemy's throats, and the fights are pretty much winnable, right, with the Disruptor and the Doom.
Yeah.
Plus, don't even get me started about Rolling Thunder, because Rolling Thunder is kind of broken.
I would, if this is supposed to be, a Doom carry, a mid lane keeper of the light, and the off lane Pango, then I would imagine that Power Rangers will struggle in the right click department.
There's your Muerta. You called it. Absolutely. Centaur is the other ban.
Centaur and the TV ban, so they're actually not sure either. We have been seeing quite a bit of offlane Necros, right? This entire tournament. I believe Syntax actually plays quite a bit of the offlane Necro for on emptiness.
I don't like Parker Luna here, right? I'm personally not a fan. But the possibility of the Necro going mid or off lane. Then just looking for a carry.
Yeah, the Luna, against the Pangolier, it does feel pretty shaky. You can't right-click away that easily. You'll need that BKB. I think this should just be a straightforward Parker Necrophos. You send Noob towards that mid side, and then you can think about that, Russell going for either the Lycan or the Black Hole.
There's your solution. Steal it. They don't need it. It's good against the Necro. Screw it. Roll the dice, bro. I love this approach, though. Remember when you and I used to draft against each other?
Yeah.
And you must have had the exact same situations like we did. Like, oh, they're definitely picking this. They're definitely picking that. Like let's set up for pick A or pick B, and then you guys just steal our picks while we then just start stealing your picks. And then everyone's just in this uncomfortable position. I don't play this hero, dude. Like, what are we doing? Kind of situations. The Sven comes through for Parker. A bit of a melee, a bit of a shakier approach into a Disruptor and a Keeper of the Light. I'm not really a fan of the big Rogue Knight, but obviously Parker has a different mentality on this. And while Jinx should be the #1 target for Alberca, the question does remain: how do team fights shake down in this one, my friend?
I think it kind of just depends if Parker is able to get that jump through on that Disruptor or on that Keeper of the Light. Use the God Strength to burst down either one of those two supports in the first few seconds. Because you're right, if you're the Swen, you're gonna get controlled pretty heavily in those team fights. Now, sure, you have that Necrophos with that added bit of damage, so it's not exactly going to be a situation where you're reliant on one singular carry. You do have two carries on your lineup if you're JENZ. And then you have this Puck, which is going to be difficult to control. So normally in a situation where you have a Swen, most teams would only need to control down the Swen and win the game. It's different over here because Power Rangers have to shut down the Swen in the team fights. They have to shut down the Necrophos as well as the Puck. And I'm not sure as strong as their team fight is, I'm not sure how they achieve all 3 of those targets, especially since they're also slippery. Swen has the movement speed with his Warcry, the Necro has the Death Seeker, and the Puck is just a Puck.
Yeah, with chase problems coming through, a lot of pressure on the Pangolier shoulders. Let's see if Power Rangers can execute in game number 1, which so far, out of 3 series, they have lost 2 of their first games, if memory serves correctly. But, yeah. But Isla rolling on through. Overall, I'm just scared of one thing beyond the Parker Sven, just kicking off very much post 20 minutes in, is if the Alberca Bashka immersion till the end combo just, starts taking tier 1 towers. Because Kiyotaka could be enough of a distraction, in my opinion, that the rest of the team can just start taking objectives away from you.
I think the early game push is not only is it something that you have to be afraid of for Team JENZ, I think it's a win condition for Power Rangers. They have to have enough of an advantage to mitigate that 20-minute Parker, like you mentioned, because he is going to farm, right? Dude, I think the number one thing about Team JENZ is that regardless of what you do, Parker is always going to have his farm. So you have to play with the contingency that you're going to have a farmed up carry against you. You can't be playing with the thought that you're going to be able to shut him down.
Yeah, I'm a big Luna believer, so I am going with Power Rangers this time around. But we shall see. A lot of pressure on the shoulders. Former mid laner. It's to some extent it's a fall from grace. Playing LAN in Berlin and then now finding yourselves here in tier 3 Dota.
I think it's a fall from grace for 9 Pandas too. They were a pretty strong organization in the Dota 2 scene. Now they're hoping to become a strong organization, I guess.
Do they even have a team? I don't think they have a team anymore.
I think they do. They have one in. They had one recently. Actually,
did they?
Yeah.
I don't really follow much right out of the tier 1 scene and whatever we cover in CCT and EPL. Right, you and I tend to talk about this from time to time as the days go by, but players come and go, and the sad story is, right, as competition goes by and as TIs keep coming and going, there's always only one winner, right? Runner-up names, okay, the wider audience knows the runner-ups, but there's only 5 names etched into the ages every year. And that's just what it's all about. At the end of the day, as immersion, might just be edged as first blood in this game, but Isla not gonna make the grab, or goes for the bushwhack eventually. And with the bloodstone, this should be first blood right there. Gonna be missing it on the screen, but I will still be, I don't know, the radio caster for the rest of the stream.
That was actually pretty well done by Parker. He left the Hoodwink knowing that he wants to go back to his farm and that Isla would have been able to secure the first blood. He could have gone for the chase because that was a guaranteed way for him to acquire the first blood, but he prioritized his farm over what he knew was going to happen. So Power Rangers already off to not such a good start. Like you pointed out, they have lost quite a few of their, I think, their first game in their overall best of 3s, which they've eventually...
Courier has been killed.
Yeah, the two have not met during the play-ins, but so far so good. On the side of Team JENZ, who have been having a actually pretty decent play-in stage. They did win the groups of the play-ins for themselves, collecting 11 points in total, and basically not having lost, or basically losing that one series against Syntax, but otherwise pretty much a flawless record on their end.
Yeah, they actually...
Also being pulled back. Hold on. Just a bit. But yeah, the death pulse is just too much HP. Never mind.
Bashka is very low on his HP, but he has that healing salve, so I suppose he'll be okay. JENZ actually
the whip throw.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that salve is just gone.
It should have played it a bit safer. That is going to be very unlucky. or not even unlucky. He actually deserves it. He didn't play. He didn't have that patience. But Syntax won against JENZ twice. They actually won the group stage and they won in the play-in. So they certainly seem to be a very anti-Parker lineup as far as countering him out goes. But JENZ overall, you know, in my personal opinion, if this was a more consistent team in the sense that if they had played it before, played a few tournaments before, maybe they deserve to be directly invited into the play-in stage.
Top, the back and forth continues. We do miss till the end's death, but can Bashka be caught out as well as the pause? The pause told Trust. Noob pulled out the pluck from the wall. Guys, discuss how you're gonna kill the Luna. You need to make the decision now. 3 seconds until the next death pulse, with one already about to connect on him, if I see it correctly.
I mean, I think Bashka should be able to
it's
dodge
actually
it.
not behind him.
Oh, no, gone.
Oh, not the impalement arts. There it is. It's on him. Come on. Get Bashka. Whip him to death. Russell will still get the kill, as it's 3M love for the Team JENZ side.
Those are some pretty big moves that JENZ are making. They are 3 kills up. They've gotten the first blood. They've killed Bashka.
Hold on, down bottom. The action just does not stop, Torture. She cannot finish a sentence. Alberca goes down on the Doom. JENZ got the let out today.
This is pretty terrifying for Power Rangers. They need to be ahead. And instead of being ahead, they're actually pretty far behind against an offlane Necrophos. Sure, the offlane Necrophos still has a lot of value to offer, but you're playing a Disruptor and a Luna. I would imagine that your ability to glimpse someone back, especially a Necro, who kind of relies on closing the gap.
Get him. Get him. Can't get him because of the Ghost Shroud. Sure, you can tickle him with the level 2 Lucent Beam, but
you should be able to mitigate these plays that JENZ are making, but somehow Power Rangers are just falling prey to it. This is going to hurt them, especially considering that when you take a look at both lineups, you have the offlane and the carry both wanting to farm.
Hold on, Parker down bottom. Just at the end, going to get tickled. One big question I've had for you, now that we are covering Team JENZ together, finally, what is the language of communication on this team?
I think it's probably just English.
Is it?
It should be. Like, I know Noob and Russell speak English. I don't know about Parker and Yudomi.
That's not a question. But like, always, it always comes back to me, like, to some extent, like, the language doesn't really matter. As Sumail did play for the Chinese team, Astralis, was it the name?
No.
Team Astral, or
the one with they're probably talking Filipino because of Jing.
What? Oh, sure, yeah, Filipino is a global language for sure. It's not even a question. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there are some Spanish expressions exchanged one way or the other between JENZ and, Jings and, of course, Parker, because Pinoy is partly Spanish, I believe.
And I mean, Jing did play with, I mean, he played with Nemesis, but I don't think he was in the team when Nemesis was also a South American team. I would be curious to see if this is the first time Jing has actually played with a South American, or rather South American players, because as far as his Wikipedia is concerned, it's just Southeast Asia all the way through.
Interestingly enough. But yeah, no, more than likely it's going to be English, but still communication problems could rise on that side of the team, and comms are just so damn important.
Oh, definitely. I think, it's so much simpler if you're Power Rangers with all 5 players from the same nationality, from the same place. We'll see how exactly JENZ will overcome this, because so far in most of their series, Dota, they haven't needed to communicate. It's usually just been Parker or Noob winning the games for them.
Yeah, let's see. Jing going in with a funhouse mirror, at least trying to shake off till the end. Russell has been glimpsed back over and over again, but finally Alberca will be rotated in just to counteract the Necrophos. Glimpse back once more and executed. Jing still trying to get the Disruptor out of commission, but it's not gonna happen. As Boschka picks up the other kill. First 2 kills for the side of Power Rangers, and it's definitely a road to recovery.
Oh yeah, I mean, Boschka got a kill there. Power Rangers, they punish JENZ quite a bit. At the same time, Parker used his God Strength to start flash farming. And Noob, they have the silence on Kiyotaka, but he will be able to get away.
Swashy and Bucky and get out of there. Get the hell out of Dodge.
He's also
but it was
close for his Diffusal Blade. And the Puck's not that close to the Pangolier's farm. He's 500 net worth behind, almost 500 net worth behind. And the Necrophos is actually quite well farmed. I would say that despite the 2 kills there, it's not too big of a comeback for Power Rangers. I think for them, their win condition depends on how much they can shut down the Swen and shut down this Necro, because just farming Luna is not enough.
Beyond Static Storm, there isn't really much of an answer against the Puck. As you can see, he's just face shifting out of there. Getting the hell out of dodge. Maybe they were trying to force out some kind of Dream Core response, or just try and outzone them as much as possible to start giving a bit of an edge to Kiyotaka. But speaking of Kiyotaka, looking to defend the tier 1 tower up top. Russell has been having the most chill game. As you said, he is on top of the net worth along with Parker Sven. But the shutdown to the Sven might just be coming. Kiyotaka going with the swashbuckle, good with the tickle, and even the shield crash will protect him. But no Rolling Thunder at level 8. It'll be a little bit of an interesting situation. Swashbuckle still going to be available. Isla.
Noob is here. I'm not sure what Noob can actually do though.
The Puck still go for the Dream Coil, but Noob is not looking to commit anything at all. Till the end, Waning Rift. Going for the pullback. Glimpse back is not going to happen because of the coil snaps. And Noob will use the Dream Coil just to get the hell out of dodge.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Noob's there. Like, he teleported in. Oh, offside.
Eclipse committed. But Russell's just too damn strong. The Heartstopper aura, along with the regen, is just working overtime. Truly a sadistic hero.
Yeah, it's just... The reason teams are playing this now on the offlane is because they're realizing, at least for the teams that are picking this, the teams that are playing this, is there's not too much the other side can actually do to counter your Necro out. You're going to have to commit significant resources. It's kind of like a Tidehunter or a Centaur or an Axe, right, who's playing that backline. You will need to bring 3 or 4 heroes in just to be able to punish that Necro. And when it's a team like Team JENZ who have a flash farmer like Parker, if the other side is bringing 4 heroes just to take out your offlane, Parker is getting so much more out from the map at the same time. So it's really a win-win in a situation like that for Team JENZ.
Ooh, big no-no move coming out from Parker, or at least big no-no move according to, I believe it was either Sumail or Insania who said this in the All Chat podcast. Never go to the offlane. And that's exactly where the Sven is right now. Well, Jing dies. This is just par for the course on the Ringmaster, of course. But yeah, like Parker going into triangle farm mode while Russell is hung out onto the lane, leaving a dead lane on the bottom. Is a little bit of an opening for the Power Rangers.
Noob, I think he's just
catch
dead
on
there.
Noob. He is actually just dead there. Kiyotaka with the execution.
It's nice to see an R cryptic voice line. Kiyotaka. Nice. I like that.
Shout out to Ricky, by the way, for that perfect voice line. Although his 20-euro voice line is just way better if you're a Futurama fan.
I don't watch that many animes anymore. I wish I did. I actually stopped watching animes when my brother moved out.
It's not an anime, it's an animation, because it's a Western cartoon. Store going out. You gotta catch onto the Ringmaster. Parker looking to join in along with Russell. Can they cut down the Pangolier on time? But the glimpse back onto the Necrophos could shut down this fight. Noob realizing the mistake or the problem and just getting the hell out of dodge. As the Pangolier keeps on rolling. Good contact with the Swashbuckle. Diffusal Blade along onto the Puck as Isla going for the Bushwhack. And a little bit of disengage. But ring around the rosy around the tier 1 tower. We do hear God Strength coming through Parker. Can he show a little bit of God and his strength? Storm hammer thrown out straight into the face of the disruptor. Kiyotaka to get the hell out of dodge. Does have the swashbuckle in 1 second. Alberca for the turn. Doom is available. The 2 supports are running away. Look at the motorcycle being super broken again. I hate this hero.
Yeah, the motorcycle feels like it shouldn't give you a haste rune for the 3 or 4 seconds that it's active.
You get a haste rune? Like even Storm, like the Spirit Breakers is basically like, oh, you're chasing a given target. This one is just like, oh, you can go anywhere with a free haste rune. I know it's a 1 in a 3 chance, but you know what? Here, have it. 1 in a 4 actually, but still, one of the most broken abilities.
Especially in the early game, you know. Power Rangers though, I mean, every time they have to make that kind of a play, they have to expend their Rolling Thunder or their Static Storm.
Zylo.
Okay. I mean,
if
they're
we're calling
getting...
Eincrod, should we call Isla Alcy? Those are the important questions here, Toltras, as Jing dies for the 50th time this game.
Most of the kills though that Power Rangers have gotten have just been on these supports. You know, the
super
6
valuable.
kills at least.
14-minute Shrine of Wisdom contested. Parker, again, another part of the mistake, right, is that they can just cut through you onto the catch. Russell will get the Eclipse and Static Storm treatment as the 14-minute Shrine of Wisdom going the way of Power Rangers. The power of the Luna is showing through.
Yeah, and now this is now it's getting a bit dangerous. Now gens are getting squeezed around the map. They are losing their tier 1 towers, and Power Rangers, they're achieving their win conditions. A 4,000 net worth advantage. You have the Diffusal Blade. You have a Luna that is very well farmed.
Gonna be doomed, but at the same time, the Dream Coil will just make this kind of an even Steven situation. Alberca trying to keep the contact with the Scorched Earth, but I don't know if you can kill the puck on time. Waning Rift away. And Noob, will you lose your orb? Thank you for losing your ulti, but no, immersion! Still on contact with Noob right now, even though Russell will get the kill onto Kiyotaka. We are still keeping an eye out on this puck exchange, and they will find the puck. They will lose 2 for it, but honestly, Noob just falling behind further and further. 5,000 net worth at 50 minutes in.
Yeah, he's really not having a good time on the puck. If you're Team Gens right now, you're going to be wondering about how to bring your puck back into this, but against so many counters, it's going to be very hard. And I have to say, Noob's rotations here haven't made much sense. Constantly sticking around that bot side. This is the second time he's showed up there in a position where there's nothing there for him to achieve. Even the play on the Doom, if the idea is to force the Doom out and get away, then he needs to be getting out rather than sticking around for, quite frankly, a bunch of nothing.
Keep an eye out. Boschka could be in danger here. Here comes Parker. In with the God Strength and the Mask of Madness. He is truly trying to shut down Boschka's gameplay. But the mid lane, how should we say, Benny Hill show shall just continue. Kiyotaka stuck inside the Dream Coil, but even then, when he could get out, will be silenced. Out comes the Static Storm. Alberto looking for the counter play, but Parker rejoining on the mid lane this time. Will be stuck inside the Static Storm. The Illuminate will clear him off just a little bit. Glimpse back is the Sven, but Sven is just more than happy to keep on smacking away at people. Alberca until the end secured, along with the tier 1 tower. Team Gens, they're kind of done with the back and forth. And with them having taken already 2 tier 1 towers and keeping their tier 1 on the mid lane secured, you do have the opportunity to take either the jungle or the triangle of the enemy territories.
Yeah, I didn't think that, I don't think the Power Rangers expected Parker to just man up and fight them back. Normally, when you place a Doom, you have a few seconds of the other side kind of trying to adjust in their position. But Parker, he didn't take a second to think about the fact that he just wants to dish out those right clicks. They found the Luna on that top side while Power Rangers thought they could get some bit of revenge going their way towards that mid lane. But then Gens were, you know, all up in Power Rangers' business. They brought Parker into, and even though he got doomed, he just kept the right clicks going. And even if he died in that circumstance, it would have been worth it because they got 4 kills. That 4,000 advantage by Power Rangers is completely gone.
Till the end, it doesn't even matter. But actually surviving. Thanks to a little bit of help from the Holy Locket. Built up on the Keeper of the Light. One of the most hated items by the recently... Is it a re-invite or an actual invite to Purge? I always get on Purges. Every time I play with Purge, which only happened twice so far, I just build the Holy Locket, which he hates, because he hates the item, but it makes me happy that he is mad. I'm sorry.
They are hunting for Noob.
Noob! Gonna be doomed. And this time around, Albuquerque will just casually keep the contact. And it is level 2 Doom this time around. So the job will be done just a bit faster.
He's 6,500 net worth on a buck. Like, sure, there are
Doesn't
counters,
seem
but
right.
that doesn't explain it.
Barker, gonna be stuck inside the Static Storm, but he does not care at all, ever. Sure, the Women's Back was available, but till the end.
Surely this time it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Yes, he just went on till the end with Kiyotaka looking for the turnaround. Boschka coming in as well, but Russell right behind him, pretty tight. The Death Pulse will connect. That will be some of the HP lost. But as Parker is getting out of here, they don't even go for the Eclipse turnaround on the Necrophos. It truly shows that Power Rangers are respecting, or more rather, are a little bit scared of this lineup here. As out comes the Reaper's Sight, that's not going to be enough damage. Parker just turns it around, gets on top of Immersion, and as the Luna is just going to massively just disengage out of this, they're absolutely done. They need to try and find a lane that they can just run down on, and then just basically slow down the game that JENZ are currently dictating.
I don't think I've ever seen a version of this Swen that Parker is showing us. Like, he's not farming away. He's not playing the greedy Swen, which is the typical way that most Swens play. He's actually playing a very active Swen, right? Now, sure, he's had the Blink Dagger now so that he can join, but even before this, even before his Blink Dagger, he's just playing with the Echo Saber Mask of Madness, knowing that his God Strength gives him that plus 100, plus 200 damage, and he only needs to get a few right clicks in for his team to be able to secure most of those kills. And I mean, it's giving a lot of benefits to Team JENZ, because at the end of the day, your Necrophos is as farmed up as a position 1 Necro, right? So the lines are blurred for Team JENZ as to what their roles are, but in this case, it's actually working in their favor. The question is always going to be, Dota, with the puck doing this poorly, is it going to hurt them in the long run? It's fine for the moment, but eventually it will start to sting when all 3 of Power Rangers scores are scaling up very nicely for the mid game.
Them spell effects are just increased in general. I mean, it lowers magical resistance and the pure damage comes through as Boschka gets caught on the mid lane.
I think the Doom is it's not going to be reduced at the end of the day.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have it, of course, because the Scorched Earth, though, on the other hand, is going to be amplified.
You know, there's quite a lot of magical damage. I would imagine the Eclipse and the Static Storm are probably the 2 biggest abilities you want to do.
Hold reduce. On. No, but a little bit of a tickle onto Alberca, but he's not going to be fine at the end of the day, but still amplified damage on the puck. As everyone's just kind of split on this map right now, Tolchus. Doesn't really seem like there's safe space for any of the cores to farm one way or the other. Every move seems risky on both sides, and that's just a good sign of an even-Steven game. Except for the puck. Yeah, well, we're still going to be pointing out Noob for being behind the pack, just about 2,000 to 3,000 gold behind. Well, he could just be on the road to recovery. As up top.
Parker? I don't
there
know
we
if
go
this is
again.
the right play.
God strength, God smack. He will get immersion if nothing else. Boschka waiting for the turnaround. He is trying to be patient as much as possible. The BKB will eventually expire. Kiyotaka still on the chase. Noob. Out onto the other side. Good with Dream Coil. It will be immediately snapped. Out comes the Bushwhack, but the Static Storm could keep the puck in there, even with the Illusion Rune. Noob is just gone. Alberca. They will get a little bit of a glimpse back, and as they get 2 kills for the price of 1, Parker's God Strength is wasted on a Gandalf.
Noob once again getting a bit too ahead of himself there. Diving a tier 2 tower against a disruptor is never going to work out for you. regardless of if you're ahead or not, right? His net worth in that circumstance doesn't even matter. You're diving into a static storm. And sure, I get the idea the Pangoliers Rolling Thunder has worn off, but so has Parker's BKB. Like, how exactly does he think, or how exactly do GENZ think they can continue that fight? It boggles my mind, Dota. It's just an impossible.
They're just not respecting the disruptor. Is all I'm currently seeing, right? Well, Burkett didn't even have to use Doom there, and now they have that tool to basically hunt down Parker, secure support if they want to. I just feel that Power Rangers have better options as Jing. Speaking of, support's being hunted. Pull him back, even with the escape back. You're still eating the damage. But the Doom's still available.
Observer ward giving a very, Jing standing right at the edge of that observer board. Had he been even a centimeter towards that left, or rather just 1 unit towards the left side, they wouldn't have been able to see him. But it'll be Power Rangers with the Aegis.
What the hell is a centimeter? But at the very same time, no true catch onto the Gandalf Caudal. They are reading currently on the GENZ side that immersion is the biggest problem for them right now. Even though I do believe it is till the end as Parker goes in for the approach, gets glimpsed back. And the Sven doesn't commit the BKB to continue the chase. They'll just let them have the Aegis and let them run like the dogs they are, which is a Marana voice line. It's not an insult.
Power Rangers do have the BKB as well as the Aegis now on Bashka. Like, this Luna is very farmed up. I would imagine that, even though you have a Swen, it's kind of just dependent on the initiate. I think the Swen is the most dependent on the first few seconds of the start of a team fight. Like, if you can find a good position, burst someone down, you're going to win the fight. But if you can't do that, then there's no way you win the fight. So I don't know if that's going to be added pressure on this Necrophos to do what the Swen can't in those circumstances. But I think that Power Rangers might just be slightly ahead right now. But not so far ahead as to say that GENZ are in a bad position, but just much easier ways to start a team fight and much easier ways to counterplay the initiation that GENZ comes out with.
And with the safety net of that Aegis, though, time for some tier 2s? Question mark.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As Bashka, Manta BKB, the Mask of Madness, is gunning for the Hurricane Pike to get that distance away from his enemies later on down the line. Isla, Russell, and of course, the good old Jing Ring Master kind of approached, but here comes Parker. Looking for the catch. Will not get on top of immersion, but will turn his attention to till the end. Doom out onto Russell as the Doom Necrophos kind of silenced, kind of stuck. Parker committing with the BKB, trying to survive the Eclipse. He is looking to be successful as the Doom connects onto the Necro. They eventually get the Necrophos out of commission as Bashka looking low, but the Spirit Form heal will keep them alive through Parker's cleave damage back and through. Oh, Parker just couldn't catch a target. Glimmer Cape, Force Staffs, escapes.
That is pretty much
to handle.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the weakness of the Swen, right? It just...
Never mind. It was just 2 Glimmer Capes until the end of immersion.
And the only reason why Bashka was falling low, Dodai, is because Bashka was allowing himself to to fall low. He was trying to trade against the Swen, and even if he died, he still had the Aegis.
You're stuck in here with me as he will just kill off Jing with ease. Isla, does he not realize he's surrounded by 4? They're still gonna try something with the duo supports, but they just lose their bodies. And I will just keep reiterating till the day I die on this patch. Luna cannot touch base, ladies and gentlemen.
I think
if you let that happen,
that is the absolute worst case scenario for Team GENZ. You lose an entire team fight, and then after you lost a team fight, you lose 3 more heroes after they happen to just respawn. That is not looking good for them. And with Bashka still not having lost his Aegis, this might just be a full lane of barracks at the 27-minute mark.
tactical chain feeding, as both racks are just abracadabra, absolutely gone.
I don't think there's a reason for them to stop right now, because if you're Power Rangers, you have this Aegis for the next minute, and Parker has no God Strength. He's already shown Power Rangers that, so why go back right now?
I don't know if Boschko wants to continue. There's still 40 seconds left on the Aegis. We might as well try. Alberca going in for the initiation. Kiyotaka right behind him. Stunned up just for a little bit. Down falls the Eclipse. Good. So if you do fall low, there is not going to be any kind of Reaper Scythe action. The Doom will do the work. The Necro is gone. And as the second tier 3 tower is just constant approach, Boschko will not let up. Fortification for what? Is what he's asking, as the Glaives will do the work. Pinball machine on the map. Kiyotaka jumping on forward. Parker slowed down by the defusal, as they do have a little bit of a reveal on him. All they truly need is Boschko and a bit of time to take on to the tier 4 tower. They don't need to go for this Parker kill, as Kiyotaka half HP will blink back towards the Necro. They immediately get the dieback on Russell.
Goblin plays indeed.
Exactly. Shout out to Saberlight.
That is rough for Team JENZ. That is the kind of unfortunate series of events that can make or break a team for their entire series, not just the first game. I mean, it's a pretty much done and dusted game, right? But this entire 20,000 lead, Dota, it's been built up in the past 4 minutes.
And I'm not gonna lie, I think it's the domino effect of the puck. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. The fact that Noob is this much behind and he cannot do puck things right now, you know, like cutting waves behind the tier 2 towers of the enemy, hunting couriers, trying to delay the game so that Sven and the Necro could have a little semblance of a game. Russell was first place on the network chart just 20 minutes ago, and now has fallen off a cliff of that net worth. And as soon as these megas are going to be secured, I just don't know if you'll have anything left till the end, with a good find onto Parker, as the Wheel of Wonder could keep them at bay just a little bit.
I think Power Rangers are just they just want to get this game over with, because they know how far behind JENZ is. And yeah, you're right. I mean, the puck, if the puck is not unable to do puck things, then Power Rangers don't have to be afraid for their backline. They can throw everything they have on that front line. You know, the Disruptor and the Keeper of the Light. You take a look at how aggressive they're playing. They're right there, exposed. But no one from JENZ can actually take them out. If Parker goes in, or if Russell goes in that deep,
well,
then
let's see that smoke up. Easily a double kill, or 2 kills already secured. Make it 3 to just shut down the Megas. Noob will be pulled back. That is 4. A triple kill for Alberca on the Doom, as Noob will just call GG. Parker does not even come home to defend for this last fight, but why would he? God Strength was on cooldown one more time, and honestly, this would have ended up with Megas one way or the other. The Luna, for the 3rd time today, shows her claws, and the Nova Rider will once again win a game.
And that was, I mean, it was looking pretty good for the side of Team JENZ for quite a while. Unfortunately, Noob could not scale up, right? He 20 minutes into the game, he had the Blink Dagger and the Witchblade that he has right now. But for the next 11 minutes, he only got about 2.8k net worth. He was 9,000 net worth at the 19 to 20 minute mark, and ends the game with 11.8k net worth. All the meanwhile, this Swen BKB, this Russell BKB, sure, you have the BKBs, so you have the 9 seconds of survivability, but if the rest of your team can't follow up, then Power Rangers are going to eventually run all over you, because their 3 cores were scaling up. I think that's the biggest difference in this game, and I think that might just be the reason why they lost. I also do think that, Dota, you know, we were pointing this out, the draft differential that existed. Sure, there's this Swen that you have, this big damage dealer, but it's not exactly an S tier carry. You know,
the constant kiting against this lineup was just too evident. I don't know why Parker went on the Sven route instead of I would have preferred Lifestealer or Ursa or something that, you know, get the glimpse off you. At the end, it's only the BKB that will give you the opportunity. But even when he had it, Parker was like, oh, the targets are not important enough to continue the chase for you. And another tragedy at the end of the day, like Russell did so much work at the beginning, and he only has one stack of the Reaper Scythe. That does not jive well with me.
Yeah, I think I mean, both Parker and Russell did a fantastic job in terms of farm. I actually think Parker did a fantastic job in the early to mid game, finding all of the kills that a Swen isn't really supposed to find. It's the Buck who should be in Parker's situations in most of those team fights, and Parker should just be farming away. But the dynamic of the kind of dynamic JENZ found themselves in was very awkward considering their lineup, and they should have had the space to farm, because over on Power Rangers, you also have a Doom, right? You also have to consider that Power Rangers were in the kind of same situation where they had to farm up on their Doom, they had to farm up on their Luna, and even though JENZ got the right plays, they just got them on the wrong heroes.
And just could not execute. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to a break as Power Rangers take game number 1 versus Team JENZ. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Game 2 of Team JENZ versus Power Rangers. This first one didn't go so well for Team JENZ, I would say. Right, Toltros? Yeah, just check. Maybe, by the way, Toltros. Yeah, it might be that Toltros was still muted, but basically the gist is that Russell and Parker had pretty decent games, but Noob just sadly could not keep up with the tempo on the puck this time around. Test again, Toltros.
Is my voice okay now?
I think so. Okay, yeah. Production is giving us the A-OK. And looks like it that they are going to go for the approach of the Shadow Fiend this time around, kind of abandoning the Luna, which was kind of their signature during the play-ins, but laying domination out the wazoo. And the biggest counter to ranged heroes in this current patch, right, was the Darkseer. As both of us have trained teams for the ENC, this was a big discussion if the Darkseer is a value hero or not. But it's basically designed to skip the wave and to just pressure out any kind of ranged hero that does come on the lane. There are alternatives, though. So you could put the Shadow Fiend into the mid lane, which I don't know if Noob would be a fan of. But on the other hand, giving it a good lane partner such as the Bane, which is available, could be just an easy setup for them for a few cheap kills.
We don't really see that many mid lane Shadow Fiends in the meta anymore. It certainly doesn't really strike me as Noob's playstyle. He wants to be playing those single target or just those flashy mid lane heroes that can get in and out very quickly. Power Rangers, though, at the same time, they have a very strong duo against that Shadow Fiend. JENZ also now come out with the Bane, so they have a very strong laning phase matchup, the triple race potential with the Nightmare. But Power Rangers in the team fights, that Bramble Maze plus the Darkseer Vacuum, if you get stuck in that, then JENZ aren't going to be able to fight back, irrespective of what kind of draft that you are able to put out. Even if you give Noob his Lena or his Snapfire, his two most successful heroes in the EPL Masters. So, I mean, Power Rangers, for me, already, this is a very strong draft coming up by them.
It's a start, but there's the Bane that we just mentioned as well. The combo, at least the lane combo, is there. There are a few counters to the Bane, though, and rather the question is, with the Undying Band, what else is truly there to help stop the Nightmare save, or do you just go back once again to Jin going in with an extra save of the Ringmaster? Noob or Spurt, I'm guessing?
This should be a mid lane Earth Spirit. You could play a position 4 Earth Spirit as some Southeast Asian teams try it, but I don't actually. I'm not a fan of the position 4 Earth Spirit. I actually think it's a very it becomes a grief pick, because if you can't do much with the position 4 Earth Spirit, then you essentially turn into a creep. You don't provide any kind of value to those team fights, to your team in general. And I actually just think that the mid lane Earth Spirit has so much magical damage that you can dish out. Again, though, we're just running in circles around this Darkseer pick, because it doesn't seem like JENZ are addressing that at all. Every single hero that they're picking on their cores just happens to be bad against the Darkseer.
The age-old question, though, right? In Dota, it does sound like an easy concept, right? But forcing your will on the enemy is kind of the name of the game at the end of the day. Sorry for the weird lighting. There's a storm coming in, and the wind is just coming through the windows. What can you do? It's kind of rough to stray away from your plan, right? So you want to be reactive, you want to be covering all your bases. At the very same time, Team JENZ trying to ignore as much as possible on the Power Rangers side. I think they would just are waiting for the double pick reveal here, as they are first pick anyway, so they get pick 18, and we'll just close off this phase of the draft with something that will wrap up against 4 heroes, which obviously there's many options in the pool currently, so I'm not that surprised that they go for the noob hero first. But yeah, a big job for a position 4 anyway, so it's just maybe with a position 3 they want to find the answer, which in this case could be a centaur, could be...
They actually go for the necro, so this is unlikely to be a necro offlane like JENZ tried it out.
Last time, yeah.
Should be a carry or a mid lane necro. You can play the mid lane necro against the Earth Spirit.
I like this.
The Largo? Why?
Largo for the Dispel?
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good Dispel game. You can Dispel away the Magnetize, you can Dispel away the Nightmare. Even the reposition against the Fiend's Rip isn't all that bad, especially since that Fiend's Rip comes in with, it's followed up with the Requiem. So I can understand the Largo pick in this scenario. What I don't understand, though, is that you have a Dark Willow. So is this going to be a position 4 Largo or a position 4 Dark Willow? Because neither of those two support heroes are that good on the pos 5 role.
That's the problem I have right now. Because the other alternative, which is crazy, and I would really not like that to happen, is Kiyotaka taking the Largo mid, Necrophos carry, and then the Darkseer stays as the position 3, as it's meant to be.
It can go bad, but I think overall Power Rangers do have the solid foundation for a draft. They're trying to address what gens are coming out with, and I think for gens, it's going to come down to Parker's pick. Right? I think if they have a good strong pick for Parker, if it is in fact a Shadow Fiend for Parker, then they need to enable the Shadow Fiend as much as they can and potentially even get a save. You mentioned the Ringmaster. I think the Ringmaster is great for gens against that Reaper Scythe. Also fantastic against that Darkseer Vacuum because you can use the escape act, bring someone out, but time and time again has showed us that gens really want to play with the Enigma. Right, it seems to be prioritized on Russell so much every single series, and we will get to see it once more.
Even Enigma coming out for the setup to the team fight. I'm not mad at this.
I mean, it's not bad, definitely, but considering the games that Russell has had on the Enigma, like they don't prioritize the wombo combo nearly as much. Even though you think about what gens have as far as the combo goes, Black Hole into the Magnetize into the Requiem. It's a lot of ultimate focused team fight. I'm just not sure if it's going to work out. Right, your Eidolons are not going to survive those team fights. Vacuum plus the Death Pulses plus the Frog Stomp.
This is going to be stupid, but Team Gens need to ban Silencer here. Because I think 24 Silencer here just wrecks Team Gens right now. They ban out the Luna. Reaction is
Power Rangers don't have a spot to play the Silencer on, though.
Yes, they do. That's why I just told you. Largo mid, Necro carry, Darkseer 3.
I haven't seen a Largo mid in a while, but I suppose it does
RCY
work.
Plays it on Legion, so it's not out of the blue. And Power Rangers, GPK is not that far away. He's played it too. And I think against the Earth Spirit, it's not the worst lane ever.
Ooh.
Go back for the puck. Good against the Eidolons. But yeah, well, what about the classic Sven again? Oh, they go Ember instead against the puck. So we'll stay the Necrophos carry, which is still okay against the Eidolons, right? You have the Death Pulse to take care of those. You'll eventually get the Radiance anyway. with Alberca basically playing in with Kiyotaka at the end of the day. But out of the two spirits, I would still went for the Void as to just massively counteract the puck in and of itself. But Kiyotaka does choose the Ember. But yeah, overall, my biggest concern right now is that Russell's Enigma does not have any kind of black hole shutdown once he has BKB. And that is basically what Team JENZ need to play for, is Russell having a good game, which he did have last game on the Necrophos. But shutting down Boschka and then just transitioning to the mid game could be a little bit tough, especially as you mentioned, till the end's Largo, getting the dispels off, and then the Willow just basically mitigating your chase. We shall see if Team JENZ can deliver and give us our first 1-1 of the day, or will they continue the trend and just go like in number 2 like everyone else did today? Oh, it wouldn't be an EPL game without a pause, would it? Yeah, just get better PCs. Like Dota is a premium game. Get your NVIDIA 5090 whatever's, and then just play the. I'm not gonna lie, it's been ages since I was looking at the webcam placements, right? Like I don't even know who has them on and who doesn't at this point. But shout out to the players, like admin has a lot of rules and everything you need to pay attention to. We thankfully don't have to work. There you go. We're on this time. He's like, nope, it's all for me. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you're all good with that. As we're in a technical pause, we have a little bit of technical pause on the stream as well. Tic-tac-toe on the mini.
The go call has been sounded out. So hopefully, my voice is going out on. All right, and it is. Okay. Immersion with the level 30 Dark Willow. Noob with the level 30 Puck. I would not have actually imagined that. I didn't actually spot it out.
It didn't look like a level 30 Puck in the previous game, right? But like, I think that's the most funniest thing ever if you play Dota regularly, right? Like I've seen super failfish plays from level 30s on any given hero. In my opinion, it doesn't really mean much as it used to. Like 3 years ago, that you have a level 30 hero, you must be playing the hero constantly. You should be good on it, right? But at this point, bronze, whatever, or you're just not even a Dota Plus subscriber. You only get the first 5 levels for free, I believe.
Yep. At the same time, they haven't patched it out, so even if your Dota Plus expires, you can still use the voice lines. Like if you open up the chat wheel, the voice lines will be displayed as locked, but the ones that you've already unlocked, you can still
get to keep. I think that's fair. Like I pay for Dota Plus to get my voice lines. I get really, really nice patterns coming out from till the end on the mini map. I don't know. Oh, it's not showing up in the VMix HUD. Oh, that's super sad. That gets me a little bit disappointed, not gonna lie.
Hopefully, Bashka and Noob both reconnect.
In time.
You know, when I think about Team JENZ, I'm not sure what the idea is. Is this supposed to be the route to a tier 1 team? Is this supposed to be a tier 2 team? Because Noob clearly is a class above everyone else in the tournament, right? He is an established
You're
tier
just
1
caster
player.
cursing him. You're just caster cursing him after that previous performance.
I'm trying to build him up. I'm trying to, you know, give him some
you're doing this on
confidence.
purpose. You're doing this on purpose.
The rest of every one of these players, though, right? I mean, sure, Bashka and the likes have had their time under the sun. Parker has had his time too, winning a tier 1 tournament, but Noob is the only one that has consistently performed at that tier 1 stage. And so I'm not convinced that JENZ, I don't know, maybe it's just the Parker effect. Maybe I just need to see the consistency come out before I can feel some kind of way about it, some kind of confidence about their run. Certainly, I mean, there is potential cannot be denied for either one of these two teams. It's just, can you stick it out when it gets tough? And it will get tough, because right now it's just the play-ins. Pretty soon you'll have the likes of MOUZ, Navi, Yellow Submarine, and even Rune Eaters join you. And who knows what kind of squad Rune Eaters will bring, right? Is it going to be their EWC squad, or is it going to be the stand-in squad they played with recently? Lots of questions.
It's just lots of questions, right, for the playoffs. As one way or the other, partially it will be decided now. 2 points still. On keep it PMA, right? Yeah, no one's gonna keep this PMA, bro.
I do like the fact that there's a lot of Middle Eastern crowd coming in as far as the players are concerned. You know, Russell, Noob, obviously he's always been there, but Isla too. I would want to see Nagato back into the scene too. I know he's playing in the Asgard Championship, but I would want to see him in EPL at some point.
The battle begins.
There's two Middle Eastern players that will always make me cry that they're out. I think you know which two.
You know, as I was looking for the ENC lineup, I actually reached out to Nagato. He's the one that got me in touch with Yavor.
Really?
Yeah.
Shout out to Nagato for that one for sure. As Parker pulled back just a little bit, good on the Nightmare, but still first blood going out onto Parker. Power Rangers are just absolutely following the theme song. They're going for sure.
And getting a first blood on Parker is probably the absolute best skill that you can get. You know, disabled Parker, and
super great start.
He is on a shadow feed.
Missing a full lane here. It's just tragic.
If you're a Shadow Fiend, you're gonna have a target on your back, and if you're a Parker on a Shadow Fiend, man, oh man, for Power Rangers, they only see this one hero. If I were them,
sure they'll take a few kills, but they even get creep skip on the second wave, and all that is theirs, literally. Isla can do as much as he wants on this top lane, but it doesn't really matter on the long term. We were watching the bottom lane just a little bit. Talk to me about the dynamics between an Enigma and an Earth Spirit, or is there any dynamic to talk about at this point?
I do not believe in the position for Earth Spirit at all. Like, I do not see the value in it. I understand that you can dish out a bit of magical damage. You have a bit of initiation, a bit of slow. Like, theoretically, it's a good hero, but I just don't think that you can constantly scale up as a position 4 normally does. I mean, look at him. Jing can't really do anything. What is it? How does he help his Enigma? How does he go into a Largo and a Necrophos?
Well, one thing I don't recommend you doing, though, at the same time, is just checking out Crits X, the today post, or maybe a day-old post he just posted out. He's a clean slate on a 25-win streak right now on the Earth Spirit. Parker looking to die once more. The Shadow Realm right click is all they need from Immersion, but even with the Fairy Fires, it's not going to be enough. Parker is down for the count of 15 seconds.
Not a good start for the Shadow Fiend, and that is the one hero that Team JENZ need to scale up with. Sure, you do have a Puck that should have a relatively free game, but without the Shadow Fiend dishing out the right clicks, it's not going to really work out. 2 kills already on that Shadow Fiend. I would actually imagine that Power Rangers are going to be very happy about that, especially since this isn't going to be an oppressive Enigma lane. Like, Dota, look at Russell's lost hits, or his lack of lost hits rather.
No, I mean, 1 last hit per minute is my kind of an average of a laning stage.
But it's less than 1 lost hit per minute. He has 4 lost hits.
Well, okay, I mean, we're at 4th minute in, right? So, I mean, I'm trying to defend him. I can't. It's kind of hard.
And, you know,
One
this
way or
is,
the other,
again...
as Alberca. Hold on, action up top once again as Alberca is being approached really, really hard. But I don't know if the camera's going to pull there in time as Parker up onto the chase. See that Alberca is just a little sliver of HP, but Immersion having the Ion Shell and will go for the Suicidal Bonus with the vacuum. Parker is gone. My God, they killed him.
Isla will be able to get some revenge, but that is too little too late because you just lost your Shadow Fiend thrice in a row. Russell has just 6 CS to his name. 7 now. But this is not looking too good for the side of Team JENZ. This is going to put pressure on their puck to be able to make something happen. And if he can't make something happen, if he can't actually pull his team together, then they're not going to make it out in the mid game. Why is still the end still here?
Kiyotaka in a little bit of trouble. Hold on. But no, he's not in that much trouble. Anyway.
Like, till the end,
good question.
the tree is gone. Right? He doesn't have to be there. Is he embodying the spirit of the frog? Actually teleports all the way towards that mid lane. That
Immersion Alberca just chilling. By the way, if some of you are confused as to why Immersion has his own voice line, he is going to be on the official Russian cast this year on TI. So shout out to him. Not just casting, but also competing, which cannot be said for a lot of the talent. Although on the English side of things, we will have a few extras, as Jing will bite the dust. At least Isla will survive. But Alberca is truly showing why the Darkseer is just a massive counter to ranged I wanted to say creeps, but ranged heroes in general.
They do, I suppose, get something in response, but the question is, how are you going to find your recovery for Parker? Right? He's clearly struggling. Russell has managed to increase his CS, but we don't actually know how many of those lost hits are just neutral creeps, right? If you're taking out mud golems, you're getting 8 gold per creep, a half or even a third of what a lane creep gives you. So we will only know what his net worth is once it pans out. As mid lane,
6-minute power rune. Isla will bite the dust for trying to contest this, but till the end will be the exchange kill. Sure, Noob will at least get the banner rune and get a little bit of recovery, as Team JENZ actually in a slight lead. It's not too much. As we switch over to net worths, the biggest surprise actually is that Noob and Parker, despite the rough starts and despite the 3 deaths on the SF, are not doing super bad. At the end of the day, I shouldn't have cast or cursed Parker. I'm absolutely ashamed and sorry about that.
That's not. But I mean, do you really have to be sorry for him? He's still at the top of the network chart.
No.
You know.
Or no, he's not. No, he's not.
Now he is.
He's third.
He was.
Now he's third. Now he's third.
But he's still ahead of the Necrophos, right? He's still ahead of Bashko. So, not exactly a whole lot of reasons to worry. If you're Power Rangers, you should be worrying, because you would imagine you take someone down 4 times, it puts you in that false sense of security where you start to think, hey, you successfully shut down the Shadow Fiend, only you haven't, right? So we'll see how exactly they adjust for that. And I mean, there's not too much you can do past this point to shut down Parker. Like, you've already taken him down 4 times. What are you going to do? Go for him again?
Speaking of Parker, once again, the early offlane rotation coming out from him. This might just be a class as to why this is a mistake, or why this could just be an argument for. if Parker will successfully secure the tier 1 tower with his friends. A 4-man rotation onto the bottom lane, which does expose Noob to a little bit of a bit more pressure from Kiyotaka, who will be looking to secure the second power rune of the game. But if it's going to be on bottom, Kiyotaka having won the clicking war against Noob here. The Ace Rune will be committed. As Kiyotaka not making the catch on time. Just a little bit slow on the approach, but Alberca and the rest of the team at least secured a tier 1 tower up top.
Noob hasn't actually made any kind of a play, but he is...
Oh, that thought, Tolchas. Down bottom. Reckoning of the Souls immediately throw down by Parker. Will delete Boshka. Damn, camera's just a bit too slow today. What can you do? But on the mid lane, Kiyotaka, the action does not stop. Noob. Not going to be a noob. Not going to let himself get caught. But Kiyotaka, on the other hand, his own brother. A little bit of Brutus gameplay coming out from Jing.
Does manage to make it out, but the same cannot be said about that Lord, though. He's now
Till
stuck.
the end. We're going to be stuck in a black hole. Tried so hard. Didn't really get far. And the Largo's song didn't really matter at the end there.
Good setups coming in by Team JENZ, and you have to remember, if most of the kills that Power Rangers have are just on Parker...
Hold. Russell. Get the black holer out of here. Nightmare save attempt coming through, but Mr. Enigma ain't making it out of here this time as Kiyotaka looking to bully back his brother for the previous bullying, and we'll get the kill on him as well. Noob and Isla trying to mitigate this tower shove coming out at the 10th minute mark, but still no siege creeps coming for at least 15 seconds. So, time to chase the puck into oblivion one way or the other. Illusory orb straight into the hands of Boshka, and the first scythe will begin over to him.
Once again, multiple kills coming out in quick succession for Power Rangers. And they're probably going to be able to break through this tier 1 tower, or at least apply significant damage towards it. JENZ, they got something going their way, but as soon as that black hole was committed by Russell, Power Rangers knew that there was no big team fight to hold them back with. So they just went all in towards that mid lane, found a quick few kills. Just very unlucky for the puck, for New. I'm sure he wasn't expecting a Reaper Scythe waiting for him on the other side of that Roshan pit.
One thing I'm also confused by, how did JENZ get into this situation once again? This time it's Russell who is kind of stuck behind the rest of his team. A little bit of Reckoning of the Souls threat coming out from Parker as he's once again looking for a rotation down onto the bottom lane. Should not be the territory where he's at, but that's where he's going. He does dodge out a smoke play coming out from PR.
And they're actually going for him once again. I think they're going through the gate here.
Oh,
Jing will be the one to spot this out, and JENZ will just make it out.
From
Parker
Jing.
can just continue to farm up.
Or they could just set up for a kill. Black hole up in 40, which is basically not the target thing you're going for, but you do have Fiend's Grip on Isla. Kiyotaka. He is going to fall under vision soon. Connects with the wave. Has the regen rune. Things are kind of ideal for a fight here. Immersion. Throwing out the Bramble, which will catch two of them. Jing looking to rolling boulder out of here, but Kiyotaka jumps on forward. There's that Fiend's Grip. Time to throw out the damage. Come on, Parker. He is trying to decide which spell to use. It will eventually land on the raises.
Again, pretty good kills for Team JENZ. They're just reading the map overall better as Power Rangers. They want to go in but can't find the correct angle. But you also need to have to consider, how do you stop that Fiend's Grip? And unfortunately for Power Rangers, there's just not that many stuns. It's just that Frog Stomp, that Vacuum, and the Reaper Scythe. They only have, like, 3 stuns available.
Yeah, Curse Crown just takes too long. Eventually... This might sound crazy, but like if we get to like the super late game scenario, I wouldn't be surprised if Kiyotaka goes for an Abyssal Blade. Does the Basher still work with Sleight of Fist?
I think
Should,
it does.
right?
Yeah.
Because the Battle Fury was disabled, you know, the famous one. Shout out to Eternal Envy for that build. As Immersion. Gonna get the kill onto Isla. But supports killing supports. Just as par for the course.
Yeah, that one doesn't really matter all that much. I am curious to see how exactly this Ember Spirit is going to scale. The Maid Slayer isn't that bad of a purchase, but you need to be careful because you are starting to fall behind. 800 net worth or 900 net worth behind the buck, and you need to get a few kills going your way. Meanwhile, Radiance for Bashka, almost readied up. He just needs about 300 gold for it. So once he has that, he can start to accelerate his farm. Can they hold back Parker? Well, that's the big question.
Yeah, I think until Parker gets BKB, he is kind of approachable of a carry. He did go for the Kaya Yasha build instead of any kind of Manta style. So he gets a little bit bullied by till the end. And of course, Bashka, Isla already coming in with the rescue and being the cavalry that he deserves to be. Parker out with the Requiem into Bashka.
They couldn't find the Reaper's Scythe. Every single time you can't find the Reaper's Scythe, someone is going to come and try and help out Parker. And again, unfortunately, no counter to the Fiend's Grip. And considering you saw that Bane come out as the second pick overall for Team JENZ, and there's no counter available from Power Rangers, that it doesn't exactly bode too well for them. They had all the time in the world to think of that counter, all the time in the world to draft a counter, but they just didn't. And this is the one hero, like how many Fiend's Grip kills have they acquired because of Isla? I think we've seen 2 or 3 Fiend's Grip kills so far.
3 for sure. At least 3, and Isla, even just having the Nightmare set up as well, is basically deadly for any hero that is just wandering around solo, right? So, a lot of utilities on the Gen side, and we did talk about this Enigma and the Bane both being problems. I don't know what would have been the good solution, but I do know that Isla, or till the end, isn't really doing much here. Skiyotaka going in for the Russell approach. They are looking to just punish both the Enigma and Parker one way or the other. If they do keep killing the Enigma, that could still be a path to success, but Kiyotaka is starting to fall behind just as much as Russell. Not that much difference between them. Still 1,000 gold, but Kiyotaka could be facing money shortages sooner rather than later.
Again, another Smoke of Deceit by Power Rangers. They clearly want Parker, right? But Parker is playing safe. However, right now he's not that high on his HP, so he needs to be a bit careful. If he walks towards this lane or the jungle, or rather for the creeps here, they might be able to spot him out, and then definitely will make a play for him.
Alberca saw him. He is going to recover a little bit with the Lotus as Alberca goes to run in. They turn on to Isla on one side, Terrorize on the other with the Bramble and the Bedlam. It's a lot of damage coming out from Immersion. They will shut him down as Parker's just literally gone. Alberca will be Fiend's gripping by Russell and even the Black Hole as an insurance. They'll give the kill to Noob. They are thinking of a turnaround or just continuation of a chase.
But still,
I'm starting to think that Parker doesn't mind dying. Am I crazy to think that? Look, once again, the exchange is favoring them. They are behind, right? So it's the comeback mechanic gold that is basically giving him a bit more extra gold here.
But it also depends on the fact. To be fair, Immersion was the one who got the kill and not the Darkseer, right? The highest farmed hero on Power Rangers didn't get the kill and ended up dying for a kill he didn't receive credit for. So for the Darkseer, it's not worth it. And for Parker, he doesn't mind that much because you were also like, what, 40% on your HP, 30% mana left. You go back to the fountain, you come back with full HP and mana, you can go back to farming up with your Yasha Kaya. So, I mean, he is going to be able to recover the gold he lost from his death very easily. So it's not that bad for Team JENZ. We will see how exactly a full team fight plays out, but I think that JENZ might actually be a lot stronger for
Hold that thought. Noob going in onto Immersion. Can they continue this pressure on this tier 1 tower? It's a perfect timing But the situation's brewing up here. Alberca coming in from the other side as well. Wall available, Dream Coil available, Requiem available, and Black Hole all ready to just rock and roll. Jing could be looking for a good magnetize. Could just drop it until the end if he wants to. Dream Coil pull in. The vacuum is there, but the Black Hole is perfect. Patience pays off for Russell, but at the very same time, Boshka is still alive. Out comes the Scythe. Not enough for a kill, but Jing! You talked about this damage just not being effective on your Spirit, but Jing with the shutdown onto Boshka. This is just glorious.
Reaper Scythe, unfortunately, just not good enough, as Power Rangers are struggling to actually find some kind of a maneuver in those team fights. It really seems like JENZ with this kind of disabling, or rather the disables coming out from them, aren't going by punished. The Enigma Black Hole does not get cancelled. The Bane's Fiend's Grip does not get cancelled. And if you're Power Rangers, you're gonna have to think about how exactly to counter those spells out. You may have to go for an Orchid, but who really builds that Orchid? I mean, look at this. One Fiend's Grip.
He's a shutdown on Alberca. I am thinking if it's the Orchid, that would be the answer. It would be an answer to the Puck. It would be an answer to the Bane. But yeah, the question of who is ever so tight. As with the BKB, Kiyotaka keeps up the contact. There's no Fiend's Grip on him as the Nightmare comes through. But the BKB will outlast the whole thing as Parker will go down. Isla could just be next here. And will be actually next here. Noob looking for the follow-up. Jing looking to roll in. Everything's on cooldown on the Earth Spirit so far. But the Waning Rift, the Noob is just outclassing Kiyotaka here. And will get a 3-4-2 of an exchange for good old Team JENZ.
At the same time, it's not that bad for Kiyotaka. I suppose he got a double kill on both Parker as well as Isla. He got about 900 gold from that entire exchange and a fairly high amount of experience. So it's still, though, JENZ are in a very good position. It will come down to Bashka and whether or not he can carry this game on a Necrophos. It will come down to
Speaking
Alberca.
Of Bashka, action just doesn't stop. I'm sorry, Tolchus, as Jing looking for the follow-up. It looks like the Necro is just a little bit too low, but even standing in the Midnight Pulse just hurts a little bit too much. Backing off a bit more as Jing, he might be just greedy enough for another turnaround. Boulder Smash onto till the end. Geomagnetic Grip out onto the Necrophos as Noob comes on through. The Illusory Orb is going to be enough for the Necro. They are just getting outplayed left and right now. JENZ, they are mad about game number 1 and are looking to return. Alberca caught out once again. Will turn around with a vacuum wall, but it's not going to be enough. Alberca gone again as Parker looking a little bit low. Nightmare save against the Sleight of Fist. And the creeps and of the illusions will all be shut down. Kiyotaka with a BKB goes for another Sleight of Fist. Not going to be enough damage as out comes the Fiend's Grip into your BKB. It doesn't matter. Kiyotaka falls as JENZ will pick up 4 for the price of nothing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Going for the BKB play, I can't really blame him. Parker was so incredibly low that he might have well died there. Unfortunately, the Fiend's Grip was never used in that fight. The cooldown, they weren't able to predict it in time. And so it's just very simple, very easy kills for Team JENZ. They're not having to outplay Power Rangers. They're just pressing buttons and Power Rangers are dying. Like this isn't some high level Dota play that we're seeing here from Team JENZ. This is just very basic Dota. And Power Rangers unfortunately just can't counter it out. Like, they have nothing to counter. Until you have this Blink Dagger for Alberca, you're not going to be able to make any kind of a counter play. And even then, it's still very hard.
Yeah. Parker, despite 5, 6, and 6 on the chart, right? Once again, a fight where he is basically putting his life on the line again and again and again. He is playing extremely aggressively on this is Seth, but this aggression is massively paying off. Unlike the Sven in the previous game, he is pushing for his whole team to basically just orbit around him all the time. And no matter the consequences on his life, right, they are finding these great kills.
7,000
it does kind of feel
right now, though. And
yeah, and it's going to be even bigger now that the Tormentor comes in.
Ironically, it was the mid lane from Team Gen struggling in that last game, and now it's the mid lane from Power Rangers that is struggling. He is the least farmed core, even further behind Russell, who had a very poor start to the laning phase. And for Power Rangers, I really do wonder, you pointed this out, once Russell has that BKB, suddenly you have 0 counters available. None of your stuns work, none of your spells go through BKB. And so you're really going to be at a loss. It feels like the late game is going to be very simple from Team Gens, very easy to land their combos. And for Power Rangers, this Darcier Alberca will have to figure out how to actually come out with that vacuum play while all of his team is dying. That vacuum will be on a counter. And you won't have that much time. I would say that he'll only have like 3 or 4 seconds before he has to go in.
Make those initiations that could possibly turn the team fight around, but I don't think that will happen. So it genuinely feels like Power Rangers bought a scythe to a gunfight, in this case. But I don't see the solution currently.
I don't think they do either. I think if you're Power Rangers, you're just playing for or hoping for Gens to overextend. I don't think Gens will, because they don't need to overextend. They can play it safe. They can throw their spells from a distance. 4 of their spell heroes are ranged. The Puck has that hyper maneuverability. Parker doesn't really need to go in unless he already has a setup from his Bane or from his Enigma. And even if Jing dies, it's really okay, because Jing, before he dies, he's always going to get that magnetize off. There's no hard lockdown from Power Rangers. There's no big stun, right? Curse Scram will take a while. Frog Stomp is a mini stun. And you're never going to use the Reaper Scythe unless someone already drops below 50% HP. So I don't see how you disable Jing's Magnetize. I don't see how you disable the Black Hole or the Fiend's Grip. I just really think that Power Rangers with this kind of a draft, they just box themselves into a corner.
There's just no BKB Pierce. I don't know what, besides Abyssal Blade. Hex could be an interesting solution, right? But who builds it, once again, is the question. So Swartz could, but it's a steep curve to actually get there. Steep curves are not something you enjoy while you're in the middle of a mid-game where you do not really have answers. For Russell BKB coming through soon. Isla once again in a little bit of trouble. But yeah, Isla's still having connection issues. What can you do?
Jing, the only Philippine player spamming out this voice line, makes me feel, I don't know,
nostalgic for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, pretty much. They should be back soon, I would imagine, probably after TI.
We'll see. Overall, there's still Southeast Asian representation at TI, at least. At least there's one.
There's a few players from Southeast Asia, I would imagine, apart from OG.
Yeah, of course. Whitemon is still there.
WS as well, and then you of course have
Aurora Gaming with Mikoto, as well.
I believe Extreme Gaming also have Nothing to Say and X-Nova.
Gamer Legion has Ghost, exactly. Nothing to Say and X-Nova, both Malaysian. So yeah, it's obviously, right, although as a region you'd want more representation, and to some extent I am happy but still torn about SA not getting the 2 slots. I do believe the region does deserve the 2 slots, but the way playtime has been gotten under scrutiny after EWC, and then the way Amaru has been approaching this tournament and the games of the future, I must say, maybe, just maybe, the SA critics have a point one way or the other.
But Playtime did win their first LAN. despite of the setbacks that they had. And they were, I mean, those weren't small setbacks. Those were team-breaking setbacks. Those are the kind of setbacks that makes you think that, hey, why am I playing Dota in the first place? Why don't I just go get a job or something like that?
I mean, follow Eternal Envy's example. Go day trading, right? I mean, to be fair to Envy, right? Like he did mention once he hits a certain accumulated value or a certain accumulated wealth, he will try, or he might, return to Dota because he just loves competing. At the end of the day, no matter what you think of the Dota players, these guys just love playing the game. That's the only reason why we even have this whole industry. And Parker would, if he didn't love the game so much, I'm pretty sure he would be doing something else.
Yeah, Parker's love for the game is not the problem.
No, I don't see problems. I don't see problems right now as he's hearing a tier 2 tower on the bottom, that's for sure. As the 10k net worth lead is just pressuring down straight onto Power Rangers' head.
Bashka? Oh, rather, it's actually going to be a Largo in trouble.
Tildian gone. And he's gone. Honestly, though, this Largo pick currently for me is just not doing it. As perfect Fiend's Grip into the Requiem. They put Alberca to sleep, literally. Bashka looking for the counter kill. At least he will get a second Reaper Scythe stack. But can they get Parker in exchange for all of this? That would be the big one. But the SF, he should feel disturbed, shouldn't he? And there you go. TP's just not destroyed. TP's just not mitigated. Power Rangers do not have the tools against the Nightfall gameplay.
12,000 of lead now for Team JENZ and less Power Rangers. I don't know if there's a way that they can take a team fight, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like, I don't see how they, like, it's not even seeing how you win a fight. It's just, I'm not seeing how a team fight takes place in a favorable circumstance for them. Like, they just get wiped out. They just get black holed or hit by the Fiend's Grip or hit by the Dream Call or the Magnetized. Like, the one of 5 things that can go wrong for Power Rangers. Meanwhile, for Power Rangers, they have to get all 5 things correct for them. In order to win a fight, you need to get that vacuum off. You need to get that Reaper Sight. Somehow the Ember Spirit needs to dish out damage. He doesn't have the net worth to dish out.
Look at... Okay, yeah, we are looking at the AD room being picked up as Russell. Falling a little low. The Bedlam is working overtime. He gets the kill before the black hole comes off. Actually, a great gameplay as Alberca looking for the follow-up. We'll put on the Lotus Orb just in case there is the opportunity. What kind of a counter? Bashka joining in just for the assist gold, or just even the XP presence. But yeah, Noob was actually playing right next to Kiyotaka, right next to the tier 2 tower on the top lane. That's the amount of disrespect and lead JENZ can afford themselves. And honestly, it's a risky move, but at the very same time, would you expect the puck to just be next to you while you're trying to shove out the top wave?
Those are 2 very solid kills. I just don't think it changes anything. Because you're taking out the Bane, you're taking out Russell, who already has the Blink and the BKB. So it's not as if Russell needs some big next items and he's now shut down, right? He's just gonna respawn and continue to be a threat. The real targets are the Shadowfiend, to which Power Rangers have no answer to.
Obviously, Russell and Noob will slowly but surely become expendable as time goes by, although a good Russell BKB black hole is all they truly need to just literally shut down at least 2 lanes for the next few minutes or so. Tier 2 pressure idea once more emerging. Now with smokes coming out on the Gen side.
They are huddled around this bot lane position, but they see multiple heroes from Power Rangers on that mid lane, at least Kiyotaka. And it does seem like they want to intercept Power Rangers on their way back into their high ground. Do JENZ really want to fight high ground right now, though, without any Aegis? This could be risky.
Looks like they will try and go for it. Russell on standby. BKB Black Hole at the ready. Skiotaka coming out with the Shiva's Guard. Isla looking. Russell committing the Black Hole. Along with the BKB, there is nothing to stop Boschka's downfall. Although, why not just out-heal yourselves till the end, playing the Island Elixir, and Boschka with his own BKB actually surviving the damage and the onslaught. For the first time in the game, actually, the Black Hole / Fiend's Grip combination with the Requiem will not claim any victims on the side of the Radiant.
Noob
Is this the solution,
there.
Totros?
I mean, if Noob was there, he would have had the silence. He would have had, you know, the ability to snipe at that back line. So maybe they would have had more options in that team fight apart from just the Black Hole and the Requiem. But for JENZ,
Out-regening the damage. I think out-regening the damage doesn't sound too bad.
it's not. It's not. But regenerating the damage is also a lot harder when you don't have, you know, one of your biggest sources of magical damage. The Parasmon Noob, right, was not there. Dream Call, Silence, Illusory Orb. This bot can dish out 1,000+ magical damage in an instant, and he just wasn't there in the fight. And for JENZ, the bigger concern for me is the fact that they chose to probe that high ground without the Aegis. And the fact that they didn't take a successful team fight now means that the Aegis is in the hands of Bashka. So the Power Rangers have gotten a new lease on life. They've gotten breathing room now, or rather, it's JENZ who've just handed them the oxygen cylinder.
They just taken at minute 30, the first one of the game. It's not an even Steven just yet, even though the kills would suggest so. A few key targets, though, need to die in order for all of this to be super worth it. Other than, you know, taking Roshan and his little bit of bounty gold that he gives you once you kill him. Just heals and regen. This seems to be the plan of PL or PR. As Parker gonna get terrorized. No Requiem for you. Get the Parker kill. 90 seconds without the SF, as he is not willing to commit to the BKB. Noob might just be caught here. Will dodge out just before the Curse Crown will hit. As the Eidolons are coming through, Russell is threatening with his presence. 20 seconds until the Black Hole BKB combo. But out comes the Reaper's side. Good catch onto Noob, and the silence is there.
No. That is
and a
not...
good catch onto Jing as well. Again and again and again. Good secures coming out from Power Rangers. Toltros, talk to me.
9,000 of a disadvantage now. 3,000 again.
6. 6k just gone. It's gone.
Bashka now has a Heart of Tarask. JENZ going in one by one. Noob getting caught out. The Shadow Fiend getting caught out. No spells being thrown out in response. This is, you know...
Yeah, words hard. How
not the way that you make
this?
Not the way that you make your mark at the tier 1 level. Or rather, even the attempts of
even on tier 3 at this
bringing
point.
about a lineup that can compete at that tier 1 level, right? That's Power Rangers. Clearly, they have the intent for that. That's what they've been trying for. At some points, they have been able to make it through, right? They went to EWC. I don't see this. I don't see how JENZ will get there if they're this undisciplined.
This shouldn't have worked. But why did you go into agent? What did they have agent? What? I'm struggling to find an excuse for Team JENZ as to why they were down there when the enemy has Aegis. As Russell will be found, BKB will be activated out with the vacuum. They'll take out Isla. Let go of the Enigma. Take out your second tier 2 tower consecutively, as the Aegis is still ticking on by, but will be active for 2 more minutes until the end. Going in for the approach. They'll find Jing. No backline available for the JENZ side of things. As Parker, I think he's just lost on the map himself, struggling to find an explanation, or struggling to keep this game going. As Noob will do a few puck things for sure. Cut down the top wave, at least not let that last tier 2 tower fall on the top lane.
I'm at a loss for words, Dota. Like
That's what I said. That's why I was like going bang bang walla walla bang bang.
Dire's middle tower is
3 BKBs available from Power Rangers right now.
Parker, hold on. You cannot finish the thought, Toltrus, as Parker committing to the BKB. He will go at a little bit of play, but the Reaper Scythe is right there from Pashka. Go shrouded in. You can raise all you want. I'm still gonna kill you, says the Necro.
Level
Possibly
24
the biggest
Necrophos
mistake. Possibly the biggest mistake of Parker the whole game.
Oh, they had an 86% win probability at the 25-minute mark. This 8 minutes from 8 minutes ago. Right now, it's a 53% win probability in favor of Power Rangers. It swung so massively, and all JENZ had to do was play it patient. All JENZ had to do was play it disciplined. But
patience is just not available. Good with the vacuum. Jing, get the back line. They're just happy to get the back line. Isla turns around, but he shouldn't have turned around. Tries to nightmare himself up onto the cliff, but it's not gonna happen. Pull him back down with you to hell. 3 consecutive kills. Power Rangers executing moves that JENZ should have done in the previous game. And
that JENZ can still do, Dota. I think JENZ still have the moves in them. They still have the uninterruptible black hole, the uninterruptible requiem, but they're just not playing together. They're trying to do their own thing, which has carried them from the play-ins, but it's not carrying them in the group stage for sure. Like, it's never going to. Not against teams like the likes of Power Rangers,
who have just been attending EWC. Sure, they might have been dumpstered in their groups, but with Russell dying on this top lane as well, and Noob having to use the Dream Coil defensively to continue farming at the exact same place where Parker just died a minute ago. Parker moving out once again. 7-second BKBs are still available to them, so maybe it's time to just group up a little bit, make any kind of move, although Alberca is pressuring out the mid lane at this point.
It is going to get harder and harder to stop this Ember Spirit, particularly because he's making his way towards that Eye of Scotty. He'll be... I'm not actually sure why he's going to the Eye of Scotty,
but why Parker! Not? I talked about the Hex. Yeah, the Hex came out. Alberca was the one who built it. He doesn't have a GG boots finished. He doesn't have, I mean, he doesn't have the blink. But you don't really need anything else. You get the Hex, you shut down Parker, and he's gone for 77 seconds. High ground will be broken by the Necrophos lineup at minute 36. This should be illegal, Toltrus.
I mean, it's completely fair because JENZ had the advantage. They're the ones who threw the game, right? They bungled it. Like this was supposed to be an unwinnable circumstance for Power Rangers with how far behind they were.
This was wrapped in gift paper, and there was a bow tie on it, and they just said, "Return to sender."
And it's one of those rank PS5 gift videos, Dodai. You know, you give someone a PS5.
There was legit a PS5 in there. They just sent it home. How could you mess up so hard? Hiya! As our good friend Yuheng uses, he says, no one actually read this one, I'm pretty sure. As they still have the Fiend's Grip catch, Jing could roll into the play, but without Parker, will he even have damage to even kill anyone? Noob? Definitely thinks so. We'll wait for the Yules to end. Could drop down the Dream Coil if he really wants to, but I don't think he wants to at all. Parker looking to return. Silver edged. And looking to be a lean, mean fighting machine. Isla with the Nightmare. Does have the Fiend's Grip if he wants to. Parker almost looking to wind up with the Requiem, but once again the Hex down. Good with the vacuum. Isla's gone along with Jing. Isla looking for the buyback. As Parker did manage to get out of the fight just in time.
We're still waiting for Russell's black hole. You know, he's hanging around there over on the back line.
Combining it with the Requiem. At the same time, Kiyotaka going down on the Ember Spirit. 100 seconds without him, but Russell is gone as well. as the right clicks coming out from the mirror images are going to be more than enough to take out Parker. Parker buyback, going for the dieback onto Isla. As Noob and Parker are running out as much as possible. Bosch got broken and hurt, but they are looking to just fight back against this SF. Noob and Parker are running out of juice. The only two defenders of this base, as the second set of racks is just absolutely deleted. Noob, Parker, Noob, Parker. Arriving a little bit slower, but there's a dream call. At least can we get the support? They say.
They'll get the support, but they've lost 2 lanes of their barracks. I think this game is pretty much just done. And for Team JENZ, this should be a wake-up call, right? This is their second series that they're going to lose. First one against Syntax. Sure, it went the full distance. It went to like game number 3. It was a very back-and-forth game there. But I don't know. There's no excuse for this game number 2. There's just...
a total of 26,000 gold of a turnaround, Toltras. That is what Power Rangers have managed to muster just by healing and getting a stupid sheepstick. A stupid sheepstick, bro.
And there are bigger comebacks that have taken place, right, in the group stage, in the play-ins. It's not the comeback that has left me dumbfounded. It's the draft and the potential of a comeback, just how difficult it was for Power Rangers. Like, it really feels like Team JENZ.
They make it look so easy, though. This is the annoying part, right?
All JENZ had to do, Dota, was just run as a full 5. That's all they had to do.
Yeah. And then they just split up. They want to make a bigger advantage. And the big farm meta that everyone on the top tier is talking about, oh, we just need to farm, we just need to farm, it's just not working out for them. They hunt down Parker. They find Russell and go at him even when he BKBs. And of course he doesn't want to put out a black hole on Dark Willow. I absolutely understand that point, but when Alberca, you know, oh, they're chasing with the supports. Oh, okay, I'm gonna run away. I don't really want to engage. You get Hex, you get Vacuum, then you're just dead. You're just gone.
Not too many moves left now, because even if you do have that black hole, once this Aegis is picked up, once you have that Roshan's banner, Power Rangers are just gonna come for your lost remaining barracks. And then what do you do with your team? You're playing into the side of Weiss, since the ultimate disabled now, and you now desperately need that wombo combo. You now desperately need to be able to get off that black hole, Requiem, Dream Call, Magnetize, Fiend's Grip, everything that you have in your arsenal. Unfortunately, the Willow has a perma save now. He has the Wind Waker, so even if you do land that Fiend's Grip, he has a direct counter against it.
Jing just absolutely gone, despite the Aghanim's buy, despite actually getting the Enchant Remnant. It's not going to be working out, although buyback coming out from Jing, good with a Fiend's Grip. It's been a long time since we saw the Bane Ultimate, but here it is. Hex down, onto Russell as they will Reaper Scythe onto the Human Nightmare save as it goes for the Black Hole turnaround. As they surround Boschka, can they at least get the Aegis? The answer is a resounding N&O. Till the end, finally falling down, the Island Elixir song will finally be over. But with Boschka refusing to use his BKB, he's holding onto it with as much discipline as he can. Parker with the BKB will need to go out for the teleportation, but his teammates are falling around him one by one, as Noob will be the last one out. If he will be out, he should be out. Doesn't even have the time to just pick up the Illusion Rune. But as he turns around for it, this could be risque. But yeah, he will find the Bounty Rune, or actually the lack thereof. And we'll just look to keep running away. 3-on-3 on the exchange on this one, though. Although it's a dieback for the Earth Spirit, to be correct.
But still not that bad of a fight for Team JENZ, considering how the fight started, right? They got a full Scythe of Weiss on Russell. He had to throw down a very desperate 1 or 2-man black hole. It only got the Necrophos, who was healing back up against it. And sure, JENZ weren't able to get the Aegis down, but they managed to hold Power Rangers back. This was supposed to be a GG push coming in, but instead the game gets delayed by a minute or so. So, you know, I'm not saying they've done it. I'm not saying they're on the path to doing it, but, you know, this is as good of a comeback as JENZ are going to get.
Yeah, 39-27. Still holding on to a 13K net worth lead. Killing off Bashka is still mission number 1, but he still has the Aegis, so I think making that approach is ill-advised one way or the other. Although Bashka doesn't know Parker is there, he will still eat one of the death pulses. One way or the other. Noob? Jumping onto the cliff, but there is vision up there.
Radiant are scanning.
Losing a 12K lead like this, Toltrus.
Radiant are scanning.
You know, we've scrammed with these higher level teams before.
Dire's middle tower
What do you
is under
say in the comms at this point?
I think the comms might just be completely silent right now. If you're Team JENZ.
Well, there should be, as noob. Oh, they're here, they're here, they're here. Guys? No. Avoid. Cut the wave, cut the wave. Cut. Split the map. Someone go home and defend. But yeah, they see
They
Bashka.
are trying to backstab our Rangers. I do wonder if this approach will work, though. Sooner or later, someone's going to get caught as Parker reveals
It's either
himself.
Alberca or Bashka. What? Refresher? What for? Why did Parker use the refresher? Told
Might
us.
have been a misclick.
Oh no, not like this. Oh, JENZ. They're staring down the barrel of a loss here. Not just any kind of loss. Getting O2'd at EPL is the worst case scenario. And it might just be that for a second time in a row after Syntax, despite being the favorite team, despite having Parker and Noob, TI attendee players, by the way. Oh, wait, Parker never attended TI, did he? But, like, you know, tier 1 level players for sure. They are just about to be mega. Bottom one last time. Aegis will expire in 20. But even with the black hole, they're just going to Wind Waker the Necrophos. Russell does nothing. As he gets Reaper's Sight and he is hexed down, he doesn't have a Refresher Orb, so he doesn't really matter either.
Down for about 70
here,
seconds.
Noob.
Again, desperate beat black holes is all we've seen past that 30-minute mark. And this is, again, going to be a Hail Mary defense at best.
But Mary, Joseph, and all the saints, whatever religion you believe in, I don't think they're going to help out in this game. But yeah, it's just heals. It's just heals and a hex. That's the crazy part of all of this. Sure, there's healing mitigation coming out from the Scotty, but as Parker tries for one more Requiem play out onto Bashka, the Necro, he's just dishing out the damage. He's got the Blessing, he's got the Axe, he's got the Heart, and he will crush the dreams of JENZ. They're picking up their first win of the group stage. Isla types out the GG. They are done with a total of a $33,000 turnaround. Mask of Madness buyouts from Bashka to throw into the Fountain of the Enemy before Parker disconnects. A little bit of fun at the end there as Power Rangers get the 2-0 victory in this series.
Yeah, I don't know. Dota. There's not, in games like this, it kind of feels like the analyst portion, my screen, my cam should just be blacked out. Like, it should just be not there. Like, what do I say? What do you want me to say?
I'm laughing at Bashka's inventory. It's so funny.
Like, there's nothing for me to analyze over here. The draft was completely in favor of Team JENZ. They had everything going for them. Parker died 4 times within the 5-minute mark, within the 10-minute mark, but still was at the near top of the network chart there, right? It didn't seem like Power Rangers.
He made it look, he made it look convincing. Like, oh, okay, so I'm not going to be grabbed anymore. I have my BKB now. We can make our combinations work. But as you mentioned, why the hell did they not just group up and execute the fights? Like, it did feel like they just want to delay the game to some extent, that Noob could do something more. And the answer was a big resounding nope. Power Rangers will just hit that timing of an item of just basically getting that hex and getting a bit of out heal on Bashka. And then the AoE damage. I think Bashka did so much damage on this one.
not see JENZ coming together as a team. And to be fair, I haven't really seen JENZ coming together as a team all tournament long. I've seen them win games at the back of Noob just outplaying the other team, Parker just outplaying the other team, but never really as a full unit, never really how Power Rangers does it, or even never how Syntax does it, because Syntax plays like an actual team.
True. And also, of course, adding insult to injury, right? I think the creme de la creme this game, number 2, was going high ground without the Aegis, man. That was just tragic. We were looking for excuses for poor old Team JENZ for a while there, but there just isn't one. And I think it will boil down to communication at the end of the day. Hopefully they will recover in the next series, as they will be our next contenders in the last series of the day against Nemiga in just about 30 minutes. So asking for a little bit of patience, but until then, Power Rangers get their 2-0 against Team JENZ. Ladies and gentlemen, heralds and immortals and everyone in between, Team JENZ are back and they're facing off Nemiga Gaming. My name is Dota. I am joined by the lovely Toltrus on my right. And Toltrus, you want to tell the lovely audience what's going on with Team JENZ?
Well, we have a stand-in. That's the unfortunate news. The good news is Parker's love for Dota continues. I suppose that's one way to look at it. Nemiga versus JENZ. Normally, I would say that.
Parker, Toltrus. A little bit of audio issues on my end, but come again. So normally you would say. I think it was an audio issue on my end. Hold on. Who can you not hear at the door? What's up? He doesn't hear you apparently, so there's still a mic issue on your end, Toltrus. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get a reconnection from Toltrus. Just to summarize it while we figure out the technical issue there. Basically, Parker just decided that he's just going to go play ranked matches instead of compete in the EPL Masters. After losing the 2-0 in the previous match against Power Rangers, I'd be mad as hell as well, but leaving out your team out to dry, even regardless of the tier of the competition, is an interesting level of behavior that I don't really know as a former competitor where to put. No matter what competition you're in, I think abandoning teammates is not the way to go, per se. Dodor? There's still nothing. That's what he's saying. Yeah, this is gonna try and do a different microphone here. So hopefully that will figure things out. But yeah, for now, let's check out this draft in the meantime. As overall, so the Willow does come through along with the Largo and the Puck. Nemiga Gaming, they are trying to emulate a little bit of that tempo that was brought on by Power Rangers. And it looks like Toltra's back. I won't believe you guys will see him on the screen in just a second. With Imran and Bane coming through on Team JENZ, the classic basic. Let's see. I think that your mic is not working, right? There you go.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, it's a backup mic. I have to figure out why my other mic is showing up on Windows, but it's not registering. But it's okay. This mic is also. It served me a long time, dude. It has carried us through many costs. This lovely Siren Mini, which has so much dust on it. But I mean, coming back to the point, right? If and I can't speak to anyone else, but I do have a competitive roster myself that's going to be competing in ENC. If one of my players did that, they'd get the boot. You know, they did just be out. It doesn't matter how good that said player is. I would replace him immediately with someone that is willing to put in the hard work. It's as simple as that. Because it's not just about one singular person. It's about
a team.
The 5 that you have. It's about the 6 that you have. You know, including the coach, including everyone else who is putting in the hard work. But those are my 2 cents. Yeah.
How comes the Wind Ranger more than like the carry position for Team JENZ? Our new player, by the way, on the team is going by the in-game name of Shushu. What we did find out is that he did used to play for Team Habibis from time to time. As yeah, Team JENZ. I don't know how many more games are there left for them in the group stage here, but this might just be the last one at the end of the day.
I think for Nemiga, they have one more series to play after this. They're currently with 1 series win and 3 series losses, so they'll have to play 1 more game. I think, or rather, actually, no. This is the last.
This is the last one for Nemiga, but for Team JENZ, they actually have 2 more to go tomorrow. And if Parker is basically out for the count, you know, then this might just be their tournament ending run, which would be a tragedy because I think they did okay in the play-in stage. And I don't know, like, you know, obviously at the end of the day I'm speculating, but I think our reads on the enemy team, or actually the Team Gen's lineup was kind of correct. It must be boiling down to communication issues or disagreements within the Dota. Getting a 2-0 from Power Rangers doesn't really mean that you should stop competing. You should still play your last two series, no matter what happens, you know. But
it's an EWC team. I mean, you're losing to a team that has qualified to EWC, right? It's not as if they were invited and bombed out.
Even if they bombed out, yeah, even if they bombed out on the LAN, right? Like that LAN experience will give you a bit more of an edge, a bit more of a camaraderie sense. And I don't really understand if Team Gen's this then seems to be more of an experimentation roster to some extent, and that is not something you should allow anyway, you know. So like I'm just a little bit disappointed at the end of the day, but it is what it is. Overall, we shall see, you know, what they will do tomorrow in their very last group stage matches. Hopefully it's not going to be a one match day, because that would be like a massive tragedy, because two of the games that should be played tomorrow are going to be Gen's games. And obviously Obers and Amara are going to be happy if they're going to get forfeits. But yeah, should be an interesting day one way or the other. With the
Winter Wyvern gets picked up for Nemiga. Now, taking a look at both of these two drafts, I would imagine that Puck, Tiny, Winter Wyvern. It's a decent combo. Team Gens do have the Bane, but the Shadow Fiend is banned out. There aren't that many carry heroes that synergize well with the Bane, simply because the Fiend's Grip, you can't right-click into it. You have to drop magical damage into it. So I'm trying to think of magical damage carries. There aren't really that many. Maybe the Lina.
Actually, magical damage off lanes at this point, no? Because I don't think you'd want to do the ATF route and put the Wind Ranger on the off lane.
Yeah, definitely. They're
not
go for
my number one choice, though. I don't know. I was thinking more along the lines of like Underlord for Russell, or maybe even the Timber. But yeah, with the Timber not being banned, I think I was actually thinking of oh wait, no, it was banned by Nemiga. They were paying attention, damn. But overall, interestingly enough, Covis 9 is what? Covis 9 is going to go for the Willow. What is it with offlaners and these weird picks today? It was Manga Q yesterday, now it's Covis 9 today. Explain.
It doesn't have to be, you know, you do have Hodoke coming in, so I am guessing Hodoke is standing in for Nemiga. Perhaps this could be an offlane Largo with a support Willow, maybe switching around their roster a little bit. We'll have to see, because the position 3 Willow doesn't exactly...
Doesn't sound
great. It's not great, because a core Willow wants to play with the Aghanim Scepter. You want to dish out those right clicks, but against that Darkseer, it's going to be really hard. And this Darkseer pick, you know, as there's not exactly too much follow-up damage into the vacuum. You don't have that massive AoE damage. Starstorm, as well as maybe even the Shard with the Bane, right? That's going to be additional AoE damage with the added Brain Sap. And then you have the Wind Ranger Power Shot. But that's just about it. Void is obviously new. You're going to go in with the Dissimulate, the shield, what was it? The Resonant Pulse. You know, you have some spells. It's not exactly a whole lot. But there's no catch outside of the Fiend's Grip for the Spock, which is the real problem. As soon as this Spock creates a Lincoln Sphere, he's going to be able to dodge everything that Gens are going to be throwing at him. And so I think that Nemiga are probably the ones with the better draft.
Overall, the tempo is on their side, I would agree. There are counters, of course, and the Bane Mirana combination is something I'm a fan of. It's just that the Darkseer doesn't really fit that tempo in my eyes, so I'm really pretty much surprised that this is the combination they go for. I am favoring Nemiga due to the fact that they only have one stand-in, and you know, their carry did not just abandon them after getting a 2-0. And on the other hand, Team Gens, it seems like, you know, you need to continue to grind. So no matter the situation, still respect for the 4 players of the roster that stay, and of course Noob, Russell, Lila, Jing, our heart does go out to you, no matter difficulty, but you are still here. You are still competing. And yeah, I can say it from personally, I will still appreciate 4 players still, doing their best and not just basically throwing in the towel, but then looking for a really, really quick stand-in situation solution. Noob, gonna be approached. Not gonna be put away. Nightmare straight up onto Bune. That is the Tiny. Don't need to answer immediately. Despite the nice approach, there's not gonna be an execution either way.
Yeah, they're gonna go get back. You don't want to be hit by that Nightmare into the arrow. Even at the level 1 mark, the arrow max stun is pretty decent, 2.6 seconds. So it's enough time for you to grab first blood. And so I think for Nemiga, they should just play it safe for the first 20 minutes or so. You don't need to necessarily look for too many kills. Maybe the Tiny lane can grab a kill or two, but it's going to be hard against that Darkseer. You should just play it safe. If you're team JENZ though, you need to play aggressive because you need to shut down this puck, and that will require you to always have the advantage. Now, they do have the favorable matchup, right? You were mentioning how even in the previous series you had the pucks come out, but no Void Spirit coming out from the other side. Finally, you have your wish granted. Even though I will say, my support players really like the Ember with the Darkseer, because what that allows you to do is have that Ion Shell with the Flame Guard. That's a massive amount of AoE, or rather just that follow-up damage coming in, constantly following you around. So you won't have that, but some decent follow-up still.
Yeah, once again a Nightmare around the Bounty Rune. But it looks like, once again, the exchange doesn't really end into anything as well. Tochus, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All good.
Oh, they'll actually lick away the range sweep, so a bit of mana expended away from Hotoke. And that should mean that he is the offlane. He has the double gauntlets of strength.
But Golvis9 is buying the wards, so yeah, they did do a little bit of a cheeky roll swap here. As the power shot just getting thrown into the Willow immediately. Hyla and Shushu is what we're going to be calling him due to his in-screen game tag. We'll get Golvis9 down to less than half HP, but killing off the Willow is not as easy as one might think.
Yeah, the Shadow Realm is probably it's a pretty good ability to make sure that you just don't die. And again, I would like to point out, Golvis9 has an amazing color on his hair. I know I get distracted by this every time, Dodai, but it cannot be understated that it's such a wonderful color.
Dixie does it just bonkers.
Ooh, good dodge. But it's not good enough. They're still going to go on Golvis9.
Yeah, it is weird. No matter how long I look at the stats, Shushu seems to be a mid lane player. He is going to be playing the Wind Ranger as a carry in this position. On his pub profile and Dota buff, he did play a lot of Meepo in the last year until, of course, APIs were kind of closed on the 8,500 plus MMR ranking.
But this is his chance, right?
That was last year when they closed off the APIs, right? When Dota Pro Tracker called out for help from the community.
At the same time, I'm not sure how much of a presence Shushu has.
Even now, right? Toltros, you can't even watch top higher mortal games anymore.
You can't.
I've tried it on a few of my friends. I don't know if you've been successful recently with it.
No, you can't. I remember for the
qualifiers.
ENC qualifiers.
Once again, the Pixie Dust is just working overtime.
I remember for the ENC qualifiers, you had a while where you couldn't actually.
The mid lane, as to be expected, is favoring the Void Spirit. They're usually, or sometimes, there's a little bit of a swing or a power spike for the puck in the early minutes, but doesn't seem to be the case this time around just yet against Noob.
Now, I don't actually know how much Shushu competes in the overall pro stage, so this could be his chance to make that big debut, right? Dodai, I mean, certainly if he does well over here, perhaps, JENZ picks him up for the rest of the tournament too. That's always a possibility.
I can actually give you an answer to that. Shushu does hail from Algeria, has 57 pro matches played in the past year in various tournaments, of course, and has won basically 30 of them, so 30 to 27 is currently his experience, but he does main mid, and actually the analysis site I'm using is basically kind of confused as to where the numbers are. Like, why is there 2 mid laners playing in the same game?
And I mean, to be fair, Nemiga also has swapped around the roles, right? Corvus9 traditionally at pause 3 is now playing the pause 4, constantly going to be jealous of the kind of farm Hotoke will be able to acquire, wishing that he could, snag a few creeps here and there, but won't be able to do so. It is, Shushu is not off to a pretty good start. He only has about 14 CS. Compared to the 25 of the Tiny, this is a near 2 CS differential between Biyun and Shushu.
Yeah, bottom lane has been going pretty much. Most of the mana is being expended on Corvus9, who is basically just pixie dusting himself and just negating that damage. Once again, we go for the Nightmare Dance along with the Shackle. But Corvus9, oh, what did he press? The W. But is he going to get out of it this time? Not enough mana for the power shot, though, on Shushu. So I guess Corvus9 will survive for basically the 4th or 5th time at this point from this combo.
Ariel is also gonna just get back, and it's impossible to take down a Tiny in this lane, so the only move that JENZ actually have is to rotate their Mirana over on this bot lane, maybe play with Isla, but Isla, oh,
good
great
catch.
dodge.
Good catch, but even better dodge with the Nightmare. At the end of the day, though, Hotoke and Corvus9 will secure first blood on the Nightmare-inducing Bane. Looks like Batman. Oh, I guess it's Frogman, right? On Hotoke. Will finally defeat the Bane. Oh, we did have this conversation, right? Did you manage to watch the Odyssey at the end of the day or not yet?
No, my friends have mentioned for me to watch the Odyssey, but I don't know. I just see too many memes on Odyssey, which I kind of don't like. Not the memes or not the content, but just the fact that there's so much coverage for a movie that I don't really understand.
It's a Christopher Nolan movie, honestly. I think it's gonna be memed to death one way or the other. Oppenheimer was memed to death, and so were all the Dark Knight movies. Thus the Bane reference.
I remember Oppenheimer and Barbie comparisons coming out left, right, and center, and I just couldn't understand why. Considering those are like kind of like
very different movies.
movies.
It's just the same release date. That was the coincidence. That very anticipated movies, and Youngji were anticipated to die even with the 3-man rotation, but they'll put the Nightmare onto Corvus9 instead. Arrow will be broken. Noob did not pull the creeps to the right direction. And Corvus9 lives to see another day for the 50 bajillionth time. Finally, a good little grab. Zyla coming in with the play. Good leap. They'll finally kill off Corvus9, as this has been a long time coming for them.
Corvus9, it's a good kill by Jing. So JENZ do adjust in the way that they were playing these lanes. They realize that getting a kill on the side lanes is very hard, but getting a kill on this puck could be easy if they find that Nightmare setup. Phase shift and Illusory Orb don't matter if you get hit by the Nightmare, right? Because then you get arrowed down, and the duration on that arrow is simply far too long for a hero like the puck to survive with, simply because he has too little HP.
Go with a cold embrace, Youngji.
Unfortunate timing on that arrow. Creep wave was blocking it. Jing tried to leap to the side and then tried to send out that arrow, but the cold embrace came out a lot earlier. The good thing with JENZ is the fact that Russell is having a pretty good time. He has essential free farm with his Darkseer. Of course, even if Nemiga were to bring in the support, they couldn't really do anything to stop his farm. So the Winter Wyvern is now trying to enable Youngji on that mid side, but it is costing them a lot of experience. Noob is level 7 while Youngji is only level 6, simply because Nemiga have these two supports rotating in constantly, soaking up that experience away from the puck.
Eight minutes into the play, 1-1. One kill every 4 minutes, and I can see the audience yawning, or hear it. As Russell gonna be approached with the Arctic Burn down to 1/3 HP. Young G and Kovastein will commit, and the neutral creeps will not guarantee him in the deny. Thrown into the sleep goes the puck as Noob comes in with the setup, the double damage. I don't care that it's called amplified damage. It's still gonna be double. His aerial should be next. Noob keeping up the contact. Could be kill number 3 for them as Ariel tries to deny himself. Isla also falling low, but Isla will get the kill.
Ooh.
Well, Isla will get denied.
Pretty well done by Isla. Took away the aggro from the neutral creeps. The Void Spirit was trying to wrap around, so the Winter Wyvern had nowhere to really go. And, I mean, Isla gets a freebie, right? He gets a free train back to the fountain. And the kill.
Despite not giving away the gold, let's see if this Dark Seer stat contest is going to continue in a good way for Nemiga or not. Young G looking to rejoin. Just died previously a second ago, but in comes Bune with the Ava. No toss just yet on the combo, as out comes the vacuum as well. Bune not having leveled the toss here, as is usually the way. Kovastein will be lost for the kill onto Russell. Noob now with no amplification rune. Out comes the Nightmare Sacred Arrow combo, as they're looking to continue to play. Young G will die again, but Bune will survive, as all they get is the Dark Seer kill.
That is a pretty massive kill if you're Nemiga. Again, you're getting the Darkseer down again and again, but you're also losing your puck repeatedly. So I feel like these kinds of engagements are not really worth it for Nemiga. Trying to invade the other side's triangle but not really succeeding. The Void Spirit now is a full 1,000 net worth ahead of the puck, and you can't have Noob snowball this game. He's already showed us what he can do once he starts snowballing, and he's playing a Void Spirit. He can decimate your backlines.
Despite the weird situations, Team JENZ fighting back, semi-protecting their stacks. That Russell is currently just double ion shell farming or single ion shell farming. Can't really tell. He does put the ion shell not on the Ancient Thunder hide, but on the small one, the Ancient Rumble hide, which does slow down things a little bit, but then finally putting the iron shell on himself will get mass stacks and mass money out of all of this, catapulting himself into 3rd place on the network chart. You know, on the bottom lane, of course. The Radiant Tier 1 already being threatened could be the first objective of the game to finally fall.
You know, 5-3 right now, JENZ. They are being pressured, but they should be able to trade their tier 1 tower, maybe on that top side, but Nemiga are bringing in the numbers. The Winter Wyvern's already here alongside Bune and in fact Kovastein. So this may not actually be a tower traded out at all.
Good domination coming out from Hotoki and the boys, and of course, that's what Tin Gates are for. Moonlight Shadow coming through, Isla going in for the grab, as out comes the Nightmare as well. Into the brambles, he will throw himself, and he will just get a tree to the face. And kids, you don't want to get trees to the face.
Pretty even game, I would say. I'm not actually sure of who's coming out ahead, simply because there's just pretty much kills across the board here. But what I do know is that
there's a coin toss, isn't it?
You know, it's
Arrow, hold on. Out comes the wall. Good with the avalanche, but still losing Ariel for all of this. The Iron Shell does the work. We'll take out the Winter Wyvern with ease as Noob. Good grab onto Kovastein. Russell trying to keep contact despite the pixie dust. Eventually, Noob will just take the kill. Russell can cry a little bit longer, but as Young G will be approached, no extra kill setup will happen.
I do wonder what the kill distribution looks like, because Bune hasn't died at all, Hotoki hasn't died, so both the carry and the offlane for Nemiga haven't gone down, and at the same time, Shushu hasn't died and Noob hasn't died. So as far as the cores go, both the carries are scaling on JENZ as well as Nemiga. It's just the mid lane difference here. Young G's died twice, meanwhile, Noob hasn't really fallen. In fact, Noob has like 3 kills and 3 assists, so he's very far ahead.
It's not that big of a surprise, right? The puck is just genuinely countered, and now the hunting spree will just absolutely continue with the Remnant Arrow, Nightmare Arrow, and all of that shenanigans. As we focus on the mid lane, despite the kill onto the bottom lane, it's Young G that we're very much curious about. Will manage to escape with a defensive dream call. Out comes Bune with the Ava. No enough mana for the toss, but it will be enough for the right clicks to kill off the Priestess of Selamene.
And that's a double whammy, right? Nemiga, they take apart Shushu, the carry from JENZ, while also securing a kill for their own carry. So they're clearly looking to build up a difference, and there is a difference. Shushu is 5,200 in terms of net worth, and the Tiny is 7,500, 7,600 now. Bune is potentially going to be in a position where he can actually just take out the Bane, take out the Mirana with one single hit once he gets to his Blink Dagger. You know, at that 18 to 20 minute mark, he's going to be able to one-shot a lot of these heroes. And that's what JENZ need to be careful of. They're trying to play aggressive, but their aggressive moves are being countered out. So how exactly do they slow down and calm down, the dynamic of this game, allow Shushu to recover?
On the mid lane, good little grab onto Noob, but Kovestein once again eating the combo. Russell is coming through with the Ion Shells as the Fiend's Grip comes out onto the Bane. But the Shackle is just perfect. Onto Shushu, Ariel. With the Winter's Curse, trying to delay things over here. The Arctic Burn out onto the Bane. Just trying to buy time, but it's not going to be successful. Young G out successfully, though. As they only lose the back line for this, but the Tier 1 tower should soon follow, I was about to say. But Bune will get his revenge kill onto the Wind Ranger, now in danger. The Tiny will go down for this as Young G looks for the turnaround. Good with the Terrorize, but no Dream Coil for the follow-up. Jing, at the same time, will get licked to death as Russell will try and escape with his Pinecone and his own life. Invis Rune, Noob will find it. Could just use it. But eventually, with the Sentry coming through, Nemiga will try and continue the chase all the way down into the triangle. Once again, massive stacks for Russell, which he could just take over on the other end. Shushu having returned. It's just a constant action between the back and forth. Where was this basically 7 minutes ago? Is the question arising in my head.
It's still a pretty big win for Team JENZ to take out the Tiny. Bune did die. However, Nemiga, they're on the prowl again. Shushu's gonna break away all of these smokes.
Well, in exchange, they'll just break his life and neck and head off. Lick him apart. That doesn't sound right, but that's what Hotoke did.
He got caught with the Bramble Maze. Unfortunately, increased movement speed makes it harder for you to actually dodge the Bramble Maze. It's ironic how that actually it gets countered out.
Nightmare out onto Ariel. Kovestein pulling it out. Don't put your Winter Wyvern in nightmares, is what we're learning here, as Hotoke went for the Meteor Hammer, which is actually kind of legit, right? Bune is not going to be joining in for a long time, so someone needs to take care of the tower as well. Bune is farming up. But Russell, they continue the aggro out onto the Tiny. Good with the Winter Wyvern's Curse as Bune trying to run the hell away. Out comes the Moonlight Shadow. Noob will be thrown into the air as down he goes. Russell, at the same time, pulled back into the fray. The mirror images aren't doing jack as Russell's killing spree will finally end, and his little congregation of illusions will also be kind of stuck and be farmed for their extra gold.
Those are two pretty big kills. Those are two streaks, a dominating streak as well as a killing spree streak going the way of Nemiga. All the meanwhile, Shushu clearly doesn't have the same kind of impact or the same kind of farming capacity as, well, to be honest. Exactly. So I feel
what is Parker
like
doing now? Is he still playing the pubs? Or you don't have to link open anymore?
So. I think he found a match, but I'm not sure. This is a very awkward position for JENZ to be in. Like, it's so unlucky that it just breaks my heart to see this kind of a scenario.
Doesn't matter. Fight till the end. That's all that matters now. For our
you're in the arena, you're in the gauntlet now.
Do you think 322 calls were common in Roman gladiatorial fights? Like, I bet Septus basically paid off his stupid gladiator to fall down in the first round, you know? I'm legit thinking about that right now.
But it's also a fight to the death, so...
Yeah, but like, basically he's like, oh, I will take care of your family if you die for me, you know? Like, that was like the kind of deals that were made in Roman gladiatorial fights. As, in the meantime, Isla Does lose his life there. Hotoke cold embraced and held on to, but the beautiful Wind Darkers for Mario. It's just a setup on Shushu. They will Shushu him out of the play as Russell trying to fight with his very last breath. The Darkseer will go down to make it a 3 kill for the price of 1, but why not 4, as Jing will also say goodbye to the land of the living.
A 4 for 1. JENZ, unfortunately, even with the Darkseer, the Avalanche dodge just simply does too much damage. This Tiny is way too far ahead of anyone from Team JENZ, and then Darkseer, for all of his net worth, it doesn't matter. His net worth doesn't actually matter in the early to mid game because he's really just playing with the vacuum and the ion shell, the wall of replica. That's it, right? Until he gets his big team fight items like the Shiva's Guard or something like that, his Aghanim Scepter maybe. It's only his spells which create value in his team fight. And
Shushu dies again down on the bottom lane. Tier 2 pressure will be coming out from Nemiga. Well, a little thing to add to what you just said, right? Like, as someone who plays several turbos a month with a little known caster called Lyrical, he always kind of explains the Darkseer over and over again and how he feels it in the patch. In the current iteration of it, right? I think as Isla puts the Tiny to sleep, I don't think the Bane is escaping in any shape or form. The Tree Toss gets the contact off, and Kovis 9 will just continue to keep contact with the Bane. Bune just gets the Avalanche catch. So yeah, he does say that it's either you go for the utility build or either you just go for the wave cut build. This on Russell does feel like the wave cut build and the initiation approach, as he will try and go for the blink. But Russell is not approaching Guardian Greaves or any kind of armor and enabling itemizations or magic damage reductions either, as he dies on the mid lane. Sadly missed out on camera. But it is truly evident to us right now that while Russell is the main net worth leader on the Radiant side of things, if he cannot make the impact with the vacuum and the lack of blink, even with the lack of blink, I just don't really see a way out of Team JENZ for this lineup, as
Jing does have a leap, but he's now stuck here for 75 seconds.
This is terrifying, or terrorizing, as he tried to leap out of the map, but Gaben said nope, out of bounds, red card, move back into play zone.
And they'll grab up a Tormentor too. This will be an 8,000 net worth advantage. It's a pretty good short game for the Winter Wyvern, especially on that Tiny, right? Cold Embrace the Tiny, plus 60% attack damage.
No, yeah, they will get the Tormentor, but that's not the action I'm looking at right now. The Dreamcoat will land on the Void Spirit, but Void Spirit only. Isla will ensure that survival on the puck will happen. Well, we kind of did predict this, right? Despite the counter lanes and the good combination of the Bane Mirana, JENZ just fell out of favor, and currently all they're doing is just buying time for Shushu, but to the untrained eye, it might seem like feeding. Or maybe even for the trained eye, it might seem like feeding.
I don't think they have a choice. I'm pretty sure they're not coordinated enough to play with a carry at the very last second. You know, like what do they even do if
it's not your average pubs? I think like every time we look at competition, right, this is not how pubs are being played, thankfully, or I don't know, sadly, or whatever your choice of words are. But as the Mirana, I mean, the mount does have wings, so Bune's gonna teach it to fly. Sadly, the mount will not allow for flight, so Jing will fall flat on the face. As the tier 2 once again being pressured on the bottom lane. It's always this safe lane tier 2 that falls first. Zyla once again caught, rather more executed. Otoke and Russell will meet on the bottom of the lane. Go with the far grab, pulling back Russell as much as possible. There's the avalanche. There's a bit more of the catch. Toss play. Young G will steal the kill, all for himself. Defending the tier 2 on the top lane, I don't think is as important as taking away the enemies. Although it has to be said, Russell is doing his very best work cutting off this bottom lane.
11,000 for lead now. This Tiny, he is nearly 8,000 ahead of the Wind Ranger. I feel like there's no space for the Wind Ranger to farm either, right? It's just the map is being closed tier 2 towers are still standing, but Shushu, he needs his BKB, and then he needs like 1 or 2 items even beyond that.
Yeah,
and right now, even
this game.
if he enters a team fight, he just dies instantly, right? His focus fire is not going to last for more than 2 seconds.
Finally, Bune going for the grab. Disseminate. Or dissimulate back into safety. Good with the remnant catch, but Noob and Young G, the 1v1 of the century, as Bune will dive in with the blink to finally catch out Noob. Yeah, this is basically they are delaying objective takes coming out from Nemiga, but Hotoke will eventually turn it around for a bit of pressure. Look to take out the last tier 1 tower on the Radiant side of the map. There's just no way out of this, right?
I don't think there is. Russell is farming up. He has that Shiva's Guard as well as the Helm of the Dominator, a Blink Dagger almost up to. But even if you were to re-counter initiate with the Blink Dagger, the Tiny is going for a BKB. Young G will be able to make his way out, and the Winter Wyvern has that Cold Embrace as well as the Curse. So who are you really locking down in that AoE position? And then where is the follow-up damage supposed to come from if your team is this far behind?
Oh, Bune. Looking to break all the smokes and all the necks. In he goes. Good with the avalanche. Will get shackled and vacuumed and walled and thinged, but out comes the curse again. Sure, the Fiend's Grip will grab the Winter Wyvern. And Ariel will get the counter killed. But at the same time, Kovis9 and the rest of the boys, they are looking to continue the fun. Moonlight Shadow will be broken as the Dust of Appearance just shows everything. Kovis9 giving the info as Hotoke is trying to provide a little bit of damage and HP support. Losing both your supports though. Young G, Hotoke, and Bune will be backing off.
(13-26) right now. I mean, a good set of responses, a good set of kills. They found the 2 supports. You know, it is 2 supports, but it's not nothing. Those 2 supports just gave them 1,400 gold. So those 2 supports are quite farmed up in this game. I mean, the Winter Wyvern is not that far behind the Wind Ranger, unfortunately, for Team JENZ. It's just, how do you take this Tiny out? You had so much time with the, what do you call it, the Focus Fire. Winter's Curse just takes away a lot of the duration of your Wind Run in your BKB, right? It's a good counter in that sense.
Takes away even from your Focus Fire duration, right? So at the end of the day, it's just time wasted by Nemiga that guarantees them win victories. Although I think just keep killing the supports, keep killing the smaller targets would be their way back into this fight. It's just that you shouldn't lose your members this way, right? At the end of the day, I think Yawar and Low Skill both talk about this all the time. High tier Dota is all about, you know, making the fact that one of the teams will make mistakes, evidently. And once those mistakes are made, the level of punishment and executing those punishments will distinguish you from a tier 1 and a tier 2 team. Alright, so currently I am just looking for possibly Nemiga to have a bad execution, but Bune just seems to be like such a fortified and protected character here as the Terrorize doesn't go through. Noob cannot make the approach. The Aegis will be caught up by the Tiny, and as Bune moves on forward, the Avatos combo straight onto Jing. They're just teaching the Mirana to fly as Noob moving back in on to the puck. But there you go, the Focus Fire timing wasted as Bune might be silenced due to the Agnum Scepter. They will grab Young G out of this. And as Shushu goes for the BKB and tries to go for the escape, the Harpoon and the catch, Bune will rip apart the Redhead. And all they get is 2 for the price of 4.
That was, I mean, they did take down the puck. Unfortunately, they didn't do much apart from that. Great vacuum coming in by Russell. Focus Fire was also good on the puck, and they found a decent duration Fiend's Grip. It's just the fact that they're so far behind Dota that they can't do much more than this. They can't have a better team fight. This Tiny is nearly, it's kind of unkillable right now.
The net worth lead between the two is now 7,000 gold. Just between Bune and Shushu's Wind Ranger. with Wind Ranger Runner. Still looking to try and amp up the damage, try and get a bit of a distance from the Tiny, right? The Hurricane Bike will definitely help. That's just, at the end of the day, Harpoon Reach is still going to be 700, even if you manage to just Hurricane Bike yourself away. A little bit of Nightmare action. Young G not going to be arrowed just yet. It's getting into that contact range. This is just not going to be enough. Isla is gone.
Hyun is 15-1. Oh, Winter Skirts catches Russell.
Russell is not the true target, though. Noob will go down first, and now they pay their attention to Russell. Beautiful vacuum coming out from him, but again, it does nothing. It just does nada.
I mean, the follow-up was dead in that instance.
Follow-up is death?
Follow-up is dead. The follow-up was already dead. Like, who's gonna come in to help you? The Void Spirit was dead.
They're already dead.
They're all dead, Dodai. They're pinging out the vision, and they're actually very accurate with their consideration of where the vision was. Like, the pings were close by both Russell as well as Noob. So nice intuition. Unfortunately, that intuition doesn't really translate into much this game.
Dion gets caught, but it doesn't really matter. Ariel does have a jump with True Sight, so they are clearing up the enemy's triangle. Not taking over it in terms of vision just yet, as Bune put to sleep. He will still get Jing as they pull out Isla as well. No more backline, no more interference, with a little bit of sentry warding back and forth. As I think this is time for the high ground. Yeah, tough decision or not, or tough position or not, Team JENZ it's not up to par. They will buy back on the Bane, because that is the only buyback available to them. Everything else is just a question of money. And Russell needs 350 of it. Jing needs 430. And don't even get me started about good old Noob and Shushu. But, caveat, the Dire doesn't have buybacks either. They are missing several thousand gold on both sides for the BBs, but maybe Nemiga just doesn't need the BBs.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I don't think they're afraid of dying anytime soon. Their tier 1 towers are still standing, so even if they die here, all 3 waves, or rather just the 2 waves on that mid lane and that top side are pushed in. So it's not as if JENZ will be able to do anything, even if they were to somehow miraculously win a fight here.
Top Rax is just on top tier 3 tower, excuse me, is just gone, as Noob will just get shut down in his own jungle. Bune will just continue to keep playing. Wreck-It Ralph up on the top lane as he jumps in with the Aptos combo out onto Russell, and with the Darkseer dead, GG will be called as Shushu with one last focus fire hurrah will get killed before the Ancient will fall. Nemiga Gaming. True, they had a stand-in, but it definitely did not seem like Kovisline is uncomfortable on the support position. And don't even get me started on how well Bune just did.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very good performance. I do feel bad for Team JENZ with the fact that they're still trying, man. Massive respect to their entire lineup for that. Coming in with a stand-in, even the stand-in, I mean, Shushu did try, right? He did get his BKB, he did have his Mjolnir. At the end of the day, with a lineup that has been playing for a while together, the synergy was always going to go in favor of Team Nemiga. And it's not as if Hitoke hasn't been here with Nemiga before, so you know, they knew what they were doing. 7-0-13 with a stand-in Largo, with an offlane Largo. And everyone else, I mean, Bune 21-6, it didn't really feel like Nemiga were pressured at all in the early game because they were having a tiny free farming. He was getting a lot of kills, and they were also taking out Shushu, the opposing carry. And Noob was really the only one in the game who was getting anything done. He was 3-0-3, but when it came down to consolidating your lineup together, the team fights, there was not a single team fight that went the way of Team JENZ.
Well, overall, Nemiga Gaming will take the first game of the series in a clean fashion. Yoon hitting very, very good timing on an early to mid game Tiny, and just shutting down the game for Team JENZ. Let's see what happens in game number 2. Will Team JENZ get it together? Can they muster a victory to even up the series, or will this just be the beginning of them crumbling for the rest of the group stage? Find out after the break. Ladies and gents, match point here between Nemiga Gaming and Team JENZ. And honestly, I'm just not that surprised anymore, right, Toltrus? As Nemiga Gaming only having to deal with one stand-in. Team JENZ, on the other hand, losing out your carry player is pretty rough, right? You know, like cutting the head off the fish or what have you.
And the tail.
And the tail, and then basically all you have is like 2 fins and a headless, tailless fish flapping on dry land.
It's not even a powerful fish. It's like a Magikarp, just flubbering around.
I loved collecting Magikarps. I loved collecting Magikarps. I think back in the day, like obviously Permasneeze is the more Pokemon aficionado, but like back in the day, I had like a full a basket of Magikarps, and then I had so many Gyarados, it was kind of insane, but I was bored.
Gyarados army.
Gyarados army, for sure.
Wishes they had a Gyarados army right now. They had a Gyarados, but there was a reverse evolution happening, Dota. Unfortunately,
the Gyarados is back to playing chess and playing ranked games with.
The Gyarados is now turned into a Magikarp. But I mean, it's not over, right? It's not over until it's truly over. The first game with a stand-in, it's always going to be shaky, even if you do end up winning, even if you do end up doing well. Now JENZ have the capability to actually go at it, recover, adjust how they want their stand-in to play. You communicate, you get through it, because last game you had to also consider that it wasn't as if they knew an hour earlier that you had to bring a stand-in in. Right, it was literally last minute.
Like 30 minutes, right, between this series and the previous one. Overall,
exactly. So now you've had the time to communicate. Now you have the time to figure out how you want to play. As JENZ, they'll go for the Necrophos, and between the Necro and the Keeper of the Light, one of these two has to be a core. I would imagine it's just a Necro, but you can also play with the Keeper of the Light as a core, right? Mid lane Kotl, carry Necro, can work.
Not my favorite combination, of course. With the Undying still being available, though, I think Team JENZ do have, as for current coach of Pakistan, I think you are kind of aware of that little trick.
Yeah, I mean,
we pulled it out against you guys a few times.
Yeah, but we liked it so much that we started doing it ourselves. The Keeper of the Light plus it is really good.
Dumb. It's so good. You have the double decay basically faster than you should have it. The amount of strength you get is that you just basically destroy the tower. The way HYDRA used to play it, it had the phase blink.
It's also, even apart from the double decay, it's also that double soul rip. Like, imagine you can send out a 500 heal twice or a 500 damage nuke twice. It becomes very oppressive.
Although, yeah, like it has to be said, ever since Miero played the strategy and has been tweaked and implemented time and time again, a lot of people are pivoting back to the Tombstone, right? Because it will guarantee you, not necessarily the kills on the enemies, but it will guarantee you a nice zonage and a bit more pressure on the enemy lane. But Nemiga, it looks like they're kind of preparing for it. Grandma kind of dead on the mid lane. So in comes the Invoker as well. A lot of tools on the Nemiga side, and it does look like Hotoke will stick to that position 3, Largo, with the Mirana possible 5 and the Snapfire 4 is what I'm looking at currently. Or Grandma 5 is also a possibility, isn't it?
Yep. I mean, there have been teams that have played the position 3 Snapfire 2, so that's also going to be a possibility for Nemiga. But we'd have to see how they actually switch these years around. I mean, they had a really good game with the offlane Largo, right? He literally did not die a single time. So maybe just stick to the offlane Largo. They play a support Snapfire because it is pretty good against that Necrophos at the end of the day, sending out those Mortimers, constantly dishing out that magical damage. And then you have the Invoker. There's no setup for the Sunstrike, though, unless this Mirana finds that arrow somehow. Which, to be fair, I'm of the opinion that you don't really need a setup for the arrow. Like, Dota's at a very different stage in the game, in the meta right now, as opposed to 10 years ago.
I'm truly thinking, who's the last one that really, really baffled me with arrows without setup? But beyond snaking, I can't even think of... Like, even before him, right before his victory with Tundra, maybe it was Fada, right? The Fada was the last one that was very impressive with the arrows, right? When he even played Mirana position 3, I believe, on Secret at the end there towards his last core days, right? From all the way to the Liquid journey, all the way through Secret, and then eventually coaching Tundra for like 2 weeks, I guess, or something like that, and then the switch off. But no setup Mirana arrows. It's tough to think about, like, like besides core players, right? Like Sumail is the classic example. If I think about it, like he is my number 1 Mirana player when it comes to that. When it comes to core Mirana, but no setup Mirana arrows. Do elaborate more. Like what? Like the Tornado is a setup, Cookie's a setup, Largo Frost.
I just think that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
This is the Pudge take, right?
No, listen to me. 10 years ago, there wasn't that much mana restoration available in the game. Now you have Arcane Boots, you have the Guardian Greaves, you have the Clarities, the Mangoes, the mana regen, you have Water Runes, you have so much that gives you that mana that you can just probably send out so many arrows in that early to mid game. You're not going to be worried about that. You have offlane heroes that also build up to that mana restoration, right? Such as a Largo. So
agreed.
You send out 10 arrows, one of them lands, you find a kill with a Sunstrike. Do you really need to have a setup in that specific scenario?
True. I'll say the counter argument though, there's definitely lower cooldowns than the old ages, for sure. I remember Dota 1 matches lasting an hour and a half, and that was like usually the standard in LAN parties and tournaments, because everyone was pausing, everyone needed a beer, everyone needed an extra bow and another bowl of rice. So we paused the game for 10 minutes, and everyone was discussing strategies and smoking cigarettes outside the LAN tourneys. As what is this lifestealer?
I mean, it's pretty good. To
it's
be fair,
good
it
against
can
the
cut
Centaur.
both ways. It's great against the Centaur, yeah. But it's also a pick that is very timing dependent. If you can get to that 35-minute mark, have that nullifier, you're going to be able to take this Shushu Necrophos out. But if you can't get to that timing, the Necrophos usually destroys the Lifestealer. Outside of your rage, outside the 6 seconds that you have with debuff immunity, you can't survive. All right, so that's going to be the biggest question in my mind. Now, sure, if you can make it to that 35-minute mark, you have that alacrity with that Lifestealer. He will be able to mow down just about anyone on Team JENZ. Noob has to be careful on his Keeper of the Light, because if Nemiga are allowed to close the gap, then Noob can't survive, right? And this is a lineup that is very much built around this Keeper of the Light. Normally, I would say it's built around the Necro, but clearly the Necro is a stand-in, and Noob is their star player now. Even more so now. Previously, he would share the spotlight, but right now, their spotlight is unfortunately on him all the way.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed that we don't get to see the Undying, but it is what it is at the end of the day. My disappointment is immeasurable, Toltris. But yeah, to some extent, I do get a little bit of zombie action with Bune bringing on the Lifestealer. I'm a little bit concerned about the infestations, right? More than likely, aggressive infestations is what he's going to go for. So Radiance, no BKB, Radiance, Aghanim, Scepter is kind of the route here. Or maybe yes to BKB, right? You can mitigate a lot of the damage coming out from Noob, a lot of the damage coming out from Shushu. So that might just be the route. Production, help us throw the people into the game. Thank you.
I wouldn't mind having the Ghost Recons in the game as well.
The Ghost comes in the game? No, I don't think anyone wants to look at my face. I get into like very weird positions. I don't think anyone
fair,
wants to
but
see that.
It's good for coster reaction. I think okay, so you don't need to have it in the game, but in the fillers between, we have sometimes because it is a tier 2 tournament, sometimes you have extended match times, right? Teams are getting ready, there are delays, there are infrastructure issues. It's exactly so you can have like coster reactions and stuff like that as filler, as filler content in between of the matches that actually take place. I wouldn't mind that.
How many lands have you done in your life so far, Toltris?
Done like
either English or Pakistani.
4. I've done 4, but all in English. My
Every
native
freaking time. In Pakistan, you guys speak Arabic, right?
No, we speak Urdu.
You pick Urdu, yeah. My bad.
It's a mixture of. You're not that far off. I mean, Urdu is an amalgamation of different languages in the region. Damn. One of which being Arabic.
Yeah. Every time I get onto lands, the photographers love the weird poses I make while I cast so much. I have like a massive compilation of the weird poses I have. As a weird pause position as well, is that Young G will get sent over the wall from the ice wall. As no way Ariel gets away with this. He can't keep getting away with this, but he does. Oh, the Mirana. I'd be so mad right now if I'm Team JENZ. They were right there.
I mean, it was an easy opportunity for a kill, but it's still, we'll have to see how Nemiga actually perform.
Yeah, cookie cutter gameplay with the grandma's cookies, and of course immediate reaction coming through. Good bushwhack onto Ariel, but he's just absolutely fine. As up top, we also have Shushu being in a little bit of trouble, but the ice shards this time not getting the Covis Knight catch as well. Well, Isla keeping the contact here. You don't have tag team, my friend. What are we doing? What is the goal?
To be fair, the tag team isn't going to be as big of a factor because the Necro isn't really a right-click based carry.
Oh my lord, down bottom though, the back and forth continues. Someone has to die. The Sunstrike misses, the leap is out. Toltras.
My screen is going crazy. I'm telling you that. I cannot stick to a lane.
Same. I'm trying to have one lane on the VMix, the other one on the screen. Just I need to catch this first blood. I'm not missing out on a first blood ever.
Well, we'll see. Is there a prediction though? I think the first blood is potentially going to happen on that top side.
It's going to happen in 30 minutes. We're going to break the record of first blood in a pro match. That's what's going to happen. As Isla tries to go for the ice wall, but once again the cookie will thwart the plans of the FB.
I wonder what the timing for the latest first blood,
latest one,
the record is.
I think I talked about this with Knoxwell before. It's 25 minutes and 50 something seconds. It was done on BTS Southeast Asia in 2023, if memory serves me correctly. But it was like one of the last DPC events for sure. And everyone was like, no, they're throwing, blah, 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 you know, the usual conversation. But I rewatched that game. I do believe it was MLP and John X Fire that were casting it. It was super funny how they were going, oh, a kill is going to happen. And then it was like, oh, the massive disappointment. They're like 60 minutes into the game. It's like, there's not going to be any kills happening in this game, John. It's not going to happen. You must face the reality that no one's going to die. It's a peaceful Dota match between two teams.
Covisnite might just be dead.
Nah, he's fine. He's fine. He cannot die. Get in the link. He's going to be pulled back into, but the death pulse, it's going to contact. No! No record for us, I guess. 3 minutes into the game, Shushu will ruin our fun.
Pretty good start for Team JENZ though. This is exactly what you need. You want your Necro to start snowballing, or at least have that early Radiance coming on 9. If between the Life Stealer and the Necro gets the earlier Radiance, then he will destroy the Life Stealer. Right? Life Stealer still needs to farm for a long time after he gets his Radiance, but the Necrophos doesn't. He can start to play active as soon as he has that Radiance up and farm up simultaneously. That is, it's a benefit of a hero that is strong in the early to mid game as well as the late game.
Well, let's see. Of course, he's had some wonderful performances on Centaur Warrunner here at EPL Masters Season 1. And it's kind of hard to be against it in any shape or form, in my opinion, as Russell does get the kill onto Ariel. But sometimes the caster curse is a caster bless. I can't hold it back, you know. But yeah, overall BB3PX and other performances as well. Shushu gonna be grabbed. The Sunstrike is spot on the Necrophos, and Shushu will be shushed out.
Pretty good kill. I can't help but wonder, there's no need to overextend if you're JENZ on this top side. Sure, you have a task, but you should just play it safe, look for kills while maintaining lane equilibrium towards your own tier 1 tower, right? Pull the camps.
Yeah, the standard question is why didn't he go for the pull as the Sunstrike hit, and of course Bune will secure kill number 2 on the side of Nemiga. Why didn't they get the pull off with Ayla and Shushu? Why did they overextend under the tower instead?
I think it's easy to overextend if you're playing the Necrophos. You have the Snowball as your get out of jail free card, and you have this Necro that can heal up constantly with his death pulses. So the idea is that you can't really die, but often at times it works against you and you end up dying. Right? Because it's hard to play. The deeper you're in that tier 1 tower, the harder it is for you to make your way out. It's kind of a catch-22 for this Necro and Tusk combo.
Yeah. Speaking of the last pick, Lifestealer, right? It was to make a counter for Russell. Finally, we might be able to see the kill onto the Centaur, but Russell, his spidey senses are tingling, and of course with the Bushwhack, Jing will shake off the chase, waving goodbye to Mr. Lifestealer.
Topside once again, Hotoke.
Let's see the approach. Hotoke, will he die for the first time this whole series? It is a possibility, but Ayla, Shushu, and of course Noob will all be stopped in their tracks, but the ice wall, the ice shards specifically, will finally be enough. Kovis9 all alone under the tower will be left behind all alone as well. Starstormer going through. But at the same time, Ariel, I think he was cosplaying the German mid laner Stormstormer with that jump. He's not playing a Storm.
Pretty good kills overall, though. I mean, they got what? 3 kills over there. Ariel also teleported in Dota, so that means when he respawns, he can't help his Lifestealer or that top lane or any lane, in fact, for while he has to walk all the way back. He doesn't even have a leap. This is the slowest walk of shame that we have yet to see. Mirana doesn't have that high of movement speed, so he's literally walking back with 285.
Not even boots of speed yet. Not even a windlace.
Yeah, sometimes when I'm doing, we have a lovely producer, Dodar, but sometimes when we have to do the production for the regular seasons, right? When someone has to make a walk of shame, I just...
Hold! Bune! This is gonna survive, actually. Okay, never mind.
There is still action impending, the Shrine of Wisdom play that JENZ wants to make, but Ayla, he's gonna get caught.
I don't know, Noob is just standing there, Ayla. Turning it around, could just go in for the jump. Snowball is going on with Grandma, but here comes the tornado setup. Jump into the middle of there. Grandma doesn't care about the Illuminate. Throw it all to hell, damn it all to hell, but a Shushu coming over along with the Blood Grenade. A bit of a slowdown out on the Overgrip, but the Ice Wall will be down. Kovis9 Hotoke going in for the jump there, and the leap into it might be a slow Mirana, but they will get a bit more of an XP and gold for 2 kills for the price of none.
Lick damage is quite deceptive. I mean, 255 coming out of nowhere, 340 at that max mark. And the Snapfire, Kovis9, I mean, kudos to him, he held his position. Even as he was stuck inside of the ice shards that Illuminate was being channeled up, he held his position until the Invoker came, and then that tornado set up into the Fire Snap Cookie. That was really well done by Kovis9.
I think Ariel was just mad about having to do the Walk of Shame, right? And then he just made a reactive TP with a good play. Also, an interesting stat. Did you know that Hotoke died already 100 times more than the previous game?
100 times more would be 100 deaths.
Well, okay, 100% more death. Oh, wait.
But 100% of 0 is still 0, don't I?
What is the math there, then? Like, he has... whatever. At the same time, Noob going in for the snowball save. Or snowball aggression in this case. Out comes the Stampede as well. Team JENZ with the aggression as Young G gets the cookie play on the wrong direction. Jing will not get caught out, but Hotoke is more than ready to lick the squirrel to death. Would you actually lick a squirrel to death? I definitely would not do that, but...
nah.
Largo players to be disgusting, for sure.
Yeah, not my type of meat.
Darling, what did you do today? Oh, I licked squirrels all day.
Noob, again, Illuminate play on Hotoke.
Along with a little bit of Solar Bind, but Hotoke should be fine.
He is wasting quite a bit of time, though, on this Keeper of the Light. Like, sure, you're distracting the Largo, making sure he can't actually play the lane and allowing Shushu to find his farm, but you're also not doing anything to the Lifestealer.
And the mid lane is absolutely free as well. Which currently is being handled by Jing, so there's that. but trying to force the focus of Nemiga up onto the top lane. The question does remain, is this still good for you? As you mentioned, the Lifestealer is just having the time of his life. Clovis 9. No shotgun blast. Well, finally finds onto the Tusk. Good with the cookie as Isla will still eat the Sunstrike, but no kill onto the Tusk. Just bump indeed, Ariel.
He's looking for the arrow.
Goes for the double leap and Starstormer instead. Good lick onto the Walrus, but the Walrus does not die. As Reaper Scythe number 1 from Shushu will land on the Mirana. And the stacks are made for the first time this game.
And they'll find a tier 1 topper as well. Shushu is very far ahead in this game, but the Lifestealer, he's still keeping his place at the top of the net worth chart. So for all the moves that JENZ are making, they're not building up an advantage on their own carry, so to speak, but they are disabling Nemiga's offlaner. Hotoke, it doesn't have the same kind of game. 3-1-2 is a good score line, but he has 38 lost hits, so it doesn't seem as impressive when you factor in his overall net worth.
Well, so the Tornado Rays as Clovis 9 jumps into the 2. Sacred Arrow will catch the Squirrel, and they will get the Walrus as well, as the backline pushing in, trying to distract so that the tier 1 tower will fall. The young G Ariel finally arriving. 300 HP left on the tier 1 tower mid. As pushing through onto the mid while you're losing side lanes could still be worth it to some extent, but the mid tier 1 on the Dire side is pretty healthy, I'm not gonna lie. And JENZ are setting this up with this massive aggression. Observer rewards behind the tier 1 tower mid and right next to the triangle entrance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Surprising that the Invoker went for the Boots of Travel rather than the Meteor Hammer. I would imagine that considering the amount of pressure there is on the map, you would want that Meteor Hammer so that you can start to probe some of these tier 1 towers. Because who's really going to take these towers? The Lifestealer is not going to go for it. Largo is now going to start kicking the tower. And you definitely can't lick the tower to death.
But it's such an interesting question, right? The age-old question, right? Faster rotations or better tools of pressure? But, of course, with slower rotations, there's just only one thing you can do on that map. So, it's the catch-22 of Dota. What are you going to itemize for? Things you're good at or things that you need?
I would, in this specific game, I would use the faster tower.
I say meme hammer as well for sure. As Russell,
because your towers are getting pushed in. The mid lane tower isn't going to stand in for long.
Doing the Dark Troll Summon Earth thing, and they will be taking this tier 1 tower with ease. There you go. Tower pressure for the win so far. 2 tier 1s gone. And Nemiga, will they be out pressured by a Centaur Warrunner? I always find that the funniest thing ever for no reason.
It does certainly seem like it. I mean, Bune, sure, he has that Sacred Relic, but there's no way to defend his tower if you're this Lifestealer. Even if you bring in the numbers, even if you send out that signal for help, even if your team shows up, there's no way this tower stands. So now they're going to lose all 3 of their tier 1 towers. They're not going to be able to push out any towers from their own side because Young G, his Boots of Travel, again, he can't kick the tower to death.
Where's your beam hammer? Where's your meme Mjolnir? What, Isla? Doesn't make the good catch. Moonlight Shadow coming in. They want to counteract this. But they're still going to lose the tier 1 tower for sure, right? I mean, they should.
They should.
The Wild Wind Ripper. We followed up perfectly as Isla does not throw down the vision. Good Sacred Arrow catch with visually, literally no setup. Something you talked about during the draft. As out comes the Deafening Blast. All they get is the Tusk. And technically, Patrick, we saved the tier 1 tower.
We do. I am surprised that they actually went back without any kind of a fight. I was a bit surprised to see that because Noob, he didn't even plant down an Illuminate. He just backed away entirely. So I suppose they realized that they can take that tower anytime they want. They'll fall back, leaving only their Tusk to die. And the Necrophos, he can continue to farm. You take a look at the net worth chart. All 3 cores from Team JENZ are at the very top. All 3 cores from Team Nemiga, the 2 of them, are doing okay, but the Largo, Hotoke, has no farm. He has the Kaya now, but I mean, he has 5,000 net worth as opposed to the 7,000 of the Centaur.
Keep something in mind. Told just open up the graph. Gaben knows something that we don't, or actually, I think I've been suspecting it. Right, the Lifestealer effectively has still been on the free farm path of things. So Nemiga are truly not out of this game yet, despite the 4K net worth lead of Team JENZ. I do believe those tier 1 towers are still up for grabs. That is 2,000 gold out on the table. They still do have the better kill potentials at the end of the day, according to Gaben, at least.
It is surprising to see the win probability so heavily in favor of the Radiant side, but you do also have to consider that the win probability is probably not accounting for the fact that this is a Necrophos carry. Right? It's also a Keeper of the Light.
What is it thinking? It's a Cuddle carry? No,
it's probably thinking there's no carry.
It's thinking that it's the Centaur Warrunner carry for sure.
Yeah, if you had to, you know, have AI hallucinate something in this game, it would probably just be just that. And the Keeper of the Light would be a support and not a mid lane hero.
Absolutely. So it's carry, Tusk, support Mirana. Oh, it is support Mirana. Yeah. Weirdnesses aside, it looks like finally there's going to be tier 1 pressure coming out from the former Hive carry. In this case, Bune on the Nemiga side of things.
Interesting that the Invoker, Youngji, chose to give the Alacrity to the Force Spirit, which has 60 damage, as opposed to Bune, who has 152.
I always forget if the Force Spirit negative armor stack, but I don't think they do. Do they? Or do they not? I always forget this one.
No, it's only on heroes.
Right. Oh, so it doesn't count for towers.
Like, I just happen to
Tooltip lies. Yeah, everything is a lie. Kovestein. Well, I guess the speed booster to the river is not going to be enough to escape a squirrel shot. Because the squirrel is just mad enough for being licked so many times. Ariel looking to escape out towards the dire triangle at the end of the day, as the domination of Team JENZ actually continues. Now they are at 7,000 of a net worth lead.
Oh, Hotoke is dead.
So Hotoke dying for the second time. No, okay, so it's not 200% of deaths at this point for him.
I don't think so. I don't
math,
think that's how it works.
The math is not mathing, Mr. Doctor.
Yeah, he's created and like he has 0 deaths.
No, the percentages are not multiplications, basically. So the change of the mathematical equation would be 200% of deaths compared to the previous game. Right, so it's an easy percentage.
That still doesn't fit right with me, though. I don't.
That's what it. Okay, so if something is free, right? That is $0, right?
No, but if you
have to pay $100, I don't care about your calculator. If I have to pay $100 for the thing that was free previously, the price increase of that is 100% compared to it.
But
itself,
you're not
right?
paying $100.
But then if
you're paying
the
$0,
free thing, but if the free thing is increased by $50, right? Instead of $100, it's still going to be 100% price increase, because then the new price is the 100%, is what I'm trying to say. So the 1 death is the 100%, and the 2 deaths is 200%. That's economy. That's not math.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it. It's the 0. If it was 1, I would agree with you.
Get an economist in here. Get me a new analyst. I'm done. Amplified damage rune going out for Youngji. Will they get a tier 1 tower? Told us is rather more important question this game.
I mean, they can. It's just the Invoker is Youngji is dead set on not going for the Meteor Hammer. So is the Largo. We are seeing more Largos go for the Meteor Hammer, but Hotoke doesn't want it either.
They're just boycotting the meme hammer, bro. They don't want to win.
How are you going to push?
They don't want to win with memes.
And now you need to be able to win a fight and then translate that into taking a tower. But Youngji, he's not winning any fights.
Good reveal. No matter that you Ghostwalker, still gonna get cut down to size, says Shushu. That is a killing spree taken away from Youngji. No matter your 4 staff, it's worthless here.
I have a question, Dota. Do you think Parker is watching this match?
I don't know. Open up the stream. We did link it.
He's not on the stream.
We did link it on the chat. But I don't know if you would be hate watching your team after you just abandoned them for a little bit of pubs on kick for sure. But that's
does he consider it his team? Like
that's a good question. I mean, Noob is captain on this one, right? So technically, he might just be like.
No, but I'm talking about the spirit.
Oblivious
like,
to it.
Do you consider like if someone like if I abandon my team at the last minute?
True.
There's probably a part of me that doesn't consider them my teammates, but I can't speak for him. I'm just talking about me personally, right? If I had that approach,
I don't know if the Hungarian national team is losing out on football. I'm still saying we lost, so that's just me. But maybe if I abandon the team, it's a whole different ordeal at the end of the day. As Ariel died down on the bottom lane, Kovis9 also just eyeing out Shushu, but super split on the Nemiga side of things. They are just looking to, what was it called? I think Nyx just said it. I read it out on his X post that, yep, all you gotta do is farm.
Radiant are scanning.
That is, I would say, more true now of Dota than it was several years ago, but Yoon.
Up on with the Walrus Punch. Bune does have the Enrage though. Will try and eat Isla and will be successful on that. Shusha at the same time trying to come in to just throw down the R button, but at the same time going to be Ghost Shrouded. Death Seeker to escape. That range is a little bit shorter than it used to be, but Shushu will still get the hell out of dodge. So no kill or kills for all of this shenanigans.
And they take down the first tier 1 tower of the game. Not bad for Nemiga. They find a kill. Unfortunately, most of the kills, I feel like I'm actually going to take a look over here. Yeah, they haven't taken down anyone apart from the Tusk in the past 10 minutes. It's just a Tusk, and it's only 2 kills they've gotten on the Tusk. So this is the last core kill they got was the one on the Keeper of the Light. Was on the one on Noob when he died near the tier 1 tower topside, and that happened at the 7 minute mark.
They just want to farm. Let them farm, but as immediately they move over onto Bune, the Stampede will ensure that the Reaper Scythe will get the kill onto the Lifestealer. The damage, the punishment will continue. That's 22 minutes into play. We have 23 kills on the board. Are you not entertained is rather the question asked by both of these teams. But I must say, Team JENZ absolutely outperforming my expectations with this lineup so far. And they might as well just continue.
I think this is what I was mentioning. You didn't have the time before when you brought in your stand-in, but in between the games you've had time to talk about things. And this is the upgraded version. This is the talked about version. This is where you have now fully adapted. And it's very nice to see. They're enabling their stand-in, and in fact they're enabling Noob. He's able to play as a playmaker, something that he wasn't able to do both in the last game and in the previous series, I would say.
Jang looking for the grab, mid-air grab onto the Miranda. She died tied to a tree in the sky. But as Noob,
Youngji, he's looking for the task.
Cheeky Illuminate now onto the Noob on the other side, but let's see, will the meatball kill happen? Deafening Blast not sent into the meatball, but in with the Alacrity, Sunstrike for the dodge, but Isla will eventually be found by the creeps. And they'll get the
great kill to get.
A third kill on the Tusk in a row.
Yeah.
At the same time, Kovis9 gonna be chased out, Jing with the boomerang. Amplifying that magic damage. Shushu's ready to lay down the law along with the help of Noob, but they don't want to dive tier 2 towers. I wonder why.
They have, I think they have, okay, so they have only 2 4-stars, not that bad. Allows them to reposition. I do wonder what the plan is going to be, because your lineup is so far behind. 11,000 of a net worth disadvantage, and this really doesn't feel like one of those games where the Lifestealer is going to out-carry a Necrophos when he's 4,000 behind in terms of net worth. Shushu has a BKB.
Hold on, Torches. What is pushing high ground, though?
That is fair. That is true.
That is my question at the end of the day. How is Team JENZ going to finish this game? Oh, you can keep killing them till the day comes, but you can't even dive tier 2 towers to secure kills. So what are you going to do with the high ground at the end of the day? Pray
maybe
for
a help of the Overlord?
Minute 60 and then wait for Ojing. Catch onto Ariel.
Russell can upgrade his helm, though.
I've never seen a Centaur upgrade that. I've never seen it. I've never seen a Centaur upgrade the helm with the Dom.
There's always a first time for everything in Dota, Dodai. Never forget that.
I don't like risks. I don't play new games. I play the old games.
Repeatedly for 10,000 hours.
Exactly. 15. Thank you very much. Although, yeah, I still have to say as a caveat, about 15,000 hours on my Dota 2 gameplay is literally casting games, so... As Tornado up into the reach, good kill onto the flank, but...
You want to know who they've killed apart from the Tusk in the past 20 minutes?
The Hoodwink?
Yes.
Damn! Support kills, super valuable, but
and
they
even
did
he was
get,
backing a dominating streak.
They did get another tower. Let's just give credit where credit is due for poor Nemiga, as we've been riffing on them. But honestly, a lot of magic damage. It's tough to compete with, as Isla will die.
Tusk.
Finally, again, making Young G's killing streak to come back. But I think all 3 of those kills were literally the Tusk.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually given the Invoker 1,500 gold with his last 3 die. Or actually, no, he's given way more. He's given actually 2,000 gold to the Invoker this game in the past 15 minutes. I'd be careful if I was this. Like, you don't want to feed an Invoker with has a Cataclysm, right?
Get the hell out of there. Defense. Run! Oh, Lord. I was a little bit scared for Bune, not gonna lie. My heart was pounding and I'm not even playing.
Enable this Invoker, the harder the high ground is going to become.
Gonna go for the same combination that he does on aerials, Mirana, but this time around, Hotoke. This is gonna be fine. The Hoof Stomp will almost catch, but no cigar this time around. Haste Rune on Isla, as he could go for the hunt, while Young G, now with the Shard, will just keep cutting off the top lane. Rat Dota just could be the best Dota at the end of the day.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As Moonlight Shadow coming out, escape attempts are absolutely worth it, as Isla will throw down the law, will find Ariel. You might just keep leaping, Miss Mirana, while Jing, you know, the bane of the Mirana's existence, Russell, will take the kill instead, though.
I do think that Nemiga's ability to play the map overall, it can work, it can delay the game, maybe add in an extra 10 minutes to their lifespan, but in the end, you're going to have to contend with how to defend your tier 2 towers, because as soon as JENZ go for this, and they are eyeing down that mid lane tower, you can't really stop them unless you try to go for a defense. But Young G, he's here on that mid side to split the wave.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now there's no more push.
Well, a little bit of a grab.
Could be in trouble here.
I think
Dota,
Bune
as
is
soon as he
also
reveals himself.
Goes on to Kovis 9. But the grandma in a little bit of a tough cookie position. We'll try and get a bit of a distance as to not be Reaper's Sight. Young G coming in as well. But his grandma will be under vision. There's the Tornado. Good cookie jump away. Into the Ghost Shroud he goes. It's even with the EMP, he should be fine, even though he loses half his mana.
I'm surprised they did not try to force out that BKB from that Necro. You know, use a Cold Snap into the Mortimers, force him to use the BKB, and then just back away. But great save coming in by Young G. And great juke, by the way, by the Snapfire, hiding in between of those trees. Very well done.
Going for the approach onto Russell. That was kind of the time for it, but here comes Shushu. The Necrophos going to lock in. There's an amplified damage rune on the Tusk, as with the Infest, Hotoke we'll get a little bit of help in terms of HP. Getting 800 extra HP feels pretty good on the Largo, though. I'm not gonna lie.
It's going to be 1200 soon. He's very close to hitting his level 18. And they are hunting. They're hunting for Russell.
As out comes the Stampede. Good catch onto Russell, but I don't know if the damage is going to be enough. Force staffing. The Lifestealer forward, contesting those Lotuses. Nothing will be enough to actually escape for Russell, while Kovis 9 still on the chase. Out comes the Snowball. Throw a few onto the Largo as they go in for the cookie jump. Jing will go down along with Isla. Tornado throwing the Necro up into the air while Bune keeps on moving forward with the Rage. He does not want to be turned around on, though. Radiance versus Radiance action doesn't hurt the Necro enough.
But I mean, those are 3 quick kills. The Hoodwink, unfortunately, got arrowed there. Jing had to be protected by that snowball. That snowball, though, no creeps available, so you had to snowball into JENZ's lineup. And by doing so, you essentially give Nemiga the setup. A series of unfortunate events, all coming from that Centaur Stampede. He could have used that Stampede and backed away from the lane itself, but he chose to go towards that Lotus Pool where he was never going to survive. So for JENZ, I hope that this isn't the build-up to a series of mistakes rather than just settling down for this one team fight that they did happen to lose. We won't get to see the fight recap though until the game is unpaused, but this live shooter is getting big, right?
Nah, there's no way they're turning this around. They're 10,000 gold in the lead on Team JENZ. There's a 100% win rate for. Wait, what?
This is although the Invoker, he's the same net worth as Noob. The live shooter is the same net worth as the Centaur. Sure, he's behind the Necrophos, 4,000 behind, which is very significant. But as soon as you hit this nullifier timing, to be fair, he's also not going for the nullifier. So I don't exactly know how well that's going to translate. The real difference is between this Largo though and the Centaur. This Largo has 11,000 net worth, doesn't really have any items, just has that Lotus Orb. So I suppose if you're able to, again, spoke about this in the draft, if you're able to take this game past that 35-minute mark, unfortunately, because of the game Nemiga have had, you're now going to be forced to take this game past a 40 to 45-minute mark. That timeline has just been extended for Nemiga. But if you're able to do that, maybe you're going to be able to win or turn it around. 10,000 at the 30-minute mark is bad, but 10,000 at the 40-minute mark, completely playable.
It does seem like we shall continue this road, while Bune, having started to build the Aghanim Scepter, should make things interesting. Good raise up onto Noob as the Cold Snap, and of course, the Chaos Meteors will meet, but Noob will be healed up by Shushu, and of course by his own Illuminate spells as well. Going for the Dagon, interestingly enough, on Noob.
He loves this, right? Even on his Lina, he just loves the Dagon. I'm gonna have to ask him one day, why the Dagon?
I think he just likes Harry Potter. Get the magic wand with the Avada Kedavra spell. I would buy that any day.
Could be. I can't wait for the next collaboration Dota has.
Is it going to be Harry Potter? Please tell me it's going to be Harry Potter.
Probably not. I wouldn't keep it Harry Potter. I'm going to be honest with you. I wouldn't dilute Dota 2 like that.
Then what? Halo? Warhammer? Russell? Comes out of the Ancient Black Dragon, as with the Stampede, it's just going to be tornadoed. In comes the Chaos Meteor. But once again, Shushu with the out heal.
Stampede has been used though. And Nemiga practically have all of their spells at the ready. They are on the chase. Moonlight Shadow activated. They want to take someone down. And Noob has to be careful. He might just run into their lineup.
Let's see it. McConnell in trouble. Trying to shove out the mid lane will have consequences, and these consequences are still not death. Kisses once back and forth. Eventually, Otoke will lick a Pegasus Rider, which is even weirder than a squirrel.
Unfortunately, they did lose Bune. He stuck around over on that bot side rather than join his team. I would imagine that he should just be helping his team out, take out that Keeper of the Light.
Ariel blaming towards Young G, but Jing will not bite.
That was the chance for them to get a clean kill on a very farmed up hero and also continue farming up. But because they lost their life stealer, that's a pretty much even exchange. And if you're JENZ, you're not too unhappy about that.
Koteke looking for the chase. Tornado, EMP along with the meatball. Can they finally kill off Russell? Well, the answer is going to be yes for the first time. Russell's second death of the game. Oh, Russell's scoreboard as well now. Writing the
starting to rust, Dodai. He's starting to rust.
But I think his KDA is truly the black magic right there. With 3 kills, 2 deaths, and 2 assists. I think the Illuminati shall absolutely be confirmed.
And this lead, Dodai, that 10,000 lead is now an 8,000 lead. Doesn't have the same effect when it's now down to the 4 digits rather than the 5.
Oh, I can absolutely feel that the late game Lifestealer turn is going to be side-eyed by some people, but at the very same time, I'm actually pretty much a believer of Lifestealer late game versus the Necrophos late game. Despite the percentage-based damage and the Reaper's Scythe, Bune can go for the BKB eventually, although he is planning to just hunt down the Necro himself. We'll go towards Shushu, does have the aggressive Aghanim Scepter. Hex down, Infest into him, and Shushu will be ripped apart. Did I say that I believe in the Lifestealer? I do believe in the Lifestealer.
That Scythe of Wise coming in from Youngji's pockets, I didn't even spot out that one, but that is the alternative to the nullifier, right? You don't need a nullifier if you can just accept the Necrophos, and all you really need is the first 2 to 3 seconds. Now they also have the Aegis in their hands, and I kind of feel like despite the 6,000 lead, JENZ aren't the ones ahead.
They just never had the push. Bune, I just lose the Aegis here, but does he care? He does not. Aggressive infestation inside the tusk. Rip the Walrus out from apart. From the inside, as Ariel will go down along with Noob on the other side of the river. Kisses keep on landing on nothing, but it doesn't really matter as Ariel is looking for the contact straight onto the Hoodwink. Jing will push himself down onto low ground, but we do have Kovis9 coming in from the other side. Stomp, Frog Stomp that Squirrel as quick as possible. Tier 2 rushes? Tier 2 rushes, I guess.
I mean, most definitely, there's nothing to really wait for. This Lifestealer is still in possession of that Aegis for about 4 entire minutes. JENZ, 10,000 of lead for how long was it? I think 15 minutes or so? They failed to push a single tier 2
You can't
cover.
do anything with it, right? If you overextend and you show up, Shushu did his very best to just rejoin, heal back his teammates, but neither Noob nor Russell can push a tower. Like, legit, even if they would have went for the Helmet of the Overlord, I'm pretty sure there's just no way they push towers. Like, legit. I don't see it happening. Ever.
An unfortunate circumstance to be in if you are this Dire team. Unlucky. Or rather, actually, I wouldn't say this game was unlucky. This game is all on them. Right? My sympathy ends where you're ahead and stomping the other team, but the other side finds a comeback.
Well, they're just delaying the game, they're farming, and they're finishing the game. I mean, Nyx just said it, Sumail just said it. That's all that Dota is now. Farming, large map, delay the game until farm condition met, execute. As Ariel, they're looking to just catch Russell once again. In Lotus, can you infest into the Lotus? That would be funnier, but it's not going to happen. As the center warner dies, Shushu's trying to push on forward, at least catch something. We'll take out Kovis9, but I don't know if it's going to be enough in any shape or form. As Bune is kind of in a pickly situation, but he still has the Aegis. Is he scared of anything? I wouldn't be.
He'll just infest and he'll back up.
Acorn shot, going for the nut shot. Jing looking for the grab, will not go for the Aegis just yet. Eventually Noob will Avada Kedavra the Lifestealer, but double lickage onto the Coddle could put him in a bad position. Bune rather eyes up the Squirrel and is looking to just explode from in the inside. Jing is gone as this Aghanim Scepter is just doing so much work for the Lifestealer. One more set of the Chaos Meteor as they will crush Shushu into a million pieces. 90 seconds without the Necrophos. Will we get a second tier 2 tower and beyond?
Playing into a Lifestealer with the Aegis, Dodai, I'm not too sure what the game plan there was from Team JENZ. They knew what they were walking into, and Russell being blown up at the very start of the fight, he desperately needs a BKB, but he seems to want an Aghanim Scepter. Have you heard the saying, you can't save someone else if you can't save yourself?
Yeah, I'm being told that by my mom every day, but
what is Russell to help others out, you need to help yourself.
I don't want to. I don't want to look in the mirror as Kovis9. We'll go suicidal mode as well with a cookie, and he's still surviving with a sliver of HP, but eventually Young G will lose his companion. In comes Hotoke to help him out, as with a little bit of a lickage, they'll take out Noob. In goes Ariel with a massive leap, And as soon as Russell dies, it's once again infestation from the inside. Another 4 die. As the 1-by-1 setups coming in from Nemiga are just perfectly layered. This is the opposite of chain feeding. This is chain killing.
Yep. It's pretty much a massacre. Oh. The Necro can't survive in those team fights. Even with the BKB, he can't survive. Noob doesn't have a BKB. Centaur desperately needs a BKB, but he's not going to be able to purchase it in time. Now it's a 10,000 lead for the team that was 10,000 behind just 15 minutes ago. And again, past that 35-minute mark, Life Stealer versus Necrophos. It's very simple. Has that Abyssal Blade as well. So you now have chain lockdown with that Scythe of Vice. There is no way someone that gets hexed up with Bune nearby is ever going to live.
Shushu on the run. Goes for the Sanjay Yasha of his own. I don't know if this will help you in any shape or form, but Shushu, despite your belief, despite your attempts, get hexed, get revealed. Good save from Isla. Question mark? Or is it going to be a save? Shushu still stuck. Will need to BKB away with a cold snap and try to go for the TP while Ariel will just run out of there. Isla, the savior of the Necro, but his sacrifice might just be in vain. Young G does see the Invoker, but will get cold snapped. Hex down as well. The combinations were done by the Hoodwink previously, but now he's the one tasting his own medicine. Out comes the Shiva's Guard. Shushu trying to jump home. Will he get aggro infested? I really would have wanted to see Bune try and do that. That would have been way more funnier.
Top lane though, it's Russell once again. Will live. But I don't know if chasing after Nemiga is the right idea. You don't have two of your heroes here.
Where's Young G? All they need is the Hex. Out comes the cart. Bune is just chasing down Russell. But honestly, Shushu is the one he should be worried about. The cart does nothing, as even the follow-up Stampede is just going to be in vain. Russell trying to delay things out on the bottom lane, but Bune, he's just going to finish the job.
It's over though, right? There's no buyback on the Necrophos. He's down for about 76 seconds. Even the Keeper of the Light is dead for about 50. Even if you respawn on your two supports, Nemiga, JENZ have been taking fights that they had no business taking. They are going to be playing against Mega Creeps, and there's no mental fortitude in the world that you can play against Mega Creeps this early on against a 20,000 lead with heroes that scale up so much better than you.
Hit timing, get Aghanim Scepter, kill heroes. That's all, the only thought Bune has to have on his head. And obviously now with a 30k swing in total at 40 minutes in, as you mentioned. It did take them until minute 35 to turn things around, right? But they turned it really well. Is all we're showing here.
It's like my predictions somehow working out very well.
It's like we cast Dota for a living, Toltrus. It's insane. While Bune will still keep on going. He wants Russell instead of the tier 4 tower. He'll finally turn back to the objectives, realizing that this game is about buildings instead of kills, as Russell tries to work hard back into the fountain, but Bune just ignores him. Easy lick back, as Bune will just survive all of this. One last set of Chaos Meteors and Snowballs, but it will just be Lotus Orb back, as the Chaos will continue. Another Tornado. Shushu looking for a Reaper Scythe kill, something to just improve his stats, any kind of professional capacity. But the Mega Creeps are pushing the base. An interesting chase onto Kovis 9. He does survive, but a little bit of a split on the map. They will get aerial. Okay, Team JENZ showing signs of life, which I do absolutely appreciate. They do need to get 2 more kills for the funny number, though. Skovis 9 turns it around. Jing finally sees that, oh, the Invoker is there. Good bushwhack, but he's still going to be hexed down. Jing trying to escape with a sharpshooter, but gets Sunstrike. And Nemiga Ruins are fun with the funny numbers. What can you do?
22,000 for the anything that JENZ play for right now is a Hail Mary at best. As Russell, he's the one who's gonna get caught out. This is just awkward. Your heroes are getting picked apart from the map, left, right, and center.
The name of the game is, though, pick off, pick off, pick off, delay, delay, delay. Inside infestation, as Shushu was even attempting to TP straight onto the Centaur. Good luck, I guess. No Aghanim Scepter or Heart of Tarrasque on Shushu, as he did go for the Sange and Yasha build, which is definitely strange. But I think this is it, Toltres. Despite Shushu trying to make himself a right clicker with the Sange and Yasha, there's still a fortification, mind you, but 60 minutes without the Centaur War Runner, who is basically your initiator, savior, and controller of this game, gone for 50 seconds. It should be Jover. Shushu, one last jump, one last Reaper Sight. He does get Bune out for 100, but I don't think they're defending here, as 100 seconds without the Necrophos is truly the death sentence, as Hotoke with a BKB and the Amphibian Rhapsody will just keep on rolling it in. More meteors, more projectiles just flying back and forth. Bovis 9 firing back with furious anger. GG will be called, as Noob will still die before the Ancient falls. Team wipe will be achieved despite the Lifestealer going out. Nemiga
and I have
take the 2-0 in the series.
And I have to say, I think the MVP for this game has to be Young G. While nothing was working out for them, he was splitting the map. Like
that's all you need to do
on that top side, right?
That's all you need to do.
Every single time Nemiga tried to push, he was there cutting the creep wave. He took down the Tusk 4 times, right? So not only was he splitting the map, not only was he disabling the push from Team JENZ, but he was also finding kills across the map. And had it not been for Young G, 15, 1, and 23, Nemiga would not have won that game. Bune was struggling outside of his farm. He was getting picked off. Hotoke's net worth, I mean, it was right. It was there. 7, 2, and 20 does not represent the fact that Hotoke was practically the lowest farm core in the game for the majority of that game.
I will say this, right? I think Nemiga, they were just confident in the game plan. They didn't seem worried at all. But as soon as Bune finally finished that Aghanim Scepter, it was just go time for them. While the split from Young G is definitely commendable. We were screaming for push on the Nemiga side, which Team JENZ, we just have to re-emphasize, was just literally non-existent. Team JENZ did not have the tools to actually finish off this game in any shape or form, in my opinion. And maybe, just maybe, yeah, we will always have this disagreement. But even with the overwhelming, Helm of the Overlord build on the Centaur Warrunner, I don't know. If Shushu went for the Heart of Tarrasque, I don't know. I don't think either of them would have worked out in any shape or form. As Team JENZ, even though with the better team fight and just only sacrificing the Tusk, will eventually bite the dust against Nemiga and late game.
And with this, I think it is going to be Nemiga's run at the play-ins complete. They're going to end up with about 2 series wins and 3 series losses. Unfortunately, Dota, I don't know if it's going to be good enough, because only the top 2 teams from each group make it into the playoffs. Nemiga will be behind both Ilbers as well as Power Rangers. Ilbers already have 3 series wins, only 1 series loss, and Power Rangers, they have 4 series wins here.
Well, let's see what will happen at the end of the group stage. That is it for today here at EPL Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Hope you enjoyed the show. Let's see if Nemiga will get into that top 2 slot tomorrow, as hopefully Team JENZ will still play their series, but if not, that is a shame for their run. And I guess it's time to watch the Parker stream at the end of the day, isn't it?
Well, no, I'm probably not going to tune into
I'm
the
not
stream.
going to tune into that stream either. But
you know, I'm a bit disappointed. I really, it's, you should stick. If you decide to play, then play.
Play some Dota. Play some Dota. Playing Dota is fun. So, but yeah.
I hope he finds what he's looking for. Like, I hope, because I remember he made a post as well that he wants to compete at the tier 1 level. He's unsure of whether or not there's something left in Dota for him.
It's undoubtable that he's got the talent. It's just, yeah. I can just say goodbye in terms of Machiavelli's expressions, right? You need virtue to actually be a good competitor, or to be a good fighter, right? A good leader. And I just don't know. If you don't have the virtue to be dedicated to the craft, then what are we doing at the end of the day? But yeah, GG to Nemiga. I think it's a great game plan, and I hope Team JENZ will still play their last 2 series of tomorrow. But final words, Nemiga 2-0 versus Team JENZ.